Music going. Wow.
Hey, I like it.
Let's see what this vibin is all about. We can run that too. Cockroach smash your face with sub and like. Are you talking out muttering? What? You're talking out. Talking or muttering? I was probably just reading my map. Seen this map. What's it doing? What's it? Like, oh my god. I can barely hear you right now. I don't know. Is this any better or something? Or? It still sounds like a mutter or something? Your mic is fine. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, no. Actually, we need to run this. Create conditions. These. 10 of those. Not harbinger. Let's be first. Stuck in our foot. Let's go brave. Corrupted 91 quant. Problem answer. Ooh. Started here. No. Sure. Live in 4K. Die. Run the sentinel up. Boom. Pop the blue. Oh. This isn't good. Dead. Run backwards. Don't kill anything too much. And right here. It'll take 10 hours to kill these guys. They're so juiced. Suck a single target. Just tapped me, dude. Oh, good though. Good to go. All of our sentinels up. All the juice is just waiting. see you here. I'm gonna cut through the minute. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Stay safe. Whoop. Oh, they're doing it again. Get away from me, bro. Expedition early. No. Dead instantly. Those are the only guys that will absolutely beat my ass. All of them get a bit louder than your mic. Your starting screen is on still. That. Let's turn down the music a little bit. How about that? And then put that on. Get we open. Just better. There. All right. Actually, what do you want to like listen to Asmund Gold or some shit? Something, is there something out there to watch? Too hot for Twitch. Oh, here we go. These guys are live. We can check these guys out.
Just self-fulfilling prophecy.
Make it better, and people will use it.
Well, right now you have the old wiki.
And the new kid on the block, the real James Humphrey. Welcome, you guys. How have you been? We'll go with Slippery because we haven't seen you in a year on here. And when I looked up the episode list, I was like, really, Slippery Jim hasn't been on here for like a year? That's unbelievable. We need to get him back. How have you been?
Slim Jim?
Slim Jim, yeah.
I've been great up until recently. Not because you contacted me.
Oh.
Just because I got hit by the cold.
I remember the first thing you came on. The first time you came on, you actually made that joke where you're like, I was good until this podcast started or something like that.
Well, I'm not going to say that I remember that, but it's just true. No, I'm just kidding. No,
you're kidding about that being true or kidding about not remembering it?
I regret every time I accept I'm on here. Just because I have to wake up. Granted,
Wake up.
It's perfect. Granted, it's perfect timing my time, but I've fucked my sleep because I just farm so much.
This was at 10 p.m. What do you mean,
Yeah.
wake up?
Well, first of all, I had to
typical.
wake up early because I thought it was.
All right,
at
so we're
8
gonna
PM,
pop this
and I
and
got here and I
run
looked
like
at the
some
clock.
bitches.
I'm like, oh, god damn it! And then I went to bed.
Run.
And I set my alarm for 9:50, and then I got to 9:50. I'm like,
Man, this is a
10 more
nasty
minutes,
little
I'll be
map
right.
setup.
And so I just
PM,
kept
by the way,
sleeping.
I have those
everyone.
magic guys that just
PM.
lead me.
It just kept sleeping
Oh,
past
my
the
head hurt.
alarm,
Boss,
and
I
then
can't
I
really
looked
get
at the
going
clock,
here.
and it's like 2 minutes past. I'm like, oh shit, I'm late. And then that's why I got here 2 minutes late.
In
You
the
like me, I
grand
woke
scheme
up.
of things, that sounds great.
What were we talking about? OG. That just means, oh man, that's depressing.
It means original
Means
games.
you're old.
Yeah,
Means you're
what the
old.
fuck?
Old guy, I think. Is that one?
Humphrey's got
But-
more subs than I do. This is so sad.
Wait, I
I'm
do?
kidding.
Nice.
I don't know. Do you?
Probably. I don't think so.
Segue.
Yeah,
Uh,
segue into
Another month. Another month. Give me a little bit more time.
Please introduce yourself, James. You're already there. Glad to have you on the podcast. What would you like the people to know about you?
Well, first of all, it's very important that you refer to me as the real James Humphrey. So, there
Right.
you go. Let's
The
open
real
with
James
that.
Humphrey.
The real James Humphrey. Okay, you got to emphasize the real. All right, so maybe I should open with that story. So
Go for
I'm
it.
named after my grandpa, who's also James Humphrey, and so it's been like a inside joke of who the real James Humphrey is my whole life. So yes, did I make a channel or several channels and use this name just to troll my grandpa? Yeah, yes, I did. Yes, that's the answer. So if you refer to me to the real James Humphrey the entire time, I can then show this as evidence that he is once again wrong and that I am the real James Humphrey, of course. So
What's
Fantastic.
Okay, that's
what's your
everything. Now we
grandpa
get
gonna
a
give me if I
vacuum
do
to
it the other
loot
way?
up. This part sucks.
What do I get?
you know, he's not here, so nothing. Sorry,
Jesus,
bro.
that's pretty morbid.
You know, I have two modes. You know, 0 or 10.
In before, after the podcast, we find out that James
Don't
Humphrey's
even
granddad
say
actually
that.
has a bigger YouTube, and we would have gotten more YouTube clout if we invited him.
Exactly, would have got even more exposure.
Bro.
I don't think he doesn't know. I actually had him on for like the 5,000 when I had 5,000 subs a while ago. I called him up and did a banter with him, so that's on the YouTube channel. So his comments were, "Well, I don't know what an inner tube was, or the Twitcher. What is? I don't know what any of that stuff. But I'm the real James Humphrey. I'm sorry." So that's how he responded to that. So it was pretty insightful there. Fantastic.
Yeah.
As far as what am I supposed to do? Like tell my backstory? Since the
But
dawn
we can
of
get
time.
into that. We can get into
Oh,
that in a
okay.
bit. Just tell us how you're
Okay.
feeling right now. Like most recently, what have you been up to? What's your experience with PoE like?
I reject your statement that we're all happy right now after the patches.
That is
maybe
completely
we'll talk
fair.
about that in a bit. Yeah.
Talk about it now.
What already though?
What's
We're doing
wrong?
the intros and stuff like
yeah.
what people have been doing. But I'll
the
tell you.
intro is you're the real James Humphrey, and I'm the OG Slippery Jim, and we're done. What? I want to get into this beef. What the hell's wrong with the game, huh? It's
What
fine.
isn't wrong with the game at this point?
What do you
There
mean?
you go.
It's
What
fine.
do you mean? There you go.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
This is what we call
I
a high level
say the
discussion.
game's fine, and you say it's shit because this.
Well, generally, I'm
Wait,
more
but you
willing.
didn't say why it was fine.
Exactly, I'm
So-
I
generally
don't have
more
to,
willing
it's
to
fine.
accept that it's
I
not
don't have
fine
to say
because
why, like a forest is fine. I sit here and it's fine. I farm and it's fine. It's fine. There's no need to explain fine. Fine is perfectly average.
the thing though,
Please.
Slippery Jim,
Average.
real
Huh?
Slippery Jim, that when I asked you,
OG. I'm not accepting anything else now. You have to say the OG Slippery Jim.
Joe.
the OG Slippery Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, brother call is still lurking.
You made me forget
Sure.
my question. No, when I contacted you and I was like,
Oh,
"How do
I
you
knew
feel
this
about
would
this
happen.
league? Do you want to come on the podcast and talk a little bit? How would you rate
Saw
this
this
league on a
co-
scale from
saw this
1 to
coming.
10?" You said didn't you say 10 or you say 8? But you would give it a 10, but do you have you take off 1 for the
Yeah,
overtuned mods?
give it a 10. Give it a 10, but take off a point for every bullshit. People have talked me down to 6 now. As I keep going, this guy's like, but what about? And I go, fine, take a point off. It's still an average game if you get down to 5. It's fine.
Yeah, but that means without these singular points that you're using to detract points, you would give the game a 10 right now.
Yeah, this
What do you
league,
base the
said
10
this
on?
league. You said this league, like a perfect league. This league is a dramatic zoom in. This league is a perfect league because if they hadn't fucked up Arch Nemesis on launch, you'd have nothing to bitch about.
Okay,
If
let's
the-
try
if
this
Headhunter
again
and
right
Arch
from the start.
Nemesis was good, this would be a perfect league. I mean, sure, you'd find something to bitch about. Reddit will find something to bitch about. They love it. It's part of their sustenance. But it's a perfect league. You can't argue. There's nothing wrong with Sentinel.
Okay, in order to understand...
2x2.
I don't agree with that either. Man, we're gonna have blood
What
today.
the fuck's wrong with you?
In order to understand what you've been saying, would you quickly elaborate on what your league starter was? What did you league start the game? Did you league start with the character you're currently playing with the Auto Bomber Herald of Thunder thing?
I've played a lot of different characters. Okay, I've played a lot. So the plan from the start was to open up Shattering Steel, then go into Lightning Strike on a budget thing, then go into a Spark character that abuses the Soul Eater mechanic, basically. That plan went well. Everyone who followed it went really well. So, but I don't look at it at the lens of how I did. I look at it at the lens of how are other people doing, because my target audience is mostly newer people or people who don't know life the game. From that perspective, it's not been good for most of them.
Okay, let's get into that in a second. Quickly, to catch us up, Slippery Jim, what was your league starter? Did you start with the Auto Bomber?
Whispering Ice, the slowest build in existence.
Okay.
Yeah, that's painful.
Yep. I enjoyed the game at a snail's pace. And by enjoyed, I mean suffered day one like everyone else that played day one. But after that, enjoyed the game at a snail's pace. I have no other comments. Whispering Ice.
How many days did you
So,
play Whispering
whatever.
Ice, and when did you go into the character that you currently play?
Probably like the whole first week was Whispering Ice, which isn't great when you're trying to like get a head start, you know, above the
That's not
competition.
to put you ahead.
Yeah, no, that was definitely hell on earth. Enjoyed it though, greatly.
I mean,
10 out of 10.
That is exactly your MO, though.
Don't say
Taking
that.
either-
I've got a friend who says, "Oh, you just do things that are painful." Like, no, it's not on
No,
purpose.
No, you do, though.
But it's not on. But you can't. That's it. That
You didn't-
literally. I've
You
had
don't
this exact
accidentally
argument just in
decide to
different
run
voice.
10,000 of the same map.
Oh, fine. I'll use other people's logic. He didn't run 10,000 himself. He got help. So technically, I only did three, or maybe 4,000. So it doesn't. It's fine.
That is a good point.
It's fine,
I
guys.
got
It's
it.
fine.
It's
Yeah.
all
All
fine.
right. Okay. We've started the whole thing now. So now I have to ask the questions.
Shit on
What's
Jimmy
wrong with
Tree.
this league that isn't something Nemesis related? Because Arch Nemesis was obviously overtuned. That caused a huge problem, especially for like newer, less experienced people. Like, I really loved it, but even on day one, even though I loved it, I was like, this is not okay. Like, you can't. But that was Arch Nemesis. That was all Arch Nemesis. What's wrong with the league?
The Yellow Sentinels are freaking garbage.
Explain.
Even after the
How
buff now?
so?
Yeah, pretty much, I think. That, and there's a bunch of things, including uniques, that help you get to 30 Sentinel power, and I would argue that 30 is a little bit too low of the overall what you could fill in points. Maybe
Wait,
32,
you
35.
think it should get a little bit more so you can utilize more of the nodes on the tree, or you think you should get to 30?
Yeah.
Should take longer of a grind?
I think you should get a couple more points, and then it should be a significantly longer grind after 30. Or maybe they could have just let you fill out the whole tree, but it's an insane freaking grind. Of course, people would have been upset because not everyone could get to it, and everyone feels entitled to every mechanic and completing it. But that would have made a lot more sense for a lot of the things are like Sentinel Power, which is utterly useless, you know, like a dead stat. Some of the unique ones do Sentinel Power as well.
Yeah. I definitely agree about the Sentinel power thing. That's like a wasted stat, and it's way too fast to reach 30, and beyond that, it's meaningless. Would have been nice if there was a little bit longer progression. Yeah, Bella, please.
So, all right. Isn't the whole idea of, at least for me, the whole idea of like limited points, like it does feel like I want more points, right? When I'm like selecting how my Sentinel tree wants, I'm always giving something up I wish I could take. But isn't that kind of the point? Isn't that what makes it more interesting? I've changed my Sentinel tree every day or every second day the whole league to try out different things. If I could just unlock the whole thing, or had enough points to just get everything, then there would be no depth, no point in having a tree. You might as well just give everyone everything in a static level up system. That would then remind me of like Scourge, which didn't really have a tree. That wasn't a tree. We had a tree, but because you could get everything, it was really just it'll just take you this amount of time to unlock the whole thing. And that is, to me at least, boring, lacks depth. There's no imagination. There's no changing it. Once you're done for the whole league. It stays the same forever.
And if Sentinel had that, half the nodes wouldn't be as good as they are. You'd have dumbed
true.
down ones because they know everyone's going to get it. So the fact that you get nodes in the current tree that are quite powerful, but you have to spec into them, and some of them take more than 1 point to spec into, I mean, it's good how it is.
Yeah, some of the really good nodes have a very large opportunity cost. Like, you've got to go up a lot of the travel ones, or not go down an entire path just to get this thing. And that seems interesting. What I will give you for free is Yellow Sentinels being trash. I literally haven't spec'd into Yellow Sentinels since day 2. Like, it was the end of day 2, I gave up on my Yellow Sentinel, I dropped it on the ground, and I hit it on my filter, and I've never turned it back on again.
But
Used another
doesn't
yellow
that
one.
defeat the entire purpose of having the Yellow Sentinel if it's bad? There isn't a choice there. The whole chunk of that tree is bad, right?
Yeah.
Yellow
That's the
Sentinel's
problem.
fine. What are you talking about?
It does nothing. It's completely unrewarding.
You can't control what reward that you get on the bosses outside of the unique ones. So a lot of times you get trash. And then if you want to inspec into it really hard, you got to go down to the bottom left. And then there's not enough nodes to get good stuff. You have to either gimp your red or your blue one.
I will say,
That's good though. You should have to gimp one of them to get another one, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's fine. I'm fine with that. But unless you're using a unique yellow one for a specific purpose, like if you go and buy 30 of these unique ones and go farming yellow, that's the only time yellow's useful. It's not good.
No, it's useful if you full spec into it. I mean, it's just about having like choice. Like if you're a guy that can actually clear slow enough that the red sentinel's good enough, you could full spec red. If you're a guy that can't clear well and have to do everything in one big shot pack size wise, you clear with blue. And if you're a guy that hates clearing and like boss rushing still exists. People who are like, boss rushing's dead, burn the world down, they're idiots. Boss rushing still exists. You can put on Yellow Sentinel and boss rush.
well, except it's not a rush anymore if you Yellow Sentinel it, because it takes like 3 times as long to kill it.
If you got a good enough build, it is.
I mean, 3 times 1/4 of a second isn't really a huge increase in time.
I just think maybe you've given Yellow Sentinels not enough time. They are pretty broken and good in some regard. You just have to like PoE player it, as in abuse a single strat and horrifically farm.
All right, what's your abuse strat for Yellow Sentinels?
I don't know if I should share. I love hoarding secrets like a dragon.
I'll
tell you what.
Okay, I'll show you my.
Code for there isn't one.
Yeah, that's
Code
what
for
I
there
was
isn't one.
hearing.
Okay, fine. Fuck you. My build isn't good enough to horrifically abuse it because I'm working on it. I need more damage, but you need to do Glacier because the goats count as bosses in the first phase. So you jump in, buff up your Yellow Sentinels a bunch. You get 6 buffs if you have a good Sentinel, and if you can kill him before Big Goat slams down, you get all the prizes. But I can't. So I need more damage.
Like a double boss courtyard or the Rogue Exile bodyguards. They also work.
I mean, you don't have to roll maps. Just do glaciers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could do City Square twinned, but those blood mages in City Square really fuck me up. So I just do goats. I mean, goats are scary too. Granted.
See, now that's interesting because you have enough points that you could, if you dropped red, you could spec into a bit of blue and a bit of yellow, and do them both. And that means I could Legion Glacier farm, where you're doing you pop the Legion, you pop the blue one, it things the whole pack, then you kill them all, then go into the boss room and pop the yellow one in that.
What was
Like
that?
a double
Who's the guy
damage.
who showed off the Legion strat?
Was it Gremlin?
Thought it
Yeah,
was
Grimmer.
Grimro.
I saw his Legion strat. It's half complete because he forgot to take the one blue node that when you press your blue sentinel, it just gives you a Val skill, like all the souls. So you can just play Val Arc, and you can
Nice.
just walk up, buff kill the entire Legion, wait for them to break out, press the buff everything button, and then boom, you've got Val Arc, and you just press the button again, and you blow up the entire. It's just It's a Legion League all over again. Glacier strats.
I feel like you've pivoted away from yellow sentinels here.
I
You're
told
telling
you
me
what's
how
wrong.
good.
I told you how to fix yellow sentinels. I gave you the answer, and
know
you still
you
aren't
did.
happy.
I tell you what,
No, I'm still not happy.
because I'm on the real James Humphreys side about yellow sentinels, I think they're absolute
ahead.
trash.
Keep
But
going.
because of that, I will spec into them and do the thing for like a whole day properly, and we'll see how I feel after that.
Go down
Even
the
if-
whole yellow side and really spec
Oof.
into it with the bonus
Excuse my asshole.
empowerment to them with the double rewards and stuff. And what you'll see is you severely,
Yeah,
even the
okay.
red one, you can't
Oh,
really
okay.
like you're using way too many points. Even if you just go red and yellow, it's not that great.
I
If you
think-
want to go down to the bottom left for the yellow to super spec.
I think you're getting the whole PoE player thing that everyone does wrong of seeing the best strat and trying to do the best thing and trying to do the most thing to make the most money. The whole point of the Sentinels is one for each play style. Like if you want a boss kill, you've got the boss one. If you want to clear, you've got the clear one. If you want to blow up big fat packs, you got the blow up big fat packs one. You're not supposed to. They're not all supposed to be money printers. Sure, some guy out there is going to find the most ridiculous way to make money with it, and you're going to go, "Why aren't they all like this?" And that's not how you're supposed to play. You're supposed to just pick what you want to do. Like if you want to
Yeah.
clear with yellow sentinels, then spec full yellow sentinel tree and just ignore everything else. Don't compare yourself to other people. You don't need it.
Man, my boy
But
Jim
yes,
on it.
granted, if the loot shit,
Preach.
bitch about it, which is fine. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to compare with blowing up an entire legion, buffed, juiced. Legion's got drops. Blue Sentinel's got drops.
I mean that's
think it's
fair
okay how
because
it
like
is.
the base amount of loot doesn't even compare between bosses and like blowing up 5 screens at the same time. It's always
I
like,
haven't
more
farmed enough
profitable.
to complain about it because I haven't used yellow sentinels enough to complain about it. So I'll make a build just for it. I'll do what Ballard's doing.
I will
As
just
in,
share
I'll
this
go yellow
anecdote.
sentinel only.
This anecdote of me buffing the. I said that on the previous podcast, I think, but I buffed the triple at Zeri to trio boss in an Uber at Zeri run, and I got a brother's stash and I think a patient. Was it a patient or a nurse? I don't want to talk shit. Let's say it was a nurse, just for the sake of it. A patient because that's the lower. But I got a brother's stash from one of the trio guys. Now, of course, that's completely RNG, right? Like, there's no way to know that the rewards are better that you get from a specific category of rewards. But what is really good about Apex Sentinels that the other ones don't have is like they guarantee a reward symbol on top of the unique enemy, right? When you do like Pandemonium or the Stalker Sentinels, they don't guarantee reward symbols on the enemies they empower. They just have a chance to add them. But the Apex one guarantees reward symbols.
Yeah, but
just
you have
don't
to
think I'm
roll
gonna
the
have them.
div. So my problem's that I think that you should be able to like guarantee rewards. Like one of the rewards is X. On the yellow one, it would make it way more interesting. What can you actually roll on the yellow ones? Basically, like rarity and quantity,
That sucks.
and like extra rewards or something is the other one. That's my problem with it.
I agree that the mods on the yellow ones don't seem as interesting as on the Stalkers and the Pandemonium Sentinels. There should be more reward-specific roles that you can run, and I think your suggestion of having like one reward out of the 2, 3, 4, 5 that you get on an Apex Sentinel, they could have made it that there's a mod that guarantees one reward of a specific type.
Or
But if
two
it's-
or
if
whatever,
they
like
made them-
tiered.
If they made them that they were, you could pick
Untap
a
me.
specific
And he
reward
didn't
type,
die.
then people would just be IDing and selling the good ones, and it would just
Nasty
be like,
mods on this
well,
one.
now this is the best strat, and so now anyone
Good
who
thing we
wants to
don't
do
give a
anything, if you want to
fuck
make
about
money, you have to make a
XP.
boss killer, and you have to buy expedition currency, and you have to juice your map to 120 quant, and then you have to get a sentinel that's got 200 quant on it, you have to buy these for an X each, and then you go into a map, and bosses also have flat quant on them, so then you're killing something that has 8,000 quant, and then you're blowing it up, you're picking up all your expedition currency, and you're deflating the value of other strats of farming expedition currency.
Why do you
None,
think
none of that stuff's like a
the
problem.
the thing is that already happens with the red and the blue, and they're in a really good
Yeah.
state for the red and the blue. So why not have the yellow in a good state so it feels like it is
Mm.
actually a choice to go with yellow instead of it kind of being shit? That's what
I'm not a game designer, I don't know why they did it. But I'm okay
I'll
with
tell
it.
you why. They ran out of time in the league, and so they didn't finish
I-
that side of the tree and threw it in.
I
That's what
don't think they could run out of time on just a basic item like, here's the drop pool, turn it on, turn it off, whether it shows Sentinel rewards or not, or like divination card rewards or not. I don't think that'd be a thing in the tree to begin
it's
with. I think
really
it's
weird
just
that
a base,
it
like,
has
add on the
no
Sentinel.
thing that's deterministic on it, though, when the other ones are. Plus, like, what's the point of the recombinators on the yellow other than to get the quant? Like,
But what
you know
if
what I
it's
mean?
really broke? What if Apex ones are really broken and they have to be RNG because of that, because they have so much quant and rarity?
Come on.
Like, what if they were designing it around like, we're expecting someone to come up with boss rushing strategy. If it was deterministic, it'd be too broken. So let's just give it a fuck ton of quant and a fuck ton of rarity, and then make it RNG.
You
And
know,
then players will still figure out a way to make it worth it by just doing like double city square abominations.
it wouldn't be the first time that we're 3, 4, 5, even 6 weeks into a league, and something about the new league has just not been publicly discovered that was way more broken than everything everyone else was doing. It is entirely plausible in this game that someone has like a yellow sentinel strap with some gigabrain thing no one's thought of and done yet, and it could be the one Jim just said, for all I fucking know. Like, it could be. There could just be something broken. I don't think there is. I still think yellow sentinel is shit, but I'm just saying this is exactly the kind of game where some shenanigans like that can happen, and it can go 6, 8 weeks with no one noticing or making it public. Like, that can happen.
Love to hate it.
You know what?
Is,
Like when I finally hit my 100 and when I stop dying all the time, then I'll try and do
Yeah.
a bunch of something
Rogue
runs with the
Exiles-
Apex Sentinels.
Is Rogue Exiles on the Kirac stuff? Does the Yellow Sentinels buff Rogue Exiles?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rogue Exiles are unique monsters.
You just need to find a map where like Rogue Exiles spawn in the first area, like Glacier was for Legion, and then just abuse the shit out of that. Like what's that one where the Essence always spawns in the first area? That underground map that no one likes? Overgrown Shrine or something like that?
No idea.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, you just need to find a map where like you can spec into Rogue Exiles on your Atlas tree and then craft Rogue Exiles, and then the first area of the map has like 6 Rogue Exiles on it. You don't even have to run to the boss then. And then you can buff
It's not
6
that,
Rogue
it's not
Exiles.
that hard
with
to
boss
find
rewards.
like a bulk of 6 Rogue Exiles somewhere.
We
like-
should make the Illuminati for farming. This is great. Turn the podcast off. Let's discuss secrets. I've already given all mine away.
What? I'm disillusioned now. I thought a slippery gym has more secrets.
I do.
So you're just pretending you don't have more.
They're the good ones. I've been guilt tripped into giving away all my good secrets. So it's all about Glacier. Don't do Legion farming at Glacier though. That's a noob trap. Do Dune.
Yeah, no.
Glacier farming's about blue sentinel pops, just in the pack size in the beginning there. There's like 300, 400 mobs there. You just walk in, press blue sentinel
Yep.
twice, kill everything. Or if you're a yellow boy, you walk in and you go to the boss and kill all the goats. And if you're a red boy, you're in Delve, because everyone knows you get way more currency in Delve with red boy than anywhere else, right?
Really?
Like, oh man.
I don't enter the.
Have you
Delph.
been playing
Oh,
this league?
he's giving away more secrets, guys.
I didn't. Nah, that one came out like way early on. Like you
I
go
don't
right around
enter
like
the Delph.
monster level 70, or monster level 60, so it costs nothing, and you go sideways. And as long as you clear the like turn on the red sentinel right as you start, kill all the monsters as you run, and the depth crawler picks up all the loot. So at the very end, it just explodes all the loot, sentinel loot, and fucking women in it. You can farm that forever. Once you get like 15k sulfite, you can be in there for 7 hours sentinel farming, and it's just like using red sentinel in any map. It's just. Anyway, what's sentinel shit, guys? I mean, I haven't tried yellow. I'll do yellow. I'll find something for yellow, and I'll slide into your DMs, Mr. Real James Humphrey, and we'll fix this yellow shit problem.
Yeah, let's do that. You tell
Or
me
I'll
the secrets there.
I'll come in crying. You were right.
Yeah,
I'm-
you're right.
oh,
It's an
shit.
unfinished
I've wasted
league.
all my time.
Yeah, the other thing that I think they fire too slow, as well.
Oh yeah.
So,
That's fair.
I initially thought the league was really garbage, and that was because my spark thing with the Soul Eater could kill everything, including the blue empower packs, like before they actually fully went off. So I'd hit the blue, do some sparks, but I'm casting so quickly they just like insta die before they even get hit. So what I ended up doing is just like leap slamming through everything for the reds even, and making sure it applied to everything, and then leap slamming through, gathering a bunch of monsters, popping it and leap slamming out, making sure that it went off, then going and hitting another pack with the blue, then I come back and clean it all up. That's what I had to do. So I would say that's a little bit annoying, especially if you have like an RF pop build or any pop build where you can't even do that. That's another downside. Trust me, if you just want to be pessimistic, you can. You can find all.
See, like,
Give
I
in.
agree
Yeah.
with these points. Like, they are too slow. Not only are they too slow to pop, they're also too slow to walk. Like, the red dude doesn't chase me at nearly my walk speed. Like, I have to get to a pack and then wait for him to chase up to buff the things around it. Like, I agree with all of these points, but it's just that there are so many positive, good things about Sentinel that it's still
Okay.
making it into like the top
Your
few.
argument
Also-
was it's a perfect league. Find anything at all that could possibly
I
be
never said
wrong.
The
Yeah,
argument was
that-
there's nothing wrong with the league. It's a good league launch. There's nothing wrong with this league. Everything negative to do with this league was expansion shit. It was Arch Nemesis. It was that kind of shit. It was basically just Arch Nemesis, because you can call
Right,
Headhunter problems Arch Nemesis problems as well.
But there are some though, right? Because with yellow's trash, and until we prove it otherwise, I'm going to stick with yellow's trash, right?
Okay,
And then-
fine. Fuck Yellow.
and
Hate
then-
him.
And then that is still good criticism. Like, they are too slow. I've been saying that every podcast we've done this league. They're too slow. They're all too slow. I want a 300% cast speed and a 400% movement speed buff on all of them at base. But outside of that, it's still one of my favorite leagues that's existed. I get to control what mobs get buffed, when they get buffed, if they get buffed at all, in what order. I have full control over everything.
No, you
and
don't
what
have full
rewards I want
control.
out of it, I
You
have-
can, no, don't talk that. That's not true. You don't have full
What?
control. Once you launched your Stalker Sentinel, it will just empower things randomly. It's not like you see a monster
turn
and
it
you're like,
off.
I don't want to buff that. Well, I guess you can. You can
You
turn
can
it
There's
off.
there's a node for that.
But who
actually,
turns
for
it
the red.
off? Really? Like, I've
Me,
never seen
I
anyone
press the button
deactivate a
all
Sentinel.
the time by accident, because I'm just like slapping it, like buff it, come, buff it already, buff it, and then it's out and going again. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
all the
happened to
time I
me
turn
as
it
well.
off.
But then I was more annoyed about the fact that I could actually switch them off than I was like looking at it as something positive.
What if you just play a build that works around the downsides? Because obviously the downsides are built in on purpose. So why don't you just play a build where you don't need to like?
Because it's
wait,
a shit
who gives
build.
shit about this? Like, oh my god! You see a league mechanic and you're like, damn! Look at these downsides. I'm gonna purposely not fix these downsides myself. I'm gonna wait for a podcast and I'm gonna complain and I'm gonna hope GGG patches out a designed on purpose downside. That'll fix it.
No,
That's
what
some
I'm trying to say
proactive
is
gameplay.
what I'm trying to say is that like any build that is decent at killing things will feel that the Sentinels don't empower things fast enough in order to be worth it, right? Or
Nah,
in order to be
I disagree.
playable.
You could play other builds.
Yeah, but then they would be not good builds because any build that is good will have that same problem.
No, you could play a build that doesn't have that problem. Therefore, it would be good by your logic.
Well, what good build leaves things alive for like 5 seconds into the map?
One where you have to press a button to do damage.
Yeah,
So
and
you walk
anything
in,
that's not
wait
automatic.
for it. Don't automatically kill shit and blow stuff up. Just wait, walk into the pack, press the button for the league mechanic, and then start doing damage. You have to wait. See,
Well, I'm somewhat
it's the
playing
opposite
devil's
of-
advocate here,
opposite
right?
of
Like,
clear
I'm
speed meta. I know you are. I'm being a cunt on purpose, but
Yeah, well, that's nothing new.
maybe don't auto attack. You know, maybe before you put down your totem, I mean, necromancers, they deserve all downsides. Just don't summon your minions. Yeah, just wait for those specters. But, just don't. If you're a necromancer, you're using yellow sentinels because you can't control yourself and your damage or whatever. Or blue
Good,
one.
you get
blue
the
ones,
shit
but-
sentinel. What a great league mechanic.
It might not be. It might be a
Amazing.
good one. We don't know.
I mean, to be fair,
Wait. Yeah.
if you're playing
No,
minions,
wait. I thought we weren't fair on this podcast.
hang
This
on,
is
hang on, though.
bullshit.
To
If
be
you're
fair,
playing
wasn't Minions Balor's favorite build? What happened?
Okay, what happened is minions are trash. Here's the thing: if you're playing minions and
Agreed.
it's
Told
not
you.
skeletal mages right now, which are basically a totem build but you can control, it doesn't matter how good the sentinels are because you barely even in white maps right now because minions are trash.
I agree, unfortunately. I got initially I got big off of Carrion Golem, which they nerfed like 5 times in a row.
Spectres
And
was my
the-
baby for like 7 leagues in a
Yeah.
row. Loved them.
Well, I went into a hybrid Carrion Golem with the Syndicate Operatives, which was really good, even though they nerfed Carrion Golem like 4 times. Even that was good. But then they kind of killed those. So yikes minions. And what
Dude,
the
it-
heck happened?
just-
What's the Reaper about? Why does that thing exist?
I tried so hard to make it work.
Did you?
It's so bad.
You got baited. You got baited by so many people were like, "Oh, you're the Carrion Golem guy. You want to try the Reaper?" And I'm just
It
like,
looks
"No,
so cool,
bro,
though.
don't do it. It's a
Visually,
bait."
It looks so cool. I wish it was good.
You don't need the Reaper. You
wish
need
it
the
was good.
$60 Reaper MTX Kill Rare skin. And then any minions are Reaper.
True.
Okay,
You're welcome.
interesting.
I don't know if it's $60. I'm
Yeah.
just taking the piss.
All right, so I went really negative on Sentinels. Let's go with positives. Or actually, have you guys tried the unique Sentinels? Which ones have you tried of those?
I have
What?
so many. I haven't used any of them.
Why use them when they give you no loot? I mean, do they give you loot? Maybe they do.
Some of
Yeah,
them do.
so I
Wouldn't
made a
matter.
strategy where I put on the +1 rare property, and then I
Mhm.
picked up the blue Sentinel that has a 25% chance to make monsters rare. It's a blue one, so I got 2 charges on it, and I got an insane amount of rares. Now you can only do this on a build that can handle that kind of crap, but it's pretty darn good. It's pretty darn good. I was pretty happy with it. So basically, it limits you to I think like 100, but you get the extra hit and then you get the double chain. So you're actually hitting about 350, maybe 400 monsters, 25% of that. You're getting a nice chunk of rares. You're basically spawning 75 to 100 rares on demand. And if you grab the thing for the extra rare property, I found that really interesting. So I was using that to print lots and lots and lots of maps.
I'll bet that juices your headhunter build real quick if you use one of
Probably
them.
better than the
Yeah,
Hound.
exactly. You could max it out and that sort of thing. I was using Inspired Learning at the time, but yeah, it would max that out. But they're definitely, when I was playing with that node, getting 1 extra property on all those rares, and you way felt the difference. Not only that, it would give a lot of the rarer mods, and the payoff just, unless you could delete them anyways, the payoff just ain't there on a slower build. So I play a lot of different builds. So I have like a EB Firestorm build. I had a Lightning Strike build that had really good gear. Then I have the Spark cheese build. So I've played, and then I've played Shattering Steel. So I've played 4 different builds right now. Just like specking on them and tried with it. So this is the like lens. So some of these felt good, some of them didn't. And I know what I'm doing when I'm putting a build together, and some of them still didn't feel so good. And then I know that any newer player that isn't following a guide is going to, first of all, have a terrible time. And even if I've seen the way people follow guides.
Yep.
It's like, honestly, I swear to
trying to
God,
tell
I followed your
fucking-
guide to the
I'm
T.
over here trying to tell Matt, hard-headed
Bro,
ass, you don't
even
want to
have,
listen to shit.
You're about 50 passive points.
He just wants to
different
complain.
than me currently, and I don't know what you're wearing. Are you sure? Are you sure
Also,
you
two
don't
of
just
your-
want help on your build?
Also, 2 of your flask slots are empty, and one of them is white.
This is a personal attack.
Actually, 2 of my flask slots are empty, but there's a very good reason for it because I'm using something that gives me infinite flasks
Yeah.
on my one build. There you go. Yeah. Are you aware that two of your flask? Yeah. If you would watch
Yep,
the video, it explains it. So, yeah. Someone commented me the other day. No Quicksilver flask. Trash build. There you go. Some knowledge bombs. But what they didn't know is you could just shield charge around or whirling blade around. Anyways, I just went down like 10 different things. So
Shield
I've
charge,
had
just quick interjection. Shield charge does scale with movement speed, so if you shield charge, a Quicksilver flask is not wasted. But just wanted to interject.
not completely wasted, but you could still go really quickly with it. Same with like leap slamming around. Leap slam doesn't seem to affect that as much.
Yeah, no, leap
like the
slam only
movement
attack
speed, a
speed,
little.
so like no movement speed
Yeah,
for leap slam.
Yeah,
But
so
specifically,
that's what I
shield
use
charge
for
is
that.
the one movement skill where movement speed actually actually lightning warp as well, right?
Yeah, lightning warp as well.
Yeah, but it gives you 120 if you go alternate quality movement speed on shield charge.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't
If
know
you
how
go
to make
full.
build work. Build don't work, build do work, pure be broken. I take good builds and make them worse, so I'm probably your definition of the idiot. I mean the what do you call it? The consumer, the viewer? I am the viewer. I am your viewer. Because I just take good build and make shit. Yep.
There you go. There you go.
But I take good build, make shit, but make it look really good, so people constantly come in and go, Jim, how do I play this amazing build? And I go, you don't. It's a piece of shit. And then I step into a boss room and fall over. I see this example. But yeah, no.
There you go. Perfect. That's one way to do it, I suppose.
Fuck helping people.
Yeah, my Spark build, I got accused of speeding up footage because they don't understand how Soul Eater works in combination with the flasks. How it yes, it speeds up. Crazy, I know.
You end up with
that's
like
how
300
the Soul.
souls, and they're like, we're watching this on double. You're cheating.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I've got
You're
300
cheating.
souls."
How dare you dishonest? Someone's comment the other day. I can't believe you would speed up footage, and then also you're probably hiding an Orabot on the side. It's like, no, actually, I
How
just
would
am
you
a
hide
pseudo
an
Orabot.
Orabot?
I don't know, dude. Some of the people in Path of Exile have brain issues. I'm sorry. They really need to get checked out, okay? I didn't write the comment. Don't ask me where they came up with this stuff. I'm just saying it happened, okay? I'm just reporting.
You know how they,
I'm just
you
reporting
know that
here.
full gold MTX that you can turn all your MTX gold? We need one of those, but like full green, so you can green screen out your Orobots. I
Okay,
want that so bad.
Is that the thing you put it behind? Yeah.
That'd be so
No.
good. Would it
Just
not?
use the Orabot. Speaking of unique sentinels, just use the unique Orabot sentinel. There's a unique Cobalt sentinel that gives you level 20. Let's see if I can remember this. Anger, determination,
I had it
hatred,
on screen
malevolence,
just
and
a
wrath.
second ago. Purity of fire, haste, malevolence, purity of elements, and zealotry.
Oh,
Maybe
there are
there's
different ones.
versions. Maybe they
Yeah,
roll
one
them.
for each.
All right. So we can get. So you can bring Orobots with you.
A hidden Orabot.
Without-
A hidden one.
Yeah.
It has to be hidden. Yeah.
A sentinel Orabot.
You're
Oh,
running
dude, they
white maps
coulda-
as well, though, aren't you? For your demonstrations. You're doing the fast AF strat, right?
The fast AF strat. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
you
that
put a
is.
white map in, you press activate, and then you splice that footage with a yellow map, and then you clear the white map, and then you like slightly speed up the footage, like maybe like 105% or something like that.
No, but apparently because other
Yeah.
people do this, now I got accused of it. This is what they
Yeah.
thought was happening. Actually, it was a level 83 logbook that I cleared in like, I basically popped all the explosives and then I just cleared it all in one go on one potion round or a
Mhm.
flask round. So I had got up to 300-400 stacks of Soul Eater, which is pretty crazy because it's like 2,000 cast speed and it's pretty funny. It breaks all the animations when you're leap slamming, breaks that animation. When you're casting, breaks that animation. It's pretty fun stuff there. And then you grab life gain on hit on spells. And since you're doing so many, then basically if you don't get one shot, and I'm on a champion, so I don't get one shot, it'll just fill up your life entirely, instantly, off of the sparks, even on bosses. So pretty busted.
That is crazy.
Never done Soul Eater stuff.
It's ridiculous. Which actually
Really
early
should.
on I did so the Perseverance belt, Tuna talked about it, and Kobe talked about it, and then a couple of the people who were doing Lightning Strike Raider shenanigans talked about it. So everyone was going for that belt, and it's shot up. So instead of getting that, I actually just played with Thief's Torment, dual wielding Dream Feathers, and then I did the Soul Eater belt with Flash for a while on like day 2, like the morning of day 2 when I woke up. And I was just able to basically face tank everything that didn't one shot me on the champion doing that. Because you get the life gain on hit from the Thief's Torment, right? So same concept as the other thing. And then you attack like 50 times a second, but you attack twice. So you actually hit 100 times a second. So you're gaining how much? 6,000 health per second.
A lot. A lot.
Right? So, yeah. Those little cheeses that I use cheeses like that, right? Very cheesy player.
Delicious.
Early on things. So things you can't compete with even on like mirror tier gear. Honestly, like the Soul Eater thing. Because the damage,
big enough hit, and then you die.
Well, but I was a champion, so I had permanent fortify, I had determination and grace, and so I like what's going to hit me? I
You
had
can't get
4,000
defenses in this game. The game's too hard, and everything
Well,
one
that-
shot.
Well, I'd say
that
degens,
was the
like your
beauty of it.
Fortify, your Grace, Determination, Defiance banner does do nothing against degeneration effects. And if there's nothing to hit for you, then you can also not gain life on hit. So how are you dealing with degens?
I had a couple things that I also added. I had life recoup from my chest piece, my helm, and on a ring. So
That
I
also
had,
only
like,
works if you're getting hit. If you're on a degen, you're not getting hit.
It says damage. Are you sure it's only hit?
Recoup is
For that
only
one?
hit, yes.
I'm like
Okay.
85% sure it's only from hit.
I'm like
doesn't say
100%
hit.
sure.
Okay. I have that, and then I have, of course, Vitality, and then I'm a champion, so I have the Duelist, Life Regen nodes and that.
A degen isn't going to one-shot you, though.
Yeah.
No, per
So it's
definition,
not
it
gonna-
can't.
And also, you understand that, like, I'm leap slamming. I could clear, like I could leap slam. I don't know. Have you ever played with a 2,000 attack speed? 2,000%.
Yeah.
I reject the notion that there will not be monsters on the screen.
You can leap slam through walls and time once you go in that phase.
Exactly. Like you lose control of your character. Type speeds are what we're talking about. There's never. I know you've been playing your Skelly mages with the slow minions. They're like clunky, but I swear it's a good build. You know that people are dying. But yeah, it's that's the downside. This is why I don't like minions too. It doesn't work too well with all these cheeses. So Spark?
I'm very familiar with 300 charges of that Soul Eater from Headhunter shenanigans. It's
Yeah.
like the most powerful Headhunter. It's just my shield charge speed is. I'm pretty sure one side of strand to the other. If I could like start at the start with like 250, 300, it'd be like a 4-second map. It's just.
yeah, it just breaks the animation. You're just kind of like it turns shield charge into like teleporting. Same with leap slam. So
It's actually insane.
Yeah. So you're never in that situation. But if I were in that situation, like I said, I have a bunch of different layers of things. I also have the regen, so I'm at like 680 life regen. I had good chaos res, so it's
that
not like
helps.
I'm dying very quickly. So basically, if things aren't one-shotting me, you're able to full regen everything.
That is fair.
So this league has been so fun. I haven't leveled another character yet. I did change it from a bow build into a wand build, which isn't actually that huge of a respec. They're both Deadeyes, so I started as a Deadeye Lightning Arrow, and then became Deadeye Tornado Shot, and then which is the same build, just once you get a Tornado Shot enchant. And then became a Wander, which is also super similar. And I haven't re-rolled because the game is in what, at least for me, is like the most fun state it's been in a long time. I also feel like because of this league and last league together, almost every version that I can think of ways to play the game are now correct and profitable when that wasn't true in the past. Like, there were so many things where people would just go broke trying to just do the content they want. Now you can do anything. You can do anything, you can farm anything, you can do any strategy, and you will make money.
It's
I don't
like the
know,
game
just-
went from being full of bloat to being full of options.
Yes. Yes, that's a good way to describe it. I like that.
I
like,
really hope it was the plan all along, because it makes them seem like geniuses.
It does. They were just introducing all of this stuff, knowing they were going to give us the options later.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Or we had the options the whole time, but it wasn't obvious enough for us. So, like, they really need to know that they can just do whatever they want without feeling bad about skipping other shit. Let's give them the tree. These goddamn idiots don't know how to play our game.
And so what I'm trying to do in my head right now is figure out whether I can separate the actual league we're playing from the state of the game. To see whether it's just the state of the game that I like the most now, and that's why I'm having this much fun in this league. And whether there's
It's the state of the game.
whether
Because
there's like
the league
a
is
chance.
The league
Yeah,
is
like-
just anything you're doing times 1.2. It's just like, here's a bit of extra, and here's a bit of, like, if you got rid of all the core content, like, from the expansion, the league would just be like, oh, a slightly harder monster. Is that fun? I mean, maybe, but is it a league? Not really.
Well, it just leads me to like wondering. I'm wondering if the real James Humphrey is right about the league or not, and whether I'm just in love with the base game so much that I've lumped it all in together in my head, and so it's just still the best state I'm in.
To be fair, I think that the league mechanic, the red and the blue, especially the blue, are very, very good. Especially if you're gathering, if you play the certain way where you gather things, so you're hitting 300 plus monsters, it's very rewarding. I actually think that is very good, but I think that's where most of your loot is coming from for a lot of the maps, and I think that that's not good.
I'm doing the blues inside Elvers. A third of my Elvers are all magic mobs, and so when I go into the magic mob one with 60% pack size in my 80% delirious map, there's a lot of mobs in there.
And you get extra quant. But you should try the blue one that turns them into rares. And report back.
Good way
and
to
add
die.
+1 and see what happens.
No,
if you're
my
strong
character's
enough.
immortal.
Yeah. You
Well,
should try that. Report back. Try
fair,
that strategy and report
My
back.
character is so squishy that if it gets breathed on, it dies. However, it's wearing a headhunter. So as long as I can live in the map for 8 to 10 seconds, I am then immortal for the rest of the map, because headhunter is that busted right now. You literally don't take damage. You might as well have a divine shrine and like 5 billion damage just put on your tooltip. That's what it does now. So it's fine. I'm going to try it.
And you get a lot of buffs from the rares because you're wearing that.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll get an absurd amount of buffs in there doing that strategy. So try that out for sure.
As a side note, and I don't want to say this too loud, I think they overbuffed Headhunter.
Oh, yeah.
It has not been this strong since self-curse was a thing, and they removed that for good reason. Headhunter's a little too strong.
How much does it cost right now? Is it undervalued or overvalued?
Yeah,
Well,
how
now
do
that
you
he
go?
said that in a whisper
It is
voice,
cheap,
it just
Well
went up.
undervalued right now. It's like 75x.
Well, Mage Blood, what would you rank that as now? Headhunter better than Mage Blood or the other way around? I mean, they both have their use.
They're not for the same thing.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I mean. Like, you'd take a shit build that can do a little bit of damage and put a Headhunter on it, and then it can do maps. And then you take a good build that could be better, and you put a Mage Blood on it, and then it can do everything. Is that how that works?
No,
Well,
It's
Headhunter
more
is a
like-
momentum build. Like Mage Blood is just
Yeah.
a blanket buff to your character, but
Consistency.
it doesn't turn your
Right.
like reasonably built character into a clearing machine. Whereas Headhunter, while not offensively as powerful as it used to be, is still like a snowball powerhouse. Especially now with the 60-second duration on the buffs,
Head-
it seems way more consistent than it was before
Head-
the adjustment.
Headhunter gives way more damage than it used to, by the way. The
You
only
think
thing
so?
it doesn't give that it used to give is speed. It used to give a lot of movement speed, right?
Fair, yeah.
Doesn't
yeah.
do that anymore.
Yeah.
But like raw DPS, way more than it used to give.
Even with all the
But I-
insane multipliers from all the like attack speed via Soul Eater and stuff.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I haven't
my
used one
tooltip-
myself, neither before nor after, but like I'm getting
I-
mixed feedback from different people here, and like some people say that it's like, you know, defensively still really good, but offensively kind of meh. But you're saying offensively it's better than it's ever been, just purely offensively.
Ever. Better than it's ever been offensively, yeah. I quite often have 10 million tooltip on my normally 100k tooltip. Like,
That's a factor of 100.
Yeah. Well, no. I don't know what the fact 10 million from 100k?
Yeah. Factors are pretty substantial.
I don't know what that is. But
It's
like
a 100-fold, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I could put on a 1 alk Moonstar wand or a imbued wand from a vendor with a single essence thrown on it, and then run around in an 80% delirious double beyond map without any problem.
Go ahead then.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be any
With
issue.
your, I don't think you'd be able to kill something to start your Headhunter.
Yeah, I could.
Nah, you can't.
White monsters
Do it.
drop dead when you just look at them, but then they don't give Headhunter buffs.
Yeah, you need to kill Raz. I think maybe doing that from my 80 Exalt wand, maybe I have to drop down to 60% delirious instead of 80. But it would definitely work.
Oh, I thought you meant with a Moonstar. Like
Yeah, with a
starting with
Moonstar.
your wand and then putting a Moonstar on afterwards, or starting with a Moonstar.
I think if I could start with a Moonstar and I would just have to drop to 60% delirious instead of 80, be fine.
Mm. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, I'm going to fight Bill and Rage again.
Alright.
I don't agree with your sentiment that the all the content is profitable. I think they messed up bosses.
Really?
I really loves
Yeah.
Boston.
Why?
Bosses.
Bosses. Because
Yeah,
the
I
yellow
don't think
Apex
it's-
Sentinels, reason number one. Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
ahead.
we can't use them in those zones. They're not even allowed.
Good point, good
Imagine
point.
how OP that would be. Okay, they
That'd be
can't even
terrifying.
allow them in those. Yeah, very very terrifying.
Well, you can use them in the Maven Crucibles.
And that, yeah. There you go. That's where you should try out.
This yellow Apex
Exclusively farm
fucking
that.
problem solved.
There you go.
I can't kill.
Empower
I
all
can't
those.
kill bosses generically, let alone Maven bosses, let alone buffed Maven. What's wrong with you? Go ahead.
Lots of things are wrong with me.
What's wrong with bosses?
Was that helpful?
Yeah, have you tried
They're
any
not.
of the...
They're not rewarding enough relative to
Yeah.
other things that you could do.
You can just buy the things to run them.
But they are
But-
super rewarding.
Most of them are like 0.2x profit per invitation, and
Yeah,
Uber
no,
about
I
0.4.
agree with that. I agree with that.
Fine,
It's
who-
0.2 to 0.4 per invitation. If you're on
Mhm.
a bossing build, you're killing a boss every 4
If you
minutes.
super juiced, grabbed every like node possible on the tree, you know what I mean? Obviously, and rolled it really well, it would be
Yeah.
like grab the thing to double it and stuff.
And then,
Which means
so you're
in
on
that, so if you're not in that situation where you're grabbing those things, for anyone who wants to boss that isn't absolute maxing it out, I don't think it's that profitable. You're losing money
Well,
on the
like,
invitations.
if you're a bosser, you max it out and you do Uber and it's rewarding. If you're not a bosser and you're just a guy that likes killing bosses but you don't have a boss killing build, you don't buy sets, you just run what you get. because you enjoy the content.
Yeah,
and
but you
it's fun.
still lose out on the money that you could be
Yeah.
getting from
Yeah,
selling
but
them
who gives
instead.
So
a shit about making money?
And it's still almost everybody who plays the game that isn't you apparently.
so
Well, like,
You don't
I'm
think
gonna
most of the
give him that
people?
one too.
I did
Play for
50
fun.
here.
Here's the thing.
No.
I'm gonna have to give him that one
It's a
too.
game.
As much as I hate to be wrong twice in a row, no, I'm gonna have to give him that one too, because even before the league, when they introduced or announced, I couldn't pick the words, so I just mixed them. Anyway, even before the league, when they announced how they were going to introduce the Uber bosses, we had a podcast the week before that, and I was saying this is going to be a real problem, because if you can't do super juiced elevated bosses or giga bosses or Uber bosses, whatever they're called, then you shouldn't be running bosses at all.
To be
Because
fair,
they didn't
though,
separate them. They should
I-
have separated them.
Nah.
I don't think that the
I'm-
difference between the Uber and the non-Uber in profitability is that big. Without having looked into it specifically or like done a significant amount of Ubers myself,
It's the
I don't
difference
think they
between
have
positive
better.
and negative. You
I don't
lose
think they
money.
have better
My
drop
eyes
rates.
closed,
They just
it
have
doesn't
like
look different at all.
the extra drops, right?
Yeah.
It's not like
and
you
some
get from.
and some rarer drops that are worth more because not a lot of people can do them. So it's a combination.
Yeah, but
Well,
what
those
I'm
two
what I'm
things.
saying is, if you're looking for Ashes of the Stars, then whether you do Uber Eater or regular Eater doesn't matter. Like you still get the same amount of Ashes per runs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did 50 eaters,
Yeah,
and I got 1 ashes and 1 melting of the flesh.
seems
and
pretty average.
I got 4 forbidden flesh, which is probably about average. This is probably 8 to 10. One of them was decent. The other ones were all garbage, and I ended up losing 6x, despite getting an ashes drop, running 50 sets. Now, it took me an hour to do. Doing an hour to do something, getting the ashes drop, and then still losing 6 exalts is pretty bad.
Yeah, it feels bad, but honestly, that's what PoE boils down to in a lot of situations in softcore trade, is when there is like a chance that something gives you a big return, then the gamble to get that big return will always be more expensive, or like will always be less, like better to sell than to gamble it. It's just the same as with like gambling a large amount of diff card sets. Sure, you may get a Mageblood card out of a random stack deck, but on the whole, if you sell 1,000 stack decks, you get more money than if you open them, because people want to gamble. And the same holds for the bosses, where you have like 1 in 50 bosses gives you a big ticket drop. Then people are going to obviously overvalue the gamble.
So I'm just looking at some returns from YouTube videos and stuff that people have made. It looks like even just something as simple as farming Cirrus makes you between 5 and 10x an hour.
You gotta look
It
at
looks
it like
like-
an hour, like by hour instead of by run.
Yeah, it also looks like Maven also earns you 8 to 10x an hour. And
Are you
Uber
sure
also
they're- Are
Is
you
that
sure that
factored
they're
in the
factoring-
cost for the invitations?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people say you make X an hour, and then they don't actually subtract the cost for any of the sets.
that would suck. Please tell me people aren't doing that.
It's YouTube,
That would be
right?
very
People are
scammy.
definitely
I
doing
would
that.
say, okay, so there's one person who farmed 100 of every single Uber, and I forgot the guy's name. But he's doing a series where he did that, and he's estimating like 0.2 to 0.4x per set. And he's ran a couple hundred of every single one of them, and he showed all of his drops that he got, so I kind of trust that guy more so than the other stuff. I forgot the guy's YouTube now. I should have wrote it down, man. Worst shout out ever. Anyways, I will make it up to you. We'll shout you out later.
If you find that video, if anyone finds that dude who's doing that, I want it. I need to see.
Okay, I'll find it and show you.
Because
Or
I
maybe,
literally, to be honest,
someone in chat
I
knows.
started as a Deadeye and then became I started as a bow character and then became a Wanda. Like I got carries for all my bosses on day 2 to unlock stones. Like I'm not a bosser. I only do juiced mapping, really. Like that's it. I just like to map.
Yeah, but the other people who were, because I posted that video at the 50, a lot of people were commenting. where they did like 60, 70 sats and didn't get ashes even, which is pretty crazy. And then a lot of other people were doing like the Uber farm and said they made a profit, but it wasn't better than most other strategies. So it's a pretty big gamble. You're really gambling that you're going to get a really good Forbidden Flesh or like multiple in there, but the drop rate seems to be like 2% for ashes. Now, what I would have done probably, since they introduced the Uber bosses, and I don't think a lot of the loot is that compelling, what I probably would have done is make 2 versions of ashes and 2 versions of omniscience. One that was like half power, leave it at 10% and put it on the non-Uber, and then go put the main one at 5% on the Uber. Or
That wouldn't
2%
change
on the
anything about the situation or the problem that we're complaining about.
I mean,
It would, well, it would, yeah, that wouldn't do that, but
It
that's
would
how I would have
punish
handled
people
the
for not
ashes.
doing hardest content,
Well, there'd be some chase
and
to
then
it.
the supply
So-
issue would be exactly the same. Like it wouldn't be more profitable.
Well, the Uber people would
It'd
get
take
that.
the current situation and make it worse, because then people who are doing the lower tier one are getting punished for doing the lower tier one.
Or you're
I
not
mean,
getting
yeah, to a
punished,
certain
it's also easier.
they already are being punished for not doing Ubers.
Yeah, but it just make it
And
worse.
not hitting the other one. Yeah, that would, but it would give accessibility to both those uniques way more so to people, or at least a lesser version of it.
I think that problem that you feel like you're being punished if you don't do the higher version, that can only be alleviated or removed if they make the access of the Uber versions different from the access to the regular version. The fact that it costs the same token to get in, it's the same invitation, just always makes it so that you feel like you're missing out by not doing the Uber. Because with the same invitation, you could just be
But
doing
they're
the Uber
easily
and get the
obtainable.
better drop.
You-
Well, but they're
they
both
took
easily
something that was-
obtainable. They're
They took something last league that was like getting printed and like price was driving down, and they made it valuable, and they made it like an option. If you want, you can now be a invitation farmer and make money from that. And if you want, you can kill it yourself and make money from that, even if it's marginal. Or if you want to make a fuck ton of money, you can farm your own invitations and kill them. Like, I think it's fine because it's literally like you can make a fuck ton of money by just having 2 builds, one that's running and printing invitations and one that's a boss killer and actually doing the content. But if like you got to think like boss killing is just I just buy the boss. I can versus like, you know, syndicate. If it was syndicate boss, but you can't seal a syndicate and like do Katarina fights en masse. Hopefully that means Katarina has value. It probably doesn't because I fucking skip it. But like the fact that you can just buy a boss and just run 500 bosses in a day has to account for something with how much money you get out of it. Because anyone could buy it and anyone could do it. And the economy should auto balance out. But like splitting the rewards, I don't see that as a good thing at all.
I got you.
Like, do you
And
farm
to-
your own invitations?
I think I found
For that project we did. The problem is that had I sold the invitations, it was worth 75.
Did you lose money?
Yes, by farming the invitations, I lost money. Yes.
Yeah, but like within the drop
many
rate
did
of
you run?
2%, you would have like it would have
50.
not been out of the ordinary
50?
that
Ah,
within
no.
50
Yeah.
runs you get 2
Well,
ashes or
I
even
know
3
not
ashes.
everyone can
gamble.
run 3. Not everyone can run 3,000 billion things. Slippery Jim. Okay.
I'm just saying
thing.
it's a gamble. It's a boss kill. That's the point. That's why it's a chase item. If it was like way better odds, it wouldn't be worth it. Like money wise, like if it was 50% chance to get, it'd be less valuable unless people be double corrupted. I assume people with double corrupt would still be worth it long term, but it would be you'd be making a lot less than you think you'd be making if they split the drop rate between 2 different items or made it more common.
Yeah, possible. What I want is
Who?
there should be something that's borderline really
and
unattainable.
Knox.
That's very hard.
She was
but
over
very
here
rewarding
singing,
if you actually get to
being
that
loud, and I was like, "Hey,
Jules?
I'm
Oh, you
talking
mean
on
like a
Discord." She goes,
boss?
"Talking to who?"
Yeah,
You mean
so
Uber
you're
boss?
saying, okay,
Kevin,
you're not,
actually,
yeah,
it's
you're not,
fucking-
you're saying, you think my position is that I have a problem with the bosses, the Uber one being the most rewarding or something. I don't.
Shame
I'm saying
on
it should be
her.
more rewarding. That's my point of view. And even the other one should be a little bit more rewarding.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to like, my counterpoint was that what you're complaining about, the fact that it not being rewarding, is like a thing that can't be solved with the suggestions
Getting
that we
this
came
game
up with
down.
so far, because it's
Yeah.
the
Getting
reality
it
of the
down,
trade
bro.
economy rather than bad design,
Are you
right?
racking?
So,
Are you
yeah,
racking them?
so here's
There's
the issue.
two
like,
problems though.
Okay.
let's
please.
say
I know,
let's
I
say
got
we
a
make
bunch
it
of
more rewarding
bloodsuckers
via
on
whatever
me.
method. Let's just say
Now it's time to
don't worry about the
now
method
it's
or
time
what
to
we
learn
make the Uber boss drop, all right? That's
Pee-wee
irrelevant.
again.
Whatever they would change or do to make it
so you
more
can actually
rewarding.
have fun in
Let's
the
say we
game.
roughly double its estimated return
Dude,
for
every
doing the
day
Uber
I'm
boss,
discovering
right?
new shit.
So now
Like what I
you're
can do.
expecting to
like,
run
man.
them, they cost 1x,
'Cause I don't
and you're expecting to
understand
make like
it.
1.2x on average. You happen to lose,
blow
but
my
like
nose,
the on
though.
average we're going more
Blow
like
my nose.
1.2,
Blow
and that's
my
not worth
nose.
your time, right?
Why you give me a burn wrong?
So let's
Yeah,
say that we introduce something
down,
to double its
behave.
value. Now it's worth 2.4.
Sit down and behave.
That's the expected return.
Oh,
All that happens in
Behave? Did
trade
you
is
tell
that
your
the
wife to sit
invite
down and
becomes worth
behave?
2.2 because the expected return now is 2.4.
Wow.
Like, no matter how rewarding we make a boss content that's a tradable item, it will always come relatively close to the price of that item. There'll be a little, there'll always be a margin because there has to be, otherwise it's not worth running it.
Oh.
And then that margin, it just, even when people don't know what the return is, even if we don't know the actual answer,
Grandma.
when it's put into an economy with several 100,000 people, that works itself out to be its price. Like, most of the time, you don't actually have to know what the boss will drop to find out how much you should make by killing it. You should make 20 to 30% more than the entry cost to go into it.
You hear me?
If you do
Like,
enough of them.
on average. Obviously, if you do 10 of them, you could easily lose money, right? Like, my individual maps cost me nearly 2x to run, and I've walked out of some of those maps with only 20c huge loss. But that's just one map. When I run 50 of them, it's always profit,
Dude,
right?
You did not.
Same deal with bossing, but no matter how rewarding we make it, as long as it's a tradable item, the economy will always say, this is how much the item you expect to get, this is how much we'll charge for it because I don't want to run it myself. And you're only ever going to make that little bit in the middle.
Puppy dog want a piece
Yeah,
of
okay.
me?
Yeah, I think you have a good point there of how the invitation is
don't
going
want
to just
that.
rise with it as well.
This guy
That's a
right.
very fair point.
Uber fights,
Need to find
Uber
out what I'm
fights
doing with these
being
things.
just a, it's harder,
You did what?
and you unlock one extra
doing
like
what?
loot reward.
Wait, what?
Don't do this if you want to make
You
money.
doing-
Like it's
what?
more like
What?
if you want to make money, boss fight.
How about what I'm doing on stream? Logbooks.
Oh. All right.
What the fuck, dude? Alright. You dudes shooting at me. Okay.
How many more days of vacation you got? How many more days of vacation you got, Big?
Oh, this is my
Sorry, I
last
mean,
one.
Ted.
I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Oh, man, that was quick. Did you get your window done
Not yet.
tonight? Getting it done tonight?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, what it
Well,
is.
so much for that vacation. I thought that's why you were taking your vacation early, so you can get it done.
Yep. But I had a couple days I ran into a complication. So, and it's hot as fuck today.
Yeah, there's a heat wave going on. It's called summertime.
105 degrees up here.
Yeah, fuck. It's 100. I'm just a little bit north of you.
Like
Oh,
heat
sir.
index, so like 110.
I think I'm like 5 degrees cooler. Yeah.
My wife's out the fucking back on the little shitty pool things to go lay in your pan. Like walked out there, I was like, good God, you're like a chicken basting in the fucking oven. Fuck that.
You should have brought out a stick of butter.
Seriously.
You should like, you need to cool off a little more. There you go. Make a little kiddie pool that looks like a skillet. Get out. Open the door so they can look.
Where you at right now?
Tulsa. Well, north of
Sooners.
Tulsa. It's called Ochelada, or I don't know how you would
I like
actually say
Tulsa.
it. Ochelada. Yeah, we got to go back down on the south side of Tulsa.
A lot of
to get
gambling
over
last time I was in
Mexico.
Tulsa.
You what?
So we did a lot of gambling last time I was in Tulsa.
A lot of gambling in Tulsa. Yeah. Oh, the Hard Rock Casino
Mm-hmm.
and a hotel. Oh yeah, is that
Yeah,
fun?
my
Was that
boss at
fun?
the time, like, I used to be a DOT petroleum tank inspector. So, I fucking the boss man I was with was like obsessed with fucking gambling, man. So he would just like make us all go after work and shit, and I hated it, and I bitched. And so he just ended up, he would just give me like $100 to $200 every fucking night, just like, here, shut up, go. I just I stopped bitching about it. I never once spent my money on shit. Also didn't win nothing.
Yeah, I don't go gambling.
Not with my money.
Fuck that.
That's what-
Yeah.
He's like,
Never
oh, just go
been
have some fucking
gambling.
fun. I'm giving y'all a bonus this week. I was like, yeah, so? He's like, well, so go gamble, have some fun. I'm like, with my money? No. Fucking work to go fucking give that shit to some dumbass fucking thirst trap. I'm good. Like, the first tattoo I got fucking 200 tattoos on my body. First tattoo I ever got in my life says bad luck. Okay, I know the fucking score.
Farming. It's X per hour, and the most efficient way would be running your own invitations as quickly as you can at probably even like lower tiers because you want to get the amulets, right?
Yeah.
Versus if you want the prestige and you want
me
this
go ahead.
really rare item that was
Yeah,
made
no.
just for the elite gamers, the top 1% of the 1%.
Alright.
Here's Uber stuff. Get fucked, go fuck yourself. These things will kick your ass unless you make a really good build for it. And then if you do, good luck. It's a 1% chance on top of a 1% chance to get the item. It's not profitable. Don't do this. And they put this out, and people go, "Why isn't this profitable? Why is this super rare content that's made just for me because I'm not one of the top 1% of 1% not worth farming long term?" It's because it isn't. It's if you wanted to make money boss farming, you look at all the bosses and you pick the one that makes the most money based on the economy, and you do that. You don't just pick an obscure thing and be like, why isn't this one encounter not making me billions of dollars like this other one? It's the same with
Spoiler,
it's the same.
it's full field rotations, by the way. That's how you make money bossing. You do field rotations. It's actually big money.
Yeah. If you want to make money bossing, you sell completions. You don't even do the boss loot. You just go on like shady insert
Actually.
Discord website here, and you sell completions for challenges and shit. But no one does that. I mean, people do that, but idiots do that because it's boring as fuck. It's not fun. But hey, if you like making money and making money's fun for you, by all means, do what you like.
So
I don't know.
here's the interesting
Like,
encounter to that, though. There was a way to have these Uber bosses
Good old folk.
be good for people in general and good for the economy in general. And they've
Swear to
done
God,
it
if you
before.
say give them a second fragment set, I'm gonna be pissed. Go ahead.
And they've done it before, and it works.
ahead.
It
What is
is
it?
either splinters or fragments. That's how it works. Because what you do with that is the same thing we've always done with that. I don't need to run Shaper over and over again. That's boring. I only want to run Uber
Go
Elder.
to the next one.
Poor Timmy who only just
Should
got
be
to
there
Ben game
to drop,
3 weeks
though,
into the league,
supposedly.
Little
couldn't
Timmy,
kill
he's stuck in the
Uber
well
Elder.
again.
He couldn't
Gas
kill Uber Elder if his
City,
life depended on it,
Indiana.
but he really likes bossing, and he's relatively new to the game, and what he can do is he can kill Shaper. And because the
Sounds
Uber
like
Elder
one of them
fragments exist,
1950s
he is
places.
guaranteed to make money running Shaper because he will sell those fragments to me, and now I don't have to run them. And that
But that is
helps
just adding
everyone.
another. That's just adding another step in the chain. That already exists, except they're Shaper Guardians, and you do the Shaper Guardians
Right.
to get the fragment, and then you can do any
Right.
boss from that. If you add
Plus,
another
Anytime-
step,
plus
Yeah.
that doesn't alleviate at
Anytime
you
all.
need Uber
No,
boss
wait,
shit,
Beller.
or-
The capital mistake
Kevin?
that just
I found a few of them. I've been skipping a lot of boss.
Or rather, elite.
Well,
elite
I
boss,
haven't-
I should say.
I can't say I've skipped as much as
Well, you just been mostly like gathering stuff and killing
Uh,
big
well,
guys at this point.
I spent the last day or so just leveling, getting
Yeah.
leveled up. Because I found an easy way to get a whole bunch of runes. Like, so I've just been farming runes. So
Yeah.
I'm up to like 68 now.
68. Level 68.
Yeah.
I can teach
Yeah.
you a good farm if you want one.
I think it goes to level 100, doesn't it?
No, the game goes to like 790 something.
Really? Levels?
790?
Yeah, I think 760.
Wow.
760? You can be level 760?
Yes,
Oh. Yeah.
because there's new game plus, new game plus plus, new game plus 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 plus, all the way up to like new game plus 8, and it gets insanely hard.
I didn't know that. I thought it only went to like level 100.
No, and the meta is not even 100. The meta is 150. So everybody stops to do duels and be able to PvP and shit.
So if I were to roll up in there with a
That is
760 character,
crazy.
telling me how to whoop everybody's ass.
No, because it's gonna match you to other 760s, and they're gonna fucking kick the dog shit out of you.
Right.
Well, that's lame. Can't pair up with no 150.
Always looking for a carry.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be a bully. I want an easy fight. An even match. I want to beat up somebody lesser than me. That's more fun.
Tell you what, purple glowy shit with sparks. Likely strong foe. No shit, huh? Okay.
Purple what? Purple glowy shit.
Oh, you got a big sword. Let's see what you got, big boy. Dude, get off at a target. He ain't that bad. Gotta be a close sight. Great. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That just ends up in the same situation where it just adjusts the price upwards because of the expected value going up, but in the end there will be still the same margin.
We already solved that part though.
We did solve it. I thought we just discussed the problem.
We solved it because it's an unsolvable thing.
Oh, okay.
Because
we didn't solve it, and we accepted it as unsolvable is equal to solving it in your mind.
Hang on, I was too busy ranting. Did Catmaster get up and walk away and not hear?
I was listening to you guys.
Yes, he did.
I was listening.
Right,
Anytime
okay.
Tyler talks,
Because I'm
I
like,
stop
I
listening.
swear to God, we covered this well, right?
Well,
Like, I
that's
explained
it.
that.
Yeah,
in
you
the-
explained it as an
is no solution.
unsolvable problem. We didn't solve it. It's like
Not only is that not it, that's the opposite of true. It is unsolvable because it is never a problem. Because the market always solves that problem for you. All tradable boss fights.
Okay,
will
so
be
we
worth-
didn't solve it because we declared it as unsolvable. We did solve it because we declared it as not being a problem in the first place.
I like
clarifying.
it as it is because it's not necessarily balanced around trade. I mean, it is kinda, but I'd really like them to not design content that you have to go to 10 people's houses to buy a fragment to be able to run.
Right. So the reason that the fragments and splinter system works, and the reason that that at least I believe that they should have kept using it for these Uber content, is because every time there's an extra layer, as long as the content gets harder, this is now content that the most extreme bullshit player doesn't want to run because it's too easy, right? And then you've got the I can barely do maps player down the bottom who doesn't even want to see any boss, right? And then every step there is in the middle is room for a different skill level and time level player to exist in a market that feeds into itself in a full loop. I feed people who can barely do maps stuff. I sell
This is
stuff
already
that they
happening.
want, and I
And
buy
it's just
stuff
a
off them.
box on a tree.
Right, but that whole like almost circle of life thing that exists there is really good. It promotes a healthy economy. Now, what we've done with the new Uber bosses is we haven't introduced a new entry cost to them. But all we've done is take a node on the tree, and suddenly these bosses are both harder, and more rewarding. So that tier of player who could barely kill Eater of Worlds before has no chance this league of being able to kill Uber Eater of Worlds, and it is no longer worth it for them to boss at all. Any of the bosses
That's
that
wrong
have Uber
because
versions,
the whole point of the argument was that the Uber ones are not rewarding.
Knox,
if you made the Uber ones more
does-
rewarding, by logic, the lower ones would be less.
What does robustness do in
You gotta open up the menu on it and read the detailed information.
what's a stat? I don't see the detail.
Yeah, you can go into the item. There's a button to reveal extended information or something like that. You have to read it. There's a whole bunch of weird words like robustness, some other ones. I don't know.
Compare detail.
There's a whole bunch of weird ones. It's really not much anything to worry about. It's just it's all of them. There's like 4 different ones, and they all pretty much refer to different types of ailments that you can get like a resistance to or something. Don't worry about too much. Not that effective.
Rewarding, but because the lower ones are basically equal to the Uber ones, people who are shit still have a reason to kill bosses.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
love
come
that I
around to
start-
his house and strangle him.
I
That was a
just
joke.
love that I started
I'm
this
not doing
spiral.
that.
I'm just sitting back and just
Come
enjoying,
on
just
over.
taking
It's
it in.
fucking
Yeah,
cold.
enjoying the
Oh,
madness
I don't know
unfold.
where you live, and it's too cold to walk out of the house.
Can I come to your house? Do you have heating? You look comfortable.
I do have heating. It's great.
Oh, I need to move in. We're gonna set up a streamer house.
That's a stream that I would tune into, like Balor and Slippery Jim co-stream every day in the same house, like on the
Let's do
same webcam.
How long would it
How's
take
your
them to,
internet?
like murder each other? Do you think?
Is your
A day?
internet good?
Well, I don't know. Let's decide on a time that murder would take, just on average.
I don't want to murder. I want to play games in the same room.
No, but let's just say, like, how long would a murder take? I don't know. 10
Well, it
minutes?
depends. Are
10
you
minutes?
doing like a normal murder or an Uber murder? And what kind of
I
fragment?
added
We're just going to say 10 minutes. In that case, I think
That's
20. Because I think we're about 10 minutes away from each other ish.
Yeah, something like.
Yeah, I was watching, but yeah, he puts up some pretty good builds. Definitely stuff that I'd be more able to do.
What build? It's hard to hear. You talking to me? You talking to somebody else? I can't really. I don't know.
Talking to you. Hold on a second. Hello?
Hello.
Alright, now I can.
Ollie, oxen free.
Now I can hear a little better.
I can hear you a little better as well.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Element, we gotta stop talking shit. Now I can hear us.
Mm-hmm.
Or not. We can just keep talking shit. It's fine.
Well, it is more fun.
Talking shit?
Yeah. No, I was just talking about that fast AF.
Yeah. Did you hear him clowning on him?
Huh?
Did you hear him clowning on him?
Clowning on him.
Yeah, on the podcast that we're listening to. Did you hear him clowning?
Oh,
They're
what,
making
what
fun.
were they saying?
They're making fun of Fast AF because like
Why?
this guy was getting like his people were all in his comments saying, "There's no way that build works that good. I know you're splicing and speeding up your runs and doing all this shit." And he's like, "They're like, what the fuck? No, I'm not." They're like, dude, ever since this Fast AF people got caught fucking cutting videos and splicing and lying, he's like, now we all get accused of this shit. It's like, let's just laugh. I told you, I was like, man, the whole community hates them motherfuckers. So funny.
Mm.
But it's like 3 of them, you know? It's like, I think they got busted, you know? It's like, man, they were just trying to be popular. I think they got busted and they probably never did that shit again.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or they learned to hide it, baby.
Well, now everybody's on their ass. Like, everybody's just always saying that shit. But what were you saying? You like that one, the last one that we were looking at by them? With the endurance
Oh, the
charger?
Hacker Stacker. Oh no, I didn't watch that one.
Oh yeah, dude. It was he was running ground slam. He was using Nebulox, two dual Nebulox with endurance stacking build.
Oh yeah, was that pretty cool?
Fuck yeah, dude. That shit looks sick, man. I'm not gonna lie. I made my own build with those way back in the day, probably like 5 years ago with dual Nebulox, but I did I don't even know the skill anymore. It's like it used to be called like Tectonic Fissure or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And it's like you slam the ground and it shoots out like these big old like cracks in the earth with like fire.
Yeah.
And that you used to be able to you can consume endurance charges to make it go bigger and hit harder. And so you use those to like infinite loop it essentially into infinitely having endurance charges while you're flying around, exploding everything. It's really, really nice. But he was doing a similar type shit, but with ground slam, but it looked really good, really, really fast. Just super clear.
Oh, bullshit, dude.
What happened?
Need a Gatling gun in here.
Have a Gatling gun.
I need one. All these damn zombies.
I'm pretty sure you can get a cannon gun too. Job, bud.
Like that.
Yeah.
You were telling me you wanted me to do an aura stacker.
I could go outside
Yeah.
and yell. You just take your mic outside, see if you can hear me.
Make a lot of money if you did
We're
that.
not that close.
You're gonna freeze to death out there.
You don't know how loud he can yell.
Yeah, I'm quite.
How would I make a lot of money being an aura stacker?
Oh god.
Aren't they expensive?
This whole podcast is a train wreck.
What? Really? That's how you
Yeah,
feel?
they're not cheap.
I'm having
They're
a
not
great time
necessarily
right now.
super
I'm on board with
expensive,
it.
but
I
not
like.
cheap.
I don't know. I'm having a blast.
Anytime I come on
But
here, I
you
just
league
punch
start
in
with
my
one,
podcast.
and then you
I'm
have
sorry.
somebody
Go
who
ahead,
runs
Kat.
like
What are we talking about?
Well,
Me,
I mean,
who runs like a
I
build
think
like a
that the
money now.
difference between the Uber bosses and
Right.
the
I
regular
mean,
versions of the bosses is
All the
that
builds
lot
are
of
pretty
money.
much
I think the
aura
problem is
stackers
when they
now.
Huh?
be in the podcast.
I said
before
most
the
builds
league
are
started,
stacking
the
a
one
lot
that
of
Dano
auras
was referring
now.
to.
Well, not
I
now.
don't
That's why I
think
said
that
league
one
start.
is as bad. But the problem that James Humphrey
No,
was describing, the
I
real
said
James Humphrey
most
was describing,
builds are
the fact
stacking
that
a
it's
lot
not
of
profitable
auras
to do
these
the
days,
bosses.
anyways.
They
That's a
are, but
completely
they're
different
in-game
issue
builds.
that I chalk down to the economy just
You
making
can't stack
these sorts
auras
of
like
things
that
super
in
inefficient
the
unless you're
league.
either lucky or super invested into
You,
it.
know, you don't
It's
have enlightenment.
sort
and
of
all that shit.
similar to the discussion of the why is it not viable to craft your
So what
own
would I do
boots on
then?
the
And an
developer
aura stacker has like fucking
podcast with
20
Gazzy
something
and Grimro and Tuna and
bits
Chris
on it
Wilson.
with a whole bunch of crazy
Where
ass
it's
buffs.
just like in the way that the software trade
Insane
economy
and the whole
works
thing.
is just that people min-max the shit out of it, and if you don't min-max, then it's not worth doing those things. And yeah, for big ticket gambles like diff cards, stack decks, or boss drops, the biggest min-max is just being lucky, right? Like, of course, like James Humphrey said, 1 in 50, 2% is the drop chance for the valuable amulets from Eater and Exarch. But just because you have a 1 in 50 rate doesn't exclude some people from getting extremely lucky and getting like 3 in 50 runs. And that's why the price is so balanced around that. And that's why it's not worth it unless you get lucky. And I don't think that that's
if we
something
just
that they
ran
can
this,
realistically
like
solve unless they make
Napper
it
was
so
running
that
with
the
me
bosses
earlier,
are so
and he's
much
just running behind me,
significantly
soaking
harder
XP,
that every time
and
you
just picking
open
up
the
all
boss,
the
even in
loot.
softcore trade,
We're just
you
running
don't
through
know whether
blasting
you're gonna
maps, and
complete it and get
we've
the
already
loot.
filled up like
And if
3
that
tabs.
was the case, if it was
loot.
more skill based, then there would be a higher margin to obtaining the
just
loot.
currency.
And I think without having
And
checked
shit,
hardcore
itself,
trade, I think in hardcore trade
Straight up
it's
extra.
more worth to run these bosses because of that factor, because not everyone
Nice.
can run it.
Yeah, we didn't even do it long.
Yeah.
Like 40 minutes.
Have you guys
I-
tried the
30
Ubers
minutes,
at all?
maybe.
That was
I've
good
tried the
articulation.
Uber Cirrus, but I haven't done I haven't killed it. First of all, I died to it, and secondly, even if I did, that would have been the only one that I did, so I can't really speak on how rewarding they feel from a drop point of view.
Yeah, so I tried Uber Eater. So
Alright.
my
What's the
character
difference
has
between the regular eater and the
So-
Uber eater?
his
He's
beam.
even
He
more
gets
hungry.
he gets like a die beam from Cirrus. He does a shit ton more damage. He has a new attack that every couple seconds that in his normal phase when you'd be able to attack him, a bunch of tentacles come up and like beat the shit out of you if you don't move. And he does that attack twice in his rotation.
Mhm.
And then just his slam radius for the hunger is way larger as well. So all that stuff is significantly more deadly. So I went in there and fought him yesterday with a character that had 9,000 energy shield because I'm energy blade. So when I reduced it down from 18,000 to 9,000, and then I was at 80 max res, 24
Doesn't matter
full
what, how
res,
much
and then I had
fucking
70
ES you got,
armor,
dude.
and then
It
I
matters about your.
permanent uptime on
You could have
Get
fucking
off,
all
bro.
3
50k
resistance
ES
ones.
and
So
still
lightning and stuff.
have an
You know,
effective
lightning,
health
cold
pool
fire.
of like
So that's
2,000.
another 20% less.
People talking about.
Even with no hard mods that add any damage at all, I can survive the die beam by like 200 yes. Depending on what happens with the tentacles, the new ability, that'll kill me. And like if like all of them hit me in one round, that'll kill me. The hunger will kill me. Yeah. So it's like really, really deadly. I don't have the spell suppression, so I probably would. Basically, the build is ridiculously hard. I have a pretty ridiculous build, and it still can't kill it, but it's cast on crit, firestorm, so I have to like spin on it. But it's very, very like we're talking like 2-second windows to DPS. Every like 12 seconds, you get like you get about a 3 to 4 second window to attack, and everything will one-shot you. So it's like crazy absurd difficulty.
I have
I
the
guess
same
it's mine.
feeling about the one that I tried, Uber Cirrus, is like the windows to get the deeps in are very, very tiny. A lot of times
Yeah.
you'll be busy with paying attention to the telegraphing and the positioning, and just to make sure you're not standing in the degen. Yeah, and I think the way that those fights work, they shift the balance in favor of builds that deal damage via proxy, specifically degen builds like ailment builds. Like totems I don't think are that good because the totems would die, same with the minions, right? But like anything that way you can like cast once and have a damage over time effect on the boss, or something that deals damage over the next couple of seconds where you're busy with repositioning and
Yeah.
avoiding getting hit. Those builds are so
Yeah.
much
I don't
better
know. I
for
kind of
those
got bored with
uber
the
fights.
minion and
Some
totem builds.
sort of ranged.
I've
where
been
you can
doing those a lot.
stand
Well,
in
unfortunately, man, minion builds are
safe
not
zone
that
and then
great this
continue
league. I mean, they're
to, like,
good,
off
but they're not
screen
like they used to
DPS the
be.
boss.
That's for sure.
But for melee, it's
More like a normal build
Yeah.
now. It's not like so
insane.
busted. They used to be
So,
pretty busted.
but anyways, my point is
So
the
it's like you just
difficulty is
do a
very
minion build
much
and you win type shit.
there, but you're
Now
barely getting a margin. It's still a
invest
gamble.
decent amount. to
That's kind of my problem with it.
Have a good run
But
with them.
as
Do
Slippery
you
Jim
enjoy
said,
it
Late
from
game anyway.
from a challenge point? Do you enjoy the extra
Yeah.
challenge, or do you think the fight is obnoxious? Is it more fun than the base fight, or do you think it's bad?
I don't know. I don't know on that one. The base fight is I spin on his face. I ignore like all abilities. I just face him,
Basically,
right?
yeah.
So it's like no gameplay at all. I still manage to mess up sometimes in the drown thing if I flame dash right on top of one of the balls because I basically go full autopilot. So I managed to die like 3 times doing 50 just because I did really dumb stuff. I kind of zoned out and was listening to music.
But it
So, I
sounds
mean,
like at least there's some level of engagement, whereas with the base version, there's none, right? There's just like spin to
yeah,
win
there's
until he's dead.
extreme level engagement to the point where it really sucks for melee, and like I would never do it with a melee build, but whenever that happens in the game, then it's kind of a matter of, well, I'm gonna make a build that's gonna kill it in 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Type
I'd
thing.
honestly,
Like,
I'd be okay if the Uber fights were just a scaled down version, like, you know, XP scaling. Like, no matter what damage you have, like, not so much your defenses,
It
but
might
like,
hit
no
the
matter
wall,
what damage
bro.
you have, I guess your defenses as well. Anyway, just make it like an actual ARPG boss fight from other games where it's like, here's the telegraphed move. If you get hit by this, you are going to die. Every hit is going to kill you if you get hit by it.
You rolling
Anyway,
or
here's
you
my
playing
telegraphed
games
move
right now?
and an actual boss fight. Because nothing in
I'm
theory is
rolling.
like that.
I'm
towards
working,
the
bro.
end. It's just like you were saying,
Started
I
Saturday.
survived by 200 ES. I need more of this defense,
I'm in
more
my
of this
work
defense,
week.
more of this defense. So when I get hit by this telegraphed move that I could have dodged, I mean, you couldn't have dodged it in the Uber one. Yes, it's bullshit. They made it bullshit on purpose because fuck people. But like, in the ones, in just the generic fights, all this telegraph shit and all this shit you can easily dodge.
The
Red
fuck?
I shouldn't read chat because it's full of casuals, and I'm a casual too. They're just making excuses because they suck. But like, if
You've
the Uber
just
fight was just
described
the
my
normal
work.
fight, but the
Oh,
damage
okay.
was times 50, I'd be okay with it because it's, hey, now I can learn the fight and I can get better and I can do damage.
You've just described
Fucking
my
dude
worst
flying
nightmare.
through here like a fucking maniac.
That the entire
Fucking
thing,
genius.
the entire
See, look
way
at
that
him.
I exist in this video game is
It's
by
to
being
stand
clever.
AFK and let my minions kill shit, and I'll be
It's
here.
by
And
being
if something hits
fucking
me,
idiot.
I regen all the damage.
Fucking
because I can
fucking
flames
grandma in
in
front of
different
me.
ways.
Fucking
you-
dude
you-
doing 100 miles per hour.
The reason that I survive in this game is because I have a lot of time. I'm very clever. I'm good at putting together good
That's
builds.
how the Uber
And I'm
fights
good
were
at making
designed
a
for
lot
people
of
like
money.
you. And I think it's shit. Because
And
the Uber
I-
fights are just, how much money have you spent on
Here's-
your build?
But here's the thing,
is the
though.
defense ticked?
No, it's not.
Yes, no.
Okay, so one of
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
has to let the other person finish, and then you have to let him
No,
respond.
it's
We can
not.
hear each other. This is a great Discord channel.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with this. Here's the thing. I am able to do that, and I will be able to do my Uber bosses, which I'm going to make an Uber bossing character next. I'm probably going to spend 500-600 exalts plus a mage blood, and I am going to be able to stand in shit. And I
realistic
like
for a new player to play, definitely,
But here's
or
the thing.
anybody.
There are also videos on YouTube of somebody with 30x builds or 20x builds successfully doing these fights. You have
Uber
both
content?
options. Yes.
With actively dodging? Good on them.
Yes. You can actively dodge all of the stuff if you're a good player. So that option still exists. I am not a good player, and I will
Well,
never be able to kill any
That's
of those
what you
bosses
guys
in the world
complaining
that
and
you
talking
just came
about
up with
Uber
ever.
fights. And,
But I will be able to because I know how to make a
Oh,
lot of
really?
money. I have a lot of
yeah,
time.
it's like
I'm
they
very
got
clever at
Slippery
making
Jim
builds. So I will
on
make
that
a
part on the
disgustingly
podcast,
tanky
whatever,
build
and just
that
arguing.
does a good amount of damage, and I will be able
Slippery's
to
just
stand
talking
in
mad
shit.
shit to everybody.
And I like that I can
Oh,
do that.
I had that turned
Otherwise,
down
what's the
for
point of me making all
I
this
wasn't
money?
playing
The
back. You know
fact
what I mean?
that the Uber fights
Sure.
are designed for the 1% of the 1% and they have the same loot as the normal fights, I'm 100% okay with. Because it's just a dick measuring
They
contest.
don't. They have all
Okay.
the best loot.
They have the same loot.
I
except,
can't
like,
tell why
one
you're being
extra item,
sarcastic
right?
there.
No, I'm being serious. It's just a
Okay.
dick measuring contest, right?
But
The
no.
Uber fight. Why not?
No.
though? Why not?
What do you mean, why not no?
Why no? Explain.
Because of all the new loot that only drops from them.
Yeah, but you don't really need that.
I don't really need the stuff I've already got.
You don't really probably need a 6-link for most stuff.
You don't.
Not a lot of them
I'm-
are the skills.
That new loot's not expensive. If you're a beginner and you come in and you're like, damn, this Uber fight, I'm gonna do that, and you go in and you get stomped,
Like
you're an
an
idiot.
exit,
No
yeah.
shit.
What's
That's
the
not where
name
that
of
sentence was
Steel's
going when I
Jewel?
started, because I'm fucking dumb.
Ghost.
But
What's the name of Steel's Jewel again?
Possible
10% of the
escape.
players shouldn't expect to be
That's
able to
the
clear it.
one.
I mean, like 90% of the players know they can't clear it, but the 10% that are trying and failing, that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to be shit at it. I'm sorry. Why am I talking? I'll just be here. If you need me, I'm gonna mute.
Slippery Jim, you're here. You're on a podcast. I know you lost track of where you're
Sorry, I
at. You're on
thought this.
planet
I've
Earth.
just
Are you
been
okay?
chilling with some friends.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
I don't do good opinions. Sorry.
Well, wait. What's wrong with your opinions? I don't know.
Nothing.
I
So
do,
there
I
are
do
different
agree
looks.
with you on the.
I'm a
Surprisingly,
casual.
I find myself agreeing with Slippery Jim on the
Please
fact
don't.
that I find. No, wait. I'm going to differentiate. It's not a blanket agreement with whatever you say, but the point that you brought up with the Uber versions being inaccessible to the large portion of the player base because they require so much damage and so much survivability, like a high investment build, but at the
So
same time,
damn.
them being straight up more interesting versions of the fights. They're not just numbers inflated, but they also have additional mechanics. And the fact that you don't get to practice the additional mechanics unless you invest the hundreds of hours it takes to make a build good enough to actually enter that fight, I find that a little bit sad. But on the other hand, I'm
fine,
also
It's
really
not
happy
true.
that instead of
You
just
made
making
it up.
what?
It's just the same. It's just the same stuff. It's the same stuff you already encountered in the first fight, except now it's got an extra one, or now the attack's now a default attack, or now I do 50 of them instead of 4.
But it's not true.
What do you mean it's not true? You're saying he's got a purple MTX now instead of a red MTX, and he does 360 no
No,
scopes
I'm
instead of balls.
saying that
The
two
fights
things,
play
two
completely
things there that
different.
just are categorically not true.
Okay,
You just
things
like
that I
saying
said,
that's
or
not true and that's wrong, but you're not specifying. Tell me what the fuck I'm saying wrong so I can
Yeah.
talk to you about it instead of you just
Okay.
going, no.
Two things. One, there are plenty of 40 plus X reward drops that only drop from the Uber content.
Okay.
Plenty of them. So there
Got it.
is extra loot that can only drop in the Uber content. Plenty of the impossible escape jewels. There's a few other things. I'd have to look them up on trade to remember their names, but there are a few things that drop only from those Uber bosses that are significantly expensive. Woke,
Okay.
Enlighten, Woke Empower, those
Wait,
sort
no,
of things
okay.
as well.
Is there, if, like, let's say Uber Exarch or whatever, does it have more than one drop that is good from the Uber one instead of,
exclusively from the Uber? No, they all have
Exclusively,
one
yeah.
extra piece.
yeah, they
that
all
is
have, like
really
I fucking
very
said, they all have one, I didn't say there's only one drop from every Uber boss combined. I said
Right.
there's one, okay, the Uber version has one exclusive drop for that type of Uber one, and then if you did the base one, you get 90% of the drops, and then the one above it enables the drop of one. That's what I fucking said!
Or,
Sorry,
if
keep
you
going.
look at it a different way,
Uh-huh.
there's one drop from Eater of Worlds that matters. There's only one that's worth any money. I forget whether it's Ashes or Omni. I forget which one drops which all the time. But there's only one that's
It's
worth
the
money,
other
and
way
if you do
around,
the
yeah.
Uber, there's two that's worth money, so you double the
Uh-huh.
Uber reward.
Yep.
So that's
Are
twice
you
as
there?
beneficial.
Oh, on
How
that
do you
note,
get-
I
can
quickly
you
have to
get both?
interject. I did a bunch of them last league, and I got a number of amulets because they were really common last league anyway. And then this league, the first time, like at some point, it blew my mind, like a week or two ago, when people actually told me that Ashes of the Stars is not a Searing Exarch drop, but it's an Eater of Worlds drop. And I was like, thematically, that makes no sense for me because the Ashes guy, I mean, the Exarch is the burning guy, so should have Ashes, and also he's
We need to
talking
do
about
Uber
the
bosses.
Fires of 1,000
40x
suns, so
for
Ashes
shit.
of the Stars would make sense thematically.
Wait, what?
And then when I found out that Ashes of the Stars drops only from Eater of Worlds, I'm like, how does that
So he
make
was
sense?
saying that a lot of stuff
Anyway.
like
Alright.
40x plus
And then
drops
I have
from
a
the
question.
Hang
the
on.
Uber
No,
bosses.
no.
Okay.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
it's
Get
just
it.
super
Second thing.
fucking rare.
Go, go,
The
go.
second thing that we're just categorically wrong about is this idea that you can only kill the Uber bosses with the most disgustingly overpowered characters that have, 40 million DPS and 18 defense
that's how
layers.
they design. That's what they designed it for, because they designed it for the top 1%. Sure, there's a 1% on top of a 1% on top of a 1% who's gonna kill it with a fucking fishing rod default attack naked. But yes, you can learn the fight and do it, but it was designed as a fucking. These guys up the tippy top are bored shitless because they're crushing all that content. Fuck them. Let's make something hard for them, and that's what it is.
Yes.
My question.
And that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it is a good thing.
Okay.
But if you're a top 10% player and you're sad that you can't do the Uber content, you're an idiot because it wasn't designed for you. And you shouldn't feel bad about not being able to do the hardest content because it's the most profitable, technically speaking. If I was able to do it, it would be the most profitable thing. And why can't everyone do it? It should be nerfed or changed. No, it shouldn't. It was made for the really uber elite people. Not specifically the guy named Uber Elite, but like really uber high tier people. Yeah, probably. He's a gamer, isn't he? My question though, completely ending that sentence with no meaning or thought whatsoever.
Okay.
If you do the Uber fight, like the big one, the extra item that gets added, does that just go into the pool of shit you could get, or is it a separate role?
Pool because you can get both of them at once.
Well, then that's fine. I don't understand what people are bitching about. Because then the base one is just like, hey, you got one or two good items, probably one because the economy, and then the Uber one's like, and now we just throw on this extra thing, like a watcher's eye from Uber. Or like
most of what people complain about outside of whatever's been going on here today is that the price of the invites, if you can't do the Uber ones, is a loss. If you were to run, obviously to get a good number, you could still get lucky. But like to get a good number of them, if you did 100,000.
More expensive divination card. It's like instead of paying 2C for a div card, you're paying 1x and you need a build to be able to do it. If anyone's going into it expecting to, you'll make money long term because that's how averages work. But if you're doing 20 and you lose all your money, no shit.
There's the problem, though. There's the problem. If you're not doing Uber fights, you do not make money long term. You lose money. The average expected return of the Uber fight is what the price of the invite is based on. So if you can't do the Uber fight and you lose that top tier of a reward, your average expected return from running the regular fights is below the entry cost of the fight. And that is why fragments and splinters exist for all the other fights. Because they've ruined it for more casual people.
I finally understood what you're saying, and I agree with you, but I disagree at the same time.
So I've explained it properly. I wish I could explain it properly the first time.
No, it's my fault. I'm terrible at understanding things.
Can you restate the thing? I had to use the rest.
It's the economy's fault.
Point?
We finally got Jim to the point where he understood why I wanted fragments or splinters and why they would have been a good thing. Because if you can't run the Uber, you are now running the fight at a loss expected. You could get lucky, but if you did 10,000 of them, you will lose money if you're not running the Ubers. Right? And if you're running the Ubers, you will make money if you do 10,000 of them.
So because
and that's my problem.
The key to do the boss is the same for the Uber fight and the little fight. Because the economy has reached the point where a lot of people can do the Uber fight, the economy of the price of the key is now based off of the Uber fight and not the little fight, so the little fight is no longer profitable. Therefore, the majority of the players are fucking suffering because the majority of players can't do the Uber fight. So the top 1%, it's the real world economy. We're getting fucked by the top 1%. Oh God!
And
I don't say that the margin.
I don't want.
As someone who sits in the top 1% and gets a lot of shit for it all of the time, I dislike this because it's like if Uber, Elder, and Shaper used the same fragments. No one could ever run Shaper other than to waste money unlocking your Atlas one time because you had to, because you're losing money if you do it. Whereas with fragments involved, now there's room for someone to run Shaper all day who can't do Uber Elder. That should have happened with these.
Well, and no one's saying that that's not eventually going to happen. I do think... to take just one point real quickly. I think it's a great thing that they did implement those keystones for the first league, that these Uber versions exist, because that makes them super accessible to everyone. Aside from the build requirements, which are massive to get into that fight, right? And which is why I'd like people to be able to do an easy version of the Uber fights, or if the Uber mechanics were like, I don't know, scrap that last part. I don't know how to solve that. I think it's great that there's easier versions of the fights, and I think it's also great that the harder versions have like separate mechanics, because quite honestly, that's one point I really quickly want to drive home, because I really enjoyed that Uber Cirrus fight. It's way more fun than the regular fight. The regular fight is like snooze fest for 2/3, right, until you get to the last phase, and then it's only interesting, and then it's already almost over if you're playing a decent build. And the Uber version just starts intense and ends even more intense, and that's great. And I hope that in one of the upcoming episodes, like, more people who are on will have engaged with the Uber version, so we can talk about the fights in detail. But other than that, I think I wanna stop revolving around the topic of the drop prices and the invitation prices,
Can I say
because I
one more
think we've
thing?
made all the points around that. But yes, you can say one more thing to that. But before that, I want to give the real James Humphrey the chance to say something, because James didn't get to say anything in the last.
You know what? I'm just really upset they're not still fighting. I went and made some popcorn. And I was just gonna.
Oh, you know, here's my one thing, and it's not related to this. Every time we have Faded, there are people in YouTube comments who are just like, listen to this elitist prick ruining everything, and they are going to have a fucking field day with me this episode.
No, you're fine.
Dude, I baited you so hard in these. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm not at all.
I'm not sorry either. It's fine. Thanks for the
Don't read the
engagement,
comments.
people who hate me, by the way. Cheers.
No, No,
Okay.
I think you both brought up points that I didn't consider, which is invitation is going to increase,
Alright.
like you were saying.
That's
So the invitations will just become more valuable.
Let's see, how many is this exactly?
And
Let's do some-
maybe it is good that these bosses are extremely hard and most people can't do them. I'm not sure. Like, I'm basically going to probably take the Baylor
15
approach,
maps. Let's see
make some insane build,
maps.
and kill them. Hopefully it won't be 600x. What I was hoping to is be able to make builds that were like 80x. I could do it.
I'll give you
But I have to do it with cheese stuff. I wanted, like, you actually engage with the fight. There's several that exist. Like, there's a cast of death one that'll just one shot.
I'm not doing that.
There's also the general cry one, which seems to be able to one shot it. And there's a couple other ones that I'm aware of that can one shot it. But I was hoping to make one where you actually engage with the mechanics. But I don't think it's very possible with melee. This is the whole reason why I went down that energy blade build, because I thought you'd be able to actually have to dodge some stuff but still be able to do it. But I was very surprised when I'm still getting one shot with those level of defenses. So you probably want a range build if you're going to try to do it. I'll probably end up killing them all with Spark or something, because you don't have to aim Spark. Let's face it, Spark's one of the best skills in the game, because it goes in the Nova.
Agreed.
You don't gotta aim, and then it'll even wiggle through cells and stuff through the doors and attack the
So
other
good.
rooms. No other skill does that crap.
Kinetic blast.
KB kind of
Open
can. Yeah,
chain.
KB would be the other one, but yeah.
And KB and Spark are my two favorite builds. Closely followed by Winter Orb.
Yeah.
That's that.
So I mean, I have this problem where
Paradise
certain
Box.
skills are just so good, and I always just go into the thing Slippery Jim's like, okay, we'll play whatever you want. That's what's fun. The problem with me is, fun for me is making crazy stuff. Fun for me is maximizing profit per hour. So I'm playing the game completely different, and no matter what I try, I can't break that loop. That's just
That's
where
fine.
I derive fun. Well, it kind of sucks. I honestly wish that I could break that, because I'd have a lot more fun, I think.
But you're having fun doing it, aren't you?
Not sure about that. Actually, I have more fun. I'm having fun right now. I have fun with the interview project that I'm doing. I have fun making the videos. It's questionable how much fun I have with Path of Exile.
That's a really good. Let's hold
We all
hold
got to
on
that
to
point.
that. That's a really good segue. Slippery Jim, give me your closing remark on the boss topic. You said you really wanted to bring a point
I
across.
don't care. I was just going to instigate, but with my actual opinion. Doesn't matter. I'm good.
No,
Yeah.
like, with your actual opinion implies that you actually haven't given us your actual
But I'm
opinion.
still,
so
still
go
going to
for it.
be instigating. No, it is my actual.
And even if another half an hour discussion results from it, it's worth it.
I
please?
just don't think that if we do get Uber fragments, they shouldn't come from the smaller version of the boss.
Where else would
But
you
Al is going to
think
say
they
the
should come
opposite,
from?
and that's fine. I don't know. Just make it take two invitations to summon the Uber version or something. That probably wouldn't work because the economy would still shift and fuck everything.
Well,
I
then
don't know. I don't know the answer.
Then the
but I
average
don't think it
return would
should
have to
come-
be twice as big from the Uber version.
If there was
than the
Uber
regular.
if there was Uber fragments, and they come from the smaller version of the boss, I think that'd be shit. That's all I'm saying. I do not know the solution. I'm just saying I think it'd be shit.
Here's the wild
Legions,
card.
man.
I
This
also
is
kind of
really-
agree. I hate fragments and splinters. I wish there was another solution. But as
You just
somebody,
throw them
like,
into the
in
same pot?
tune- as-
If they just
as
made it
somebody,
maybe like when you do a map boss or when you do an altar or an
fine,
exile altar,
projectile.
you just have a chance to like a 1 in 1,000 to get a splinter or something. That'd be shit. But there's 80% of the player base that are doing maps and can't do the content, and they can sell their splinters or they can save it up and do it. I don't fucking know. There's no.
Okay,
no
okay, so
solution.
we got to
This is one of those
differentiate here, right?
difficult problems.
Splinters are uniformly the same thing, and you need a given number of the splinters to access the boss. Whereas fragments are inherently different, and there's 4 different fragments, and you need the 4 individual different fragments to come together to make an access to the
I
boss.
do prefer splinters than fragments.
Yeah, I just think that they're 2 completely separate things, and you just threw them
Just
both in a pot and
whatever
said you
happens-
dislike them.
Whatever happens, if like they could keep it as it is, that's fine. But if they goddamn implement fragments or splinters from the Exarch fight to get to the Uber Exarch fight, I'm gonna hate it.
The only reason that I say splinters or fragments is because those are the solutions we currently have, and they're way better than not having them and having the entry cost be the same. Like I would rather have fragments or splinters dropped from the regular bosses to fight the Uber bosses than what we currently have. But I also hate how many fragments and splinters we have in the game, and like if somebody was smart enough to come up with a better solution, I'm 100% on board. I just don't have a better solution myself.
Shoot my projectiles
So
in
for
front of
now, until I'm presented with one,
Behind me.
I wish they had have done fragments or splinters, because that's
Weird
the thing
mod.
we know that works already. That's the only reason I'm advocating for that. I also hate the idea of more fragments or more splinters in the game. That would be horror. I don't want that. It's just the best solution that they've done so far, and I have a better one. That's all. So
Well,
look
I
at that.
mean-
We agree.
Yeah. I mean, you phrased it in a very easy to agree with way.
He disagrees for a
diplomatic.
different reason, and I could start a fight over that, but I'm not gonna.
All right. Let's quickly, before we talk more about Path of Exile, let's go into the segment where we talk about the content creation stuff and our approach to it, because I think that there's some interesting insights to be gained from our difference in perspective on the whole topic. You guys are both very successful YouTubers within the Path of Exile sphere. I think that's fair to say. Standouts, I would say. And you've been at it for quite some time, Slippery Jim. I checked, actually, I did a background research for this podcast. Specifically, I looked it up and I was like, your first video on your YouTube channel was uploaded in 2016, and your Path of Exile account exists
Can I do
since
a
2015.
cast on death boss
I
killer?
couldn't find out the real James Humphrey account.
I don't know. I hear
because
everybody keeps
there's-
talking about it.
maybe
I've
I'm just
never seen that.
stupid. I
This
looked on the
discharge.
wrong
It's like a
Twitch
discharge
channel, I
build,
guess.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and it basically
Let's
one
go
shots
with Jim
everything.
first.
It is the
I guess.
no,
I don't
So
know.
you just go in
on YouTube.
and
I have
Yeah,
no
yeah,
idea
I
how
found
this
found
thing
you.
works.
It's just
You
like
got six-
normally when I try to
6
find
portals
accounts for like the PoE
5
accounts for
portals left.
people, I
white
I go
eggs
into their
making
chat
some
and type
eggs real
exclamation mark
fast,
profile, but I
Alright,
couldn't
sounds
find your
good.
Twitch account. That's why I'm stupid. I'm just
By the
stupid.
way-
I should have known it.
I was lurking in my chat when you did that, and I'm like, "What the fuck is Catmaster doing? I'm not even streaming. I saw you do it. I saw you researching."
So
Anyway.
you're prepared to answer the question that's coming up?
No, I don't know. What's the question?
The question is, what made you originally, like, what inspired you to do PoE content, video content?
I watched this guy on RuneScape do farming videos, and he would just farm miscellaneous shit, like that no one cared about, and
Like-
make loot videos for it. Like, you know, a goblin, or like a random NPC that you can kill in a weird situation for a quest, and apparently it's got a loot table, and he would just do that and make loot videos. And I'm like, I'm shit at this game. I can't do bosses. I need a div. I need an axe. I need a 1C axe. I didn't know trade existed. Like I didn't know you could trade in the game. This is my first ARPG. I've never played Diablo. So this was a terrible one to start with, mind you. Fucking hardcore meta. Ugh. Anyway, I needed an axe that's worth an alch, and I didn't know how to get it. I looked up it on the Wikipedia, and I learned that div cards are a thing. So I went to the place where you can get the axe div card, which was Calm's Path at the time. And I'm like, well, boys, I'm gonna be here for a couple hours, crack knuckles. Might as well make a shitty loot video out of it and like replicate this YouTube channel that I follow. So I did like 10 hours of it, and I'm like, this is a piece of shit video. Shit posted on Reddit. Just discovered there was a Path of Exile Reddit. I'd been there for a little while. And I got more than 3 views. I'm like, damn, son, looks like this is going to be my job. And so that's what I did. And I just kept shit posting for like a couple years. And then I don't know.
I'll be
I
right
used
back,
to really
Kevin.
like video editing. And then I just got to a point where I was just being like really lazy with it. And I just like, you know, do the farming. I mean, I'm being lazy with it. I farmed for 15 hours and I edited it down into a 5-minute video. And I'm like, damn, I'm lazy. But like, now I do 10 hours of farming, and then I just, instead of editing it down, I just hit record because apparently people like my personality. Fucking psychopaths like my personality. So I just hit record, talk about loot for 5 minutes, and say like opinions on whether the map's good or not, move on. And I did that for ages, and I don't know. I think I'm getting sick of it in a way of just, I want to edit videos again. So maybe I'd make less videos, but edit them better. I think that's what I'm going to change. But I don't know. I haven't really had a job before, and this isn't really a job for me because when you said successful, I assume you meant like infamous instead of monetary, because I don't know about you. I don't know how you gauge success, but this ain't it. But I know that's great. I just yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. I live in a shed. You know, I have very low monetary needs. I can live off like maybe $2,000 a year. And if I make more than that, that's great. And I can with YouTube. Haha. It's not a lot of money, is it? But that's okay. And that's what I do. Yep. What are we talking about? What was the question?
That would you answered it perfectly.
Thanks, man.
Now we got the fake James, slippery James answer. What's the real James answer to the question? I checked your account, and you made Path of Exile videos not longer than a year ago is when you started, unless you deleted some older content.
I have a
I'm
lot.
aware.
I have a lot hidden because they're like, yeah, they're irrelevant.
Well, I mean, when did you start making Path of Exile content on YouTube?
In Harvest League.
Already, okay. Harvest is 3.11, right? That's already like 2 years ago.
It's actually, I think I posted my video like 2 weeks from now would be 2 years.
All right, and how long have you been playing Path of Exile at that point? Like, when did you start?
Back in Domination League.
Domination League. Wait, so you've been playing the game longer than I have?
Yep.
Crazy.
Well, we had the conversation about the old races, so you should know that a little bit, right?
Yeah,
The old
true,
races.
true. Well, I mean, could have gone either way. Could have also started after me, but yeah, no, I did forget
But
the
I've been
details. I
playing
didn't
for-
forget the conversation.
Yeah, I've been playing for a very long time. I've played tons and tons and tons and tons of builds, and I've been making builds since before POB was a thing. Basically with Excel spreadsheets and stuff like that, and I used to just share them with my guild, and then they all play it and have fun. So I already knew that I had like build making skills and tons of practice with that. It's just I wasn't widely sharing it. And then all of a sudden I decided, what'll happen? What'll happen if I post a video? Let's try to do it. I didn't know, like I didn't usually go on camera. So I didn't like sing or perform at all. So I had to get over this whole hearing my voice in a recording thing, looking in the camera, trying to configure everything, setting everything else up. But I eventually got there, edited my first video. The first video that I edited, I couldn't get my audio synced with the video. Then my first actual Path of Exile video, it basically, like, I chopped all the cuts and all the thing up, and if it was a loaf of bread, it would be a very long loaf of bread that I cut into very small chunks, but it basically was like 2 words. You know what I mean? Like, jump cuts, like, all the time, like, old school, like, because I wasn't used to it. So I had to do tons and tons of jump cuts or a re-voiceover. So I actually didn't think that I was going to be super successful when I started, especially with these things. But all the way back before carrion golems were big, I picked up that they were going to be really big in the first league that they were big. So I made like league starter guides showcasing like, okay, all you got to wear is like a 4 link, wear this helmet for 1 chaos, wear these 2 1 chaos weapons, and look, you could just hard stomp. You immediately just go into maps, and you could just hard stomp tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps. So I like showcased up to yellow tier maps. I'm basically a 4 link. And then I showed like, okay, you go into a 6 link, and then now you can do, like yellow, red maps. So that video, my very first video that I got like 10,000 views. Then I was also playing with like a small group of friends that I've met over time. And during harvest, they had the Uber beachhead. And one of my friends was able to get one on like day 1. So then I posted a video of us just like checking that out, nerding out or whatever. And then that got like 10,000 views. And then I made another video that was a little bit of an update of it. And then that got 10,000 views. And then I had a heart attack. An actual heart attack in the hospital. So then I was stuck in the hospital for 2 weeks. I pushed myself a little bit too hard making these videos, chugging the coffee, stuff like that. Plus other reasons. It was going to happen. But luckily, I survived the heart attack. And then for a while, then it was a whole period of me just like adjusting to meds, which kind of sucked. Now, this whole time I've been doing it, I was working full time until very recently when I decided, I'm just going to give a push to the content creation and just see kind of how it turns out. But I've been working professionally for 16 years doing enterprise resource planning software modifications and advising businesses doing like consulting stuff.
Advising businesses. So that's where you learn to monologue so fluently for such a long time.
I had to talk and fill air and explain stuff with very scary people in multi-million-dollar companies, and they kind of just threw me into the deep end. They're like, "All right, good luck." So I'd be in situations where there's like a CEO and the CIO and all these other people. It's like multi-million-dollar company, sometimes like billion-dollar companies. You know what I mean? I'm on like the tier 2, and I'm just like, "Hi guys, all right, let me tell you the plan," whatever, and go. So I was in very high pressure situations all the time doing that stuff. But anyways,
you probably found the best possible coping mechanism.
So anyways, I was like leading a double life, right? Because what sells here isn't what sells there. So all of a sudden, like all the Twitch, poggers, whatever stuff starts flipping into kind of my tech stuff, or just like how I would approach it. And I just felt like a dual person. So I decided like, I like this enough that I want to pursue it and just see where that goes. But I want to do higher production value stuff, and unfortunately, like in Path of Exile, there doesn't seem to be that much of a market, or at least with the stuff that I'm producing now, which has a lot more editing to it. It just like the payoff isn't there, because some of these things take like 10 to 15 hours to make, and you have to get a pretty significant return on views And no matter what I do, at least on the build guides, it seems like I can't get past like 4.5 view duration on like a 16-minute video, because people, the second I stop showing the gameplay, people will take the POB and try it. They won't listen to my explanation of the build or any of the nuances, and then they just mess that all up and would rather just come into your stream and ask you all those questions when they're in the video, right? So I don't know what to do about that. It seems like an unsolvable thing, because I've tried. So every time I basically like, I took off from work, I did like a little bit of a pre-content push right before the league started. Then I did like 1 week, because I had the whole week off, of a very hard content push, and then I would like come back and then kind of play casually after that. So I'd be making all my money from in the league currency wise in that like first 10 days to be able to fund all my other videos. But it just like man, it's really hard once you go back to work. It would always be whenever you go away, before you go for a vacation for work, it always was, okay, I got to get all this stuff done and do all these loose ends, and everyone waits the last second. Oh, you're going on vacation, do this. So it'd be like a 60-hour week that I'm working while simultaneously trying to put out the pre-league content. Then I go back from work, and it was like, okay, well, I'm back to work. Time to work like a 60-hour week on this for like a week to catch back up, right? Because the work doesn't go away when you go on vacation, or at least in my job it didn't, right? So it's just like you're working this massive thing. Well, turns out not a good thing for a YouTube channel to now all of a sudden not post. And actually last cycle, I didn't post for like 8 days because I went back and I had to just work. I worked every day for like 8 to 10 hour days for 8 days straight. I even had to work that weekend when I went back, right? So I don't post, and then I post, and I get this like super shitty content. How I like betrayed them because of whatever thing. It didn't post a video, and I'm like, just free, bro. What? So, anyways, the expectations are very interesting in the Path of Exile space. Would not recommend making videos probably in this space. People really, I don't know.
I feel like if you make these videos that are very time sensitive or critical and very specific to the season that you're in, like you say build guides, for example, or I assume you also do farming guides or something like that. Most videos that I've seen from you were build guides, but it feels like that sort of content you can't really do on a very high production quality, because you'd not get enough views during one season in order to justify it. But if you want to do high production quality things, you'd have to do some sort of evergreen videos, right? Like something that will still get a good amount of views like 2 leagues from now. But build guides and farming guides are not it. And yeah, I mean, I've also burned myself with high
build
production
guides
stuff.
really aren't it, because they keep switching everything up, which is, yeah. I don't know what content it is. The content that usually gets the views are the farming strategies and the build guides. Really, that's what gets searched. That's what most people care about. Everyone's going to want a farming strategy. Everyone's going to want to play a solid build, and they just don't search for a lot of the basic tips. You can't do like generic basic tips. There's a couple of outliers with some crafting stuff that they'll watch. Local Hall's done a lot with that. I know that Subtractum had a really successful video with like how to craft everything, basically, where you like started from the ground up. So there's a couple of those ideas, but getting like infinite loops of ideas to where you could produce high production content that people will watch to be able to do it is really hard. And then,
well, I mean, just quickly hooking into what you just said,
Yeah.
I don't think that the Subtractum video, I've looked at that, and I don't think, at least in the beginning, I don't think that got its traction from, haha, nice pun, subtraction. No, but like, I don't think it came from the YouTube algorithm, but it just comes from, mouth-to-mouth recommendation, or mouth-to-ear, I guess. Sorry.
What?
I just had the wrong image in my head when I said mouth-to-mouth recommendation. But Basically, what I'm
no.
trying to say is like when you make a video that is super helpful for like beginner players, then they will recommend it to their friends, and that is how they get traction. Those videos. It's a different way of being successful on YouTube than like being successful through the algorithm.
Yeah, but then you have one video by word of mouth. So how do you get them to watch other videos? Because I mean, for YouTube, that's how it works, right? You need like consistent views across a lot of videos. Doing that without the algorithm working, you're not going to get enough. And then lately, the revenue's kind of taken a hit as well, just because of the economy and stuff. So like my RPMs reduced quite a bit. That's how much you get paid for 1,000 views. So my RPM on my channel right now is $1.40. So that would mean that if I had 1 million views, I get $1,400. Sorry, 1 million views would be 1,400. I think I said 1,000. That's quite a bit of views to get. There's only a couple people in the space that are getting it. I think Ziz got like 4 million. I think Subtractum's right there at 1 million. I think Big Ducks is somewhere around 1 million for it. But that's nowhere near the amount of income that I need with what I want to do, because I want to build out a team of like editors and stuff. So I'm gonna have to diversify my content.
Yeah, exactly. Hire
Hire you?
Slippery Jim.
Hire you?
Yeah, my
Gotta
RPM's
send me some
14
stuff.
cents because I say cunt every 3 seconds. I'm not
Show me
kidding.
some editing techniques.
Ah,
No, I'm not there. I'm not at the thing. Man, I can't
yeah, you're not
cover
that stage yet.
anything.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I'm not at that stage, but I mean, I'm doing the interview channel. Hopefully that'll get monetized. I'm going to guess that channel, if it becomes successful or even marginally successful, is going to probably get higher RPM because people will watch it longer than my build guides. And that one will probably be equally successful to this one. But I have all this background in coding and stuff. So what I think I'm going to do is start a coding channel and start doing tutorials on coding. And then I'm probably also going to then make stuff and then do a separate channel where I'm just like, I made a thing, and then do like video essays, like fun with like comedy, high speed things. So then I'll be running 4 channels. Now
You're gonna burn out.
I hope at that point I could then be okay and actually between 4 channels getting monetized. The alternative would be streaming, and a lot of money seems to come out of streaming if you can get to a sufficient size. But I'm not sure. Like, I enjoy what Baylor May just laughing. He's gonna drop some bombs on me, some knowledge bombs here on streaming. I don't know.
He's just shit
have you
talking Catmaster in chat. So.
Have you seen my YouTube channel?
Yeah, tell us your take on it. Honestly, we haven't talked
Yeah,
about this on the
where's the
podcast for a long
where's the
time.
money, Baylor?
Baylor, when did you start making YouTube videos? Why did you start? And what are you aspiring to do? And how's it been going for you?
Just real quick, my YouTube channel is pretty small. I get like 4,000 to 10,000 views depending on the video. I make almost as much from YouTube as I do from Twitch, and I probably only make 2 or 3 videos a week max. YouTube makes a lot more than Twitch. I really shouldn't be streaming this much. Basically, it's not actually worth it. YouTube's way better, just for money.
The thing that I like about that most is that the YouTube money doesn't come out of the hard-earned money from my subscribers. Like on Twitch, I feel like when I get the Twitch payout of like, X amount, then I feel like, the people who support me probably paid like twice that amount, and half of the amount is going to Twitch. Whereas with YouTube, I know that all my money that I get out of YouTube, aside from like, 1 or 2 channel members that I maybe have by now, since I made that join button active on YouTube. But I know that most of the money, like if not all, comes from the ad revenue from the videos. So it doesn't come out of the pockets of my supporters, which makes the YouTube revenue feel a little bit better.
But the Twitch revenue, they want to support you for a reason. You should feel good about people giving you money on Twitch.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel good. I made it sound really wrong when I said, that was a mistake. I know, it feels better, actually, when people deliberately give you their money. It just feels bad that the ad revenue on Twitch is so insignificant in comparison, because YouTube has a way better ad system worked out where they can actually deliver the ads to the consumer that will actually have an impact on. And so somehow they're able to give you way more of the ad revenue share than Twitch is able to give you.
So when it comes to YouTube for me, I've probably been streaming for like 5 or 6 years. But I've only really been making YouTube videos actively for, I want to say, like 2. Like, I had a YouTube channel a long time ago, but like I wasn't really posting. I might have done like a video here or there. But I really only do YouTube to drive people to the stream. That's the only job that YouTube is. Even though YouTube is better money, and I should be focusing on YouTube for a monetary standpoint. But like, YouTube isn't what I love. Like, I love streaming. That's what I want to be doing. I want to be streaming. So I don't really care about YouTube. I do it because it's like, YouTube is the job part, basically. Like, doing YouTube videos at all, that's the job. I hate it. But I do that because that helps the stream. That's the only reason it exists. I have a much harder problem making YouTube videos because I also watch a ton of PoE content. And once something is covered correctly, I don't feel like it's worth my time to make a video on it, because that doesn't add value to any of my viewers when I can just say, oh, you want that build guide? This build guide has been really covered really well. Then people will be like, oh, I wanted to play this build. And there's like 19 builders out right now. And I'll be like, yes, most of them are trash. Don't follow any of these. This one was done really well by this creator. Use that guide. That guide's a good guide. And so then I'm like, that was covered so well already. Like, what do I want to watch it for? Right? Like, why do I want to make a video on it when I'd just be essentially making the exact same video? Like, what am I going to do? Rebuild the path of building, rename the items, and make it look like mine? Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, hey, this one right here was really good.
My videos are just me communicating to that person. I expect, like, the first 3 days, they're the people I'm talking to. Whereas the real James Humphrey is setting up for the future. He wants his videos to last. He wants them to be useful for 3 months for the builds. And if you're doing farming strats, if it's base content, you want it to be useful till they change the farming strat, basically. And Balor's making all his videos to be like, hey, I'm streaming right now, guys. Come on, come check it out. I'm probably live.
I don't even think I plug my Twitch on my YouTubes at all. Probably should start. But
wait, what? You got a pinned comment, man. You got to use that.
Yeah,
every time. And the description. You're not even doing calls of action.
We got like corporation.
It's every time I put out a YouTube video, I try really, really, really hard to make sure that anyone who sees that and clicks on it will get value. And if it's not going to add value, I don't want to do it. And that, I want to say, makes it really hard to make a lot of YouTube content, because like it's a lot easier to make YouTube content if you're willing to lie to people. I'll tell you that much. But also it's way more work, like the amount of editing and everything that goes into it. Like if you're doing it well, like the real James Humphrey does it well. It's a good YouTube channel, right? It's not.
You just segued from, if you want to lie to people, the real J. Humphrey does it well. That's what you just said.
That is not at all what I said.
That's what you just said.
That's a slippery Jim here. That's okay. Right? I'm sure half the people that are watching it kind of have that opinion anyways. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to trick them, speed things up, whatever nonsense. So.
Right. But like most of the videos that I've seen from you, that's covered well. And so I'm like, that's a great build. And like, even if I play something similar to it, I'm just going to be like, I just got it from this video. Just go watch that. Like, what's the point in me making a video? That's not going to add value to anyone. It's a waste of my time.
So, like, I mean, you can add your own twist or do something with it. I mean, a lot of builds have been done by that thing. You'd never be able to make a video. But I generally like to play. Yeah. So I mean, what I do, and don't steal my shit. Okay, I see you there,
All right,
greedy
steal your
little
shit.
hands.
I'm
stealing
waiting.
my
I'm
shit.
writing it down.
Pulls out a
Okay,
piece of
write
paper.
it down. Yeah, exactly. I'm just taking notes. He's gonna go back and watch the VOD, take notes. I like will take different concepts from builds and put them together, or I'll take certain things and generally I'm a shit player, and then I know, well, since I'm a shit player, I need 2,000 more life than this build has, or I'll think of the budget. So yeah, okay, there's a really good put together build, but it was made for Baylor Mage, Mr. 600 Exalt thing, and I know, you know what, no one on the planet other than Baylor Mage and people like him can afford 600 Exalts. So let's be real, let's make a 40 Exalt version or a 20 Exalt version. So you could do that. You could budget down. I know you okay, I know you just want to play with your toys, but you know, not everybody has these toys, sir. Okay.
To be fair,
gotta-
I do plenty of like 20x builds and 2x
Gotcha.
builds and 1x builds as well.
But I
prove
usually
that
do
I
like
can.
a series. So I'll do like
Yeah.
some build that is literally zero budget. Like you're crafting your thing with the vendor pattern and it legit is solo self found. You could get to probably like mid yellow tier maps. If the economy is completely shit, I know it'll be good. That's what I would call a league starter. Then I'll do like a 1x or under build, and I'll say, okay, this is what you're going to respec into slightly. So for this one, it was lightning strike. I said, all right, grab these dream feathers, perseverance, whatever. It's going to be probably 40, 60C. Go do this setup. It's going to cost you the campaign regrets or the campaign, and then it's going to cost you 6 regret orbs on top of that. When you have those and you have these items, switch into this build, it's going to be good. And then I'll go into probably like a 10x thing. And then after that, I'll go into maybe like a 40 to a 60. And then we're on to the next build, kind of is how I do it. So I do like
High
separate
quality
videos, and I'm like, here's, if you're this person, watch this video. If you have this, if you're this person, watch this video, and you hopefully could like follow through the steps. That's how I approach the con. Now, a lot of you guys are probably sitting there going, well, that's not allowed. You made 4 videos on one build. And who came up with that rule? That's some bullshit.
That solves.
Okay.
That literally
That's-
solves your problem of people only watching 4 minutes. You just need to make, here's the showcase 4 minutes long, and then here's the build 4 minutes long, and then they can just watch what they want. And
Well,
they'll watch
except
more
when the
of
video is 4 minutes long, they only watch 1 minute.
Well, you got to put.
Well,
like,
it
15 minutes of
explains it.
blank
You got to
space at the end.
explain each one and the different things, and then maybe talk about the stuff, like the ins and outs.
I've made 3 videos with 3 different path of buildings on my Magic Find character this league. As it's evolved,
that's
more expensive.
That's the way you got to do it. Or you have to be so connected, like Pelstron, where you're getting like 100K views on a build guide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mean, those are like the 2 approaches, but like my approach just isn't making anywhere near enough money to justify the effort at all. So I also have one other person who's helping me too. And so we've got our dynamic up where he did about 50% of the editing now. But for a while I was doing 90% and he was doing like the thumbnails. And now it's about 50-50. So like I record all the stuff, I come up with the script, he suggests some stuff. I leave room for a bunch of jokes and tell him what jokes that we're going to make. And then he suggests some of his own to kind of like fill it out. And we try to like have some subversion and some jokes and like fast pace at the start to get the retention up. So in this last cycle, or let's just talk about like
May I quickly interject another at that topic? So you specifically put more effort into the first half of the video than the second half?
Yes, because it's always going to, yes, I very much front load the thing.
Yeah.
So most people, if you probably look at your stats on a build guide, you'll see that it like drops off in the first 30 seconds. So I'm very much trying to change scenes, show a preview, capture. Oh, geez, I shouldn't be saying all this stuff. But anyways, I'm trying to get people to stay for a minute. If I could stay for a minute, if I can get most people to stay for the minute, I've already outperformed almost all the Path of Exile videos. But realistically, then I'm front loading the first 4.5 minutes, and then after that, most people are going to take the POB and leave. So I'm aware of this, and I've tried doing other things where I did the entire video. It made no difference whatsoever. So what I do is now like super front load first 4 minutes to 5 minutes of the video.
I also don't think no matter what you do when it comes to like build guide style content, I don't think that there's a way to solve that drop off at the end of a few minutes, because what people want most of the time is to see the gameplay, like the video, and then hopefully press the like button when they like the video, and then grab the path of building and leave, right?
If you're that lucky and they don't immediately leave. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if you want any chance for it, you can't start a video with hi, I'm Baylor Mage and we're kind of like playing a build or whatever and we're done. They're grabbed your POB, they're out. You don't even get past that. So it's like, something like you should care about this.
Gameplay, right? Gameplay was huge.
Gameplay is huge, and then you also gotta like boom.
Oof.
You know what I mean? Like hit them super. But it's a lot of work to do that than think of jokes for all this stuff. So, anyways, putting it into perspective, my total revenue last month was $670, and the amount of time investment that was spent was 315 hours from myself and 250 hours from the other person helping me, which totals not even $2 an hour. So I can't think of anything that I could possibly have done that would have been worse revenue with any of my skills. Now keep in mind that I'm used to super high-end consulting where they're charging a crap ton of money per hour. Let's just say the rate that they were charging, that would be 3 hours. 3 hours is what they would charge for my consulting, right? So for me, since I have all these other skills, I'm like, what the hell am I doing? So I've been using it as an opportunity to learn how to make better videos. And I figure like if I could do it in this niche where people aren't even going to watch it, then I could do it in any niche. But I just don't think, especially with a lot of the changes that like GGG makes, that makes all my videos useless,
I don't know what the
that I'm going to
temperature
be
is
able
in
to
my attic,
just
but
make
it's a million
videos
degrees
and have the
outside.
like it ain't going to happen.
It is so hot.
So what I need
Dude,
to cover
it
like
is
what I pay and then to pay
scorching.
Yeah,
self-employment
it's
tax,
like
and
dangerous.
then
up
I have to
there.
pay for expensive health insurance because I have my heart condition and my meds are super expensive.
Says
I
it's
basically
90
need-
Yeah, dude,
degrees.
healthcare, like especially living
Yeah.
in
Feels
the
like
States as a streamer,
111.
you have to
No
make so
shit.
much more money.
Yeah,
it's
so I
nasty.
need to clear like $72,000. That shit ain't
I looked-
happening in just
Why couldn't we have
POE.
global cooling?
it-
It would
outside
be
of me
much
being,
better.
in the top 1% of the 1% of the streamers in the game and doing a YouTube plus a stream thing, right?
I looked it up just to make you feel a little bit better. My last month Twitch revenue, $382.
Oh, you're gonna say
Time
your YouTube?
streamed, 295 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like what, $1.10 an hour or so?
Yeah, and if you look at the leaks at all from all of Twitch, what you'll find out is there's like I think 6 million people who hit play or something like that in the last year, and even of the partnered streamers, a lot of them aren't making above what would be minimum wage in the U.S. So I mean like I think it was like 6,000 people out of 6 million are making at least minimum wage. Now, when you get to the very, very top, like these people are making millions.
Oh, it's disgusting
right?
money.
Disgusting money. But it's very much like a very steep getting up there to that point.
They're in Uber Twitch.
Yeah.
They're in Uber
basically.
Twitch.
Yeah. They got their fragments introduced from all over.
The biggest difference for me is I'm a tradesman. I'm a printer by trade. So I'm used to being paid 45 an hour before overtime. Usually doing 70-hour weeks most weeks. Like that's what I did for most of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like I generally I'd make more money in one and a half days of work than in a month of Twitch. But what used to happen is that I would get up in the morning and wonder whether I wanted to continue getting up every day. For like 10 years, I hated life. And now I had tons of money. Rich, hated life. Now, Broke, absolutely love it. Love what I'm doing every day. Don't care. I'll just be broke and happy. It's fine.
Because in the end of the day, like if I am on my deathbed tomorrow and I'm confronted with the fact that I have 24 hours left to live, would I rather have made a lot of money and had a lot of success in a career? Or would I rather have spent the time, the little limited time that I had on this world, with the things that I actually enjoy and like sharing my passion with other people?
That's it. I'm just now broke and happy instead of
This is why I'm
tons of
saying
money and
play
miserable.
the content that's fun. Don't play the content that makes you money. It's all about the PoE economy, my guy.
See, Slippery Jim is next level because he realized this shit in real life and he applied it already to PoE.
That's why I have no job. It's not because I have no skills. It's because of style and choice, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm the opposite of Bala. I'm still sad waking up, but I'm still poor. It was like poor and sad, and I'm like, shit, maybe I should try to get a job. No, I'm still sad, but still poor. No, it's not working. Just sad all the time. It's okay though.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to do this segment in the beginning, and then we somehow like went into full-on PoE discussion as it
My
always
bad.
is. No, it's not your fault. You actually said you wanted to do it in the beginning, right? And I was like, no, let's wait a little. Let's first get a little bit of small talk about PoE in, and then the PoE talk.
Oh yeah,
unfolded.
I made $4 last month on my YouTube. Just throwing that comparison out there, but the amount of time I spent was next to nothing. So technically, I made more dollars per hour than all of you guys.
So guys, be nice to your freaking content creators, dude. We make no freaking money, okay? Just so you know how thankless the job is.
Oh,
So
I
you
don't-
write a
yeah.
super shit post to me that's like, oh my god, super entitled guy, and you did these things wrong. Just remember, I made less than $2 a freaking hour making the freaking content for you so you can just have some enjoyment. So can you just
That's
chill and be a little bit nicer? Thank you.
I think that's a great takeaway for all the people
Jesus
who
Christ.
are enjoying the PoE content and watching the.
God damn.
I know 14-year-olds who
creator.
work at McDonald's who make 10 times as much as me, so just calm down.
Yeah, calm down. It's gonna be okay if we said
I
one
feel
thing
like the
wrong in the
people that
build
write-
and then help you later.
I
Okay?
honestly
The
have
people
been
that write
thinking
mean
about.
comments are the same people that insult McDonald's stuff, so I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, you're right. That is the same people.
Fair.
I'd honestly been thinking about doing a summer job at McDonald's just to be able to buy a new PC to continue streaming.
Grind set mindset, baby. Gotta make them
Exactly.
fries.
I like
Oh, yeah.
fries. I
You don't get to eat them.
oh, I think you get.
You make them. No.
Well, I mean, I prefer not to work at a fast food chain.
Hygiene.
Big capitalism and stuff like that. I did work in
Yeah,
smaller
I
restaurants.
prefer
and that was
not to
very
work for
enjoyable.
McDonald's. I'd rather be an Amazon affiliate.
No,
I'd rather Amazon take half my paycheck. Or
Well-
Google. I'm more of a Google and Amazon guy than a McDonald's guy myself. Sorry.
I was gonna
Well,
say at least Amazon and Google don't make thousands of people like sick and shit and cause problems in their health. But now I'm doubting that statement.
Maybe Amazon. I mean, I'm not allowed to say anything bad, am I? Wait, I don't know. I should
No.
read my fucking
No,
themselves.
don't say anything bad. We're
Bezos is
oblivious
gonna
to
get
all
me.
the bad shit. Hey, at least we're not playing Diablo Immortal and peddling that to people.
Is there views in that? Should I do that? Will I make more than $4 a month?
It'll
if you
cost
invest,
you more than $4 a month, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, exactly. You'll spend your whole budget in the first couple minutes. Good luck.
Damn it.
You could buy the booster pack to the supporter pack to the supporter pack. Only this one doesn't give you MTX. It changes everything. It gives you free stuffs. Not by free stuffs, I mean gear that actually impacts everything.
Why
and
play
that's
the game?
optimal way. Well, exactly. I think that's most people's standpoint.
Yeah, no, yeah, good point.
a quick throwing in another PoE segment. What's the best recombinator crafts that you've been doing? What's your favorite part about that mechanic? Anything? Have you been using recombinators at all, Slippery Jim?
Nah, I used maybe like 4 so far. 3 on a pair of 3 on a belt, and I finally got what I wanted, and then I quit that build and sold the belt, and then 1 on an amulet, and I got my +2 amulet first try, baby. Then I
What?
haven't done anything.
That's super easy.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. Can't talk about it. Don't know. Sorry.
I'm making tons of stuff. Suppression on
making
energy shield gear, triple damage taken as element helmets from temple mods, boots that have extra crit if you've shocked, extra damage if they're chilled, and a bunch of flat damage if you've ignited. Triple essence wands, claws, triple tier 1 physical weapons, wands, claws, two-handers, everything. Because I'm wearing Tom Isley's chest, I get a ton of Recombinator bases. Plenty of them sell, but whenever they don't sell, whenever they make it to my lowest dump tab, I don't vendor them. I just pick them up, I throw them in a different dump tab for crafting later, and then once every 2 days, I go and have a look at all of the bases I've collected, and I see what I can put together. And then I sell the good items. It's great.
You have your loot filter set up for to
Yeah,
sort them for you, and then you
It
just
took
get
several
all the
hours.
ID. Gotcha.
It took several hours because the default filtering is not good. I spent several hours doing filters and fine-tuning them and everything for Tom's.
Gotcha. Which one of these people wasn't using your loot filter that you spent lots of hard work on? Can we just
That'd be
call him
Cat
out?
Master.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
Well, but I don't have a Cloak of Tom, so like.
Well, no, it's okay. It's okay. You can use it anyway.
Yeah, but I'm
You
just
can
saying the
just
1,000 of hours
non-Tom.
that you put into optimizing for it are slightly wasted on me.
True. Before the end of the league, I'm going to get Cat Master to use my loot filter for like just a day, just one full day.
I'll do it
One
when I
full,
have a character
like-
that is not clearing at like a 10th of your speed, right? If I
No. So you're thinking of my loot filter as the one I'm using on stream. That's not the one you should be using. There are 5 different filters at different strictnesses for different level players that I maintain and keep up to date. I want to give you the one appropriate for your level of play. Not the same one that I would be using.
that sounds a
but
little
my
bit condescending, or am I getting that
filter
wrong?
that's
Level of play.
No, because it's
Move
about the
over
build and
here.
speed that you're at, right?
Yeah. No, what I'm trying to say is like when I play a build where like I'm literally feeling like picking up loot is holding me back, then sure I'll do that. But it's just like with the summoner build and like 40% delirious maps, it'll take a while to clear a screen, and in that time I can pick up things like a lot of times.
My filter's better than Balor's filter because Big Man Tyrone does the voice. There you go. Selling point.
For me, it's all about what the speed of the character is going at. At the speed of your character, I'd be using the one labeled strict, not the one labeled super strict, don't complain, and definitely not the one labeled fuck off. There's one that's just labeled fuck off. That's the one I use. Because the one I use, because I'm doing like 80% delirious double beyond stuff, and shit needs to go. Like, it's too much. That is not what people should be using if you're not doing that level of content. You should
I
not,
thought the fuck
absolutely.
off was designed for the people about to click on it. Like, no, this is mine. Fuck off.
It's
You send them all to Catmaster, and that one just
Yeah.
deletes mirrors from showing up.
if you used the fuck off filter in a regular map, even with scarabs and stuff added to it, you might not see anything on the ground. A whole map. that would be very bad.
Not even maps. You don't even.
You'd see
Tier 16s.
you would see only tier 16 maps.
I mean, tier 14s are just as good, man. They for the
No.
invitation bracket.
Yes, but when you're doing, 60 and 80% double delirious maps, you have to just cull things until you averagely fill up only 1 inventory per map. So
Also, you get a shit ton of non-tier 16 maps outside of the Atlas. If you do any content that is not affected by your Atlas passives, you still get more than enough below tier 16 maps there.
So the trick to those maps, like, efficiently, or at least in a non-annoying way, is I don't want to have to leave the map. So stuff just gets culled, right? Like, you just, whatever's the least worth left on the filter just keeps going away until you've got 1 inventory full of loot. Which is why, like, that level of strictness is not appropriate for most people. It's not even appropriate for me when I'm running other builds, right? It's only appropriate when you're doing that level of content.
That was a really nice one. And then I crafted like 2 other ones that were above 800 LED PS. So that's what I've been using for. And then I've been picking up lots and lots and lots of the amethyst rings and slamming int and strength essences into that, and then recombinating those. And I have a bunch of pretty sick rings that I've crafted. So haven't done any armors yet though, but I want to make a really cool armor hopefully at some point. So I really like them. I think they're good for the game and stuff.
I really love the 15% damage taken as helmets that have 150 res on them, by the way.
I need to make one
just-
of those. That sounds really good. Not going to fit on my
they're
current
they're
build,
just
but
the temple affixes. But the bases are only like 10 C2 if you go and buy them.
yeah, but you get
just
like
buy a bunch.
up to 5% of each element taken as
Yeah.
and then you get the Searing
48
Exarch
res
or
as
the World Eater of Worlds implicit as well for another 10% fizz taken as elemental. So it's like just crazy good fizz mitigation.
Yeah. And it comes with so much res because they're hybrid rolls. And so you've got like 150 res nearly. It's great.
Alrighty
That sounds
then.
amazing. I didn't go all the way through with Clawcrafts. I know that claws are very
me
popular
next
because
load.
Spectral Helix, Lightning Strike, that sort of stuff. People been rocking that triple elemental
we go again.
claw damage stuff for a while. And
Here we go
in my guild,
again.
even, like one of the most avid players is doing like a super juiced Omniscience Lightning Strike. So I knew about like what people want from items for a while, but I didn't do any Clawcrafts
wait,
myself.
alright,
The only thing that I
understand.
really did with Recombinators and Claws was I
Wait
got
a few
lucky and I
minutes till we
found
get out of
a
Tulsa.
ship-based Claw with tier 1 fractured attack speed, perfect, like 27% fractured.
Then
And
you
I just
get
recombinated that with an
She
Imperial
driving?
Claw.
You let her drive
So
the
I
truck?
ended up with a fractured mod on the
Yeah.
I-86
Yeah,
Imperial
I-
Claw. Sold that for 7x as well as a
She's
belt.
sitting
as
in
a
my
base.
lap.
I mean, I
I'm
should have
helping her
just crafted
steer.
a good claw and sold for more profit, but I really wasn't into it. I was just like, this is a good sale. And I
That
did that
sounds safe.
later again with a tier 2
Yeah,
fractured attack
totally.
speed, combined
Just
it
make
onto
sure-
Imperial Claw, sold
I'm
for
a
another
professional.
5x.
Safe and
I'm happy.
very
she's
legal.
I
grabbing
wouldn't
the
buy a
right
tier 2
shifter.
fracture attack speed on an Imperial Claw
Oh,
base.
there is
Not
no
even if my life
shifter.
depended on it. Why not pay the extra for a tier 1?
They don't even use those
It just
anymore.
escapes me
Yeah.
why someone would
Oh,
do
yeah,
that.
we do.
But
They
I
just
hope
talk
we
to the
crafted a
fucking
good
guy.
item with it.
Oh wait, never mind. Honey, grab the shifter.
But yeah, there's a lot of like
Wow.
little
Not a
things that you
shifter,
can
like
do
that.
that you don't even have to
I
finish
got
the
a shift,
craft,
baby.
and it will still
Shift, baby.
make a really good profit.
Uh-huh.
Baby. Grind my gears.
That's,
Mm.
yeah.
I don't know
I'm
about
not
that.
sure how balanced they are. If we're talking
Grinding,
about
that
like
sounds
combinators
painful.
going core in the future eventually,
I like it smooth
they
like
might have
butter.
to make some
You,
adjustments.
you
to
look
them.
like a man who can endure a little bit of
But-
pain.
For the time being, I'm enjoying
I look like
a really
one, but
great
I ain't
crafting
one.
method that also made,
No,
like
don't
Balor's
hurt me.
cloak come up in
Yeah.
price
Don't hurt
massively,
me.
and
I'm
just made it
sensitive.
valuable to look at all
sure
kinds
you
of
are.
items, and that's always something that I enjoy. Like when a league, like I've talked about this
My
before the
pussy
league or in the early
hurts.
first review. I'm not
Wait, what?
too much
I'm
a fan
saying
of
the-
Sentinel because for me to be a
What?
super fanboy of a league, it would have to
Mangina.
essentially change the way that you approach the
Mm.
game. But
I say
3.18
nothing about
outside Sentinel
mangina.
has
That's
so
from all
many
that pegging
changes
you've been getting on
that
the
change the
road.
way that you play the game. And I mean, I guess
Yeah,
combinator crafting is part
maybe.
of Sentinel, so it did
You
impact
charge
the
more
way
than
that you play the game. I
$20
just
an
noticed
hour.
I'm an idiot. But
Well,
Yeah.
that and if you're crafting them to actually
Mm.
get good bases to actually maximize your rewards on the Sentinel, that's a whole nother mini game.
yeah, but yeah, true. But that's the same mini game as the recombinating
If I
the
could
other
grow my
stuff.
business, I wouldn't
And I
be
mean, it
driving no
technically
more.
changed how I played because I killed monsters too quickly. So now I got to run through them
If
all
you
and
grow
try
your
to survive,
business, you'd
and
have
then come
kids.
back and clear them. So technically, it hit that too. You know what I mean? So
I
Oh,
mean,
you meant
The
that
one
other
thing that's
business.
probably my favorite
I'm
thing about
sorry,
this
my
league
bad.
is
Ah.
I
I
now
mean,
care
financial
about
business. I
items
got
that
it.
are on the ground. And that
Yeah,
has
the
not been the
pegging
case
business.
for me
The
in
pagan business.
4 or
Yeah.
5 years.
Oh, this
y'all
man.
Usually
know.
by like
The man
day 3
has
of the league, I've hidden every
aspirations
single rare
now.
in existence. I don't pick anything up.
Don't be
anymore.
fooled.
Got
Now,
goals.
items are on the
Yeah,
ground and I
don't
see
be
them.
fooled.
Not only do I see them, I'm happy
Aspirations.
to
What's
pick
that?
up an
I
item
know
off the
better.
floor.
That's some new.
And that
That's some
is a
new
very
kinky
big change
thing
for
that you
me.
try.
At least for me personally, huge. That's huge. I care about
Aspirations.
items on the floor.
Oh wait,
Wow.
never mind. I
Yeah,
think I get it now.
I never
have a
thought that
lot of
they would finally come.
aspiration.
And it's not even just
Not
magic items because
perspiration.
of Tom Space either. Like plenty of temple
Yeah.
affixes and
No,
delve
it's
affixes and
aspiration.
like any of the
It's a hot
special
day today.
affixes from like the 7
Dude,
different
it
ways you
is
can get
stupid
special drop
hot out.
affixes. All of those are rare items and they are still
My
on my
adder's
filter.
gotta be
and
Also, the
amazing.
never
fractured
changed
items.
before.
Like normally, you wouldn't
Yeah.
look at a shit
Fractured
tier,
items
like
on
shit base on a.
pieces that are shit. Yeah.
I can't
Like
start
so many items are now
carrying
worth
the
my
load
time
now.
to pick
I'm
up.
late.
I
Wait
have
till
used
we get
more
out of
ID
Tulsa.
scrolls in this league than I think I've used in the past like 3 years. That is a huge positive. You've got me picking up items off the floor again. Huge. That's hugely
Won't
positive.
take that long. 20 minutes.
Yep, I definitely agree. I think I look at it the same way, where it added a lot of value to items that would otherwise be worthless. So
Hmm.
I think that's definitely good for the game in a good direction.
Looking forward to them nerfing it into the ground just to see what happens.
I actually have an idea on how they should be nerfed when added to the core game because I do think they're a little tiny bit too strong.
Okay, well, what is your suggestion there?
There's some things that they shouldn't do. For instance,
Well, I'm drinking water. That's why I'm
they
bored.
should not work on mirrored or corrupted items.
It's not very ladylike.
Because the idea of that is that those are bricked,
Was
those are
that
solid, they
a
stay the
movie
way they
trailer?
are.
I see
You just shouldn't be able to recombinate with
Called
them.
The Princess.
Mirrored
I'd be
and
fine.
crafted
I'd be
items.
fine if you could only recombinate them with each other. Like if you could only recombine
Who's
mirrored
the
items with another
princess?
mirrored item, so that the result is guaranteed to be mirrored as well.
I don't
Or
know the accurate
or
name.
corrupted. I mean, I haven't
Maybe.
thought this one
No,
through,
no,
but
I'm
as
saying,
long as
which
you
one of
can
y'all
like
are the
move
princess?
the mods on a corrupted
the
or
princess.
mirrored
She's the
piece
princess.
onto a non-corrupted.
Well, I mean,
or mirrored
according to the
piece, I think
movie,
that'd be
she's the
fine with them
princess.
working.
According to the
The
movie.
other
That's the
thing
biggest
is
princess I know.
fractures. I think fractures are a little bit OP.
Well, I
With
mean, if you're talking
recombinators,
about that
I
kind of
don't
princess.
think you shouldn't
Beauty
be able
and
to use
the
a fraction
Beast.
item in the recombinator.
Mm.
I think that the fracture should
You're
act
calling
as
my
if the
wife a
fracture
beast?
we would expect it to act before
Sure,
we
she
got
ain't
it.
calling you a
Yeah.
If you
beauty.
were to ask me how a fractured item would
That's what-
work
Oh,
before
wait, I
we
thought I
used
was
them,
the princess.
I would assume that if I had, say,
Don't-
a fractured
mean you're a beauty.
ring and
Right.
a amethyst ring,
Right.
that when I
Says
combine them,
who?
if it picks the unset, it will have that fractured mod. Because that fractured mod was locked on that item.
It's part
And
of
if
the
it
base.
I don't know
picks
which way
the
I'm
other one,
going.
it could not bring the fractured mod with
I'm
it.
trying.
Because
trying to
it's a
look at the
fractured
map
mod. It
here.
locked on that item
kinda
got
fucked
destroyed.
up
It
with
didn't
all
take
the
that base,
construction
so it
going
should go
on.
away. So the idea of like being able to put together a
Mm.
double fractured item wouldn't exist
Limited
this way. Like, I would like it
merging
to the fractured mod should
distance.
stay locked to that
That sounds
base.
like a wonderful
And if it doesn't pick
experience.
that base, it should disappear.
Right.
That
I'm
being
not
said,
sure
I'm
about that.
super happy with it this way
Prepared
right now
to
in
stop.
League. Super happy with it. It can stay. All of these things are things that I think should
Man, I
only
can't
change.
stop. I won't
if it
ever get
goes
going
permanent.
again.
I'm not sure. I agree with the
Alright,
the
looks
goal
like
that you
that's
said
my
that it
opening,
shouldn't
baby.
be possible to create
Hit the
items
road,
with
Jack.
more than one
Don't you
fractured
look
mod
back
this way.
no more.
I'm not sure whether the fractured mod has to be glued to the original item. I think it'd be fine if you could recombine items.
Hey,
with
timed
fractured
that
mods
one
and the
just
fractured
right.
mods are able to move, but the result should never be able to have more than one fractured mod, or more than the original one. I think hard cap on one would also
Pepsi.
be fine.
Now hiring in Oklahoma.
Maybe. The idea is just that those are just the few things that I think are a little too strong to stay permanently. Right?
mean,
Being
what
able to
about
double,
using
double or
pulses
triple fracture
in my
and
fucking
use on corrupted and mirrored items.
Do you think
Yeah,
any
what?
mod should be as
Pulses.
mobile as it is right now? Like, I mean, it's fine that you can put mods
Omniphobia
out of the
here.
invasion-based mod pool
Yeah,
onto
that's
the
the-
armor and energy shield one. I think no one would disagree with that. Right? That's kind of the unique benefit of
I have no
combinators
idea
and
about
kind
it
of one of the
either.
reasons why they're cool to
The
use.
simulacrum.
But do you
was.
think every
I
mod
mean,
should be able to be moved, like outside of influence?
Absolutely.
Okay.
oh,
They're not as fair. I'm just genuinely curious whether that is maybe a little bit too strong with some of the
Yeah.
more sought after modifiers. Like for example, the grasping mail ones, which specifically are as powerful as they are because they can only spawn on a grasping mail and only on the process of creating it. Whereas
But
now
there's
you can move
there's a
them onto
price
anything.
associated with that, and it's very, very large.
Alright,
And I'm
there we
okay
go.
with
Now we're
all
all set. Why am I still
disgustingly
wearing
powerful
this
items existing,
bright yellow vest?
so long as they
for?
are also disgustingly expensive to get.
It's Halloween and you want to be a road
I
sign.
am very invested in this power fantasy of I can eventually make my character into a complete and utter god with enough time, investment, and
Yeah, I'm the
and-
road sign
and currency,
superhero.
right? So having those
Do
sort
those
of items,
short
like
school
every time
buses
you
or something.
try and move the global defense
Very
mod
short.
onto another chest, you first have to have a good item level chest. Then you have to have the
The magic school
global
bus.
defense
Yeah,
mod,
I
which
can do
is
that.
massive. And if you're
Is that
trying
what
to
they-
put
is
it
that what they
onto
told you it
another
was?
one, it has to be fractured. So it's like a 60x chest that you're gambling a less than 50-50 shot
You know it.
at getting it over to the other item, and when you
box.
fail, you lose it. So
You
it's
own
a
any-
very
you own any
expensive
boxes
process
there,
to actually
Kevin?
get a chest like that.
A
And I'm
box.
perfectly fine with really powerful stuff being very expensive.
Yeah, I don't think I'd change anything with it, and I'm hoping that they don't do one of the things that would be making sure, like, they could mess with the.
You should see her
percent
working
chances
out
for
over here while I'm
outcomes.
driving, Kevin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah, she wants to
but
provide a
don't you
better
think
show.
that would
They
make
don't.
it like if they, yeah, because I don't
Wow.
hope they don't, because that would make it less transparent. If there was like different chances for different mod types or something like that, right? If it's
No,
balanced
right
based
now,
on
Not
there's a
even
leaked
listening.
chart of like how it works. With if you put X amount of prefixes,
I'm
in, you're
listening.
gonna
I had
get
the
X
mic
amount
turned off.
chance
Oh.
with the weighting.
So
So
what,
the more
which
the
kind
more
of
you're
show?
using, that's what I'm talking about with that. If they mess with those numbers and
Which,
make
which
it like
she showing,
way
bro?
less
What are we
weighted to
talking
those
about?
3 properties,
Them guns. She's
then I
showing
think
them
then they
guns.
would have broken it. So I really hope if they're gonna nerf it, that they don't do that.
right. For a moment, I thought you were like suggesting that
She's
they
selling
change the
guns.
weighting based
getting
on,
robbed?
what mod you're trying to recombine.
No, not based on
No.
the
What
mod.
kind of
I'm saying I'm
material
worried
are
that they
you
might do
transporting,
that
bro?
approach if they think it is. I mean, they could
Tissue-
always just make them
tissue
more
paper?
rare, but I don't think.
Tissue paper. You went from water.
I don't even think they
to
should make them
ass
more
wipes.
rare because when you're,
Yep.
I don't
It's-
want to do more.
it's
The rich will get
it's
rich,
like
Joe.
dumb.
No.
It's
Yeah,
a dump.
if you
It
You know
destroys
the
items
essentials.
and makes
Everything
other
that runs out at Walmart
items
first thing.
potentially valuable. So I think that's good for the game. You need an item sink, which we usually
Water
lack,
and
or, like, a way
tissue.
to destroy stuff.
Oh, also the other
Always
big
the
problem
first
is
to
if
go.
they become rarer, then they become an item that someone like me uses, but not an item that casual Timmy gets to use. And I don't think
That's
that
why I
that's
have
good.
job security,
I
sir.
don't want the game balanced around me.
Job
That's not a thing.
security.
That's
I play an
why I
ungodly
own
amount. It's not fair.
19 firearms,
People should be right
10,000
now.
rounds of ammunition,
Everyone can use them.
class 4
If you
plate
make them
carriers for
suddenly
me
rare
and my
they
wife,
cost like, you know,
and all the
80
supplies that
each
you
and I
own.
need to use 70 of them. I'll just buy them. I don't care.
Have the prices changed
Doomsday
recently? I asked
much?
someone recently, and they told me like jewelry or combinators are like 6 to 8C, and I was like, really? That seems extremely cheap to how powerful they are.
Yeah, no, they're super common. Everyone gets to use them. That's good. We want that.
Doomsday.
We don't want them to become an item 1%ers get to use and everyone else gets fucked. Then we get power creep and they don't.
Take a look at
We don't want
the
that.
standard prices. If you want an example of how bad it could
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, but standard only has access to them from people who rip them out of hardcore.
Well, you just admitted to owning the
Yeah,
whole
but
that
that's
is
army
where
bound
the
to
depot.
availability could happen if you make them rarer.
There's nothing wrong with owning the whole army depot.
Yeah, but there's a number of
Yeah,
things
why
that
not?
are different for the standard situation than for a future league situation.
I'm
in
just
which
ready
they're
for
just
the
rare,
real life
because
end game.
On standard, you have all these.
Matt
legacy
seems
mods
to
that you
think
can
me
recombine,
giving up
so
my
they're fairly
firearms
more
is
sought
going to
after in
protect
standard, I'd
children.
say, by the
What?
high-end crafters, and they're willing to
How many,
overpay a fair bit more.
How many sacred orbs have you dropped this league?
I cannot remember ever getting.
That's his
sacred orb. I
theory.
think I got one
Yeah,
once.
that's-
How many?
that's
How many?
really-
How many
If there
kids
was
you
no
killed?
firearms, then they would be safe from
Has a
being.
really
Ah,
good
There would
so,
never
you
be
know,
no
just
firearms.
Wait, what?
If
there were no firearms,
There
there's
would never be-
355 million firearms in America right now.
Yeah.
Legally.
yeah, and that's why America's the #1 gun seller.
Stupid rare.
Well, of course.
Reflecting on the
You
addition
married
of
the number
sacred
one
orbs,
gun
It's the only
seller?
place
just
that you can
pick up
buy a
how
gun
you
and
feel
protect
about it.
yourself in that way. What do you mean?
You
Of
can
course.
3D print them.
That's like, oh, dude, hot dogs are the only place they sell them in America.
Yeah.
Guess what?
It's just a buff.
Hot dogs are also the #1 place sold in America.
Max, here
Can you
go,
believe
that's
that?
another thing you have to do.
It's like, well, yeah, the market exists here because it's here.
Yeah.
There is
had
no other
far less
market like
impact
that
than I thought it was gonna have,
because
that's
they're
for
not
sure.
nowhere else is free enough to allow to
Yeah,
protect
true.
themselves in that
I
manner.
still feel bad though.
Right,
Whenever,
right.
You gotta ask.
like,
You gotta
a good
ask or
item
call
with,
someone else to
like,
do
a
that
bad
for you.
roll, because it's mostly not
Yeah,
worth
you
it to
definitely
never
can't
know what's
depend
like
on the
rolls,
police
'cause
here.
Hell
talking out of
no.
my ass once again, but
Absolutely
Rare
not.
as fuck.
yeah, that
Look
wouldn't
at
be
the
worth
little
it to use
kids
on
in the
most of
school that
items,
was
so-
saying,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
police
yeah,
with 'em
yeah.
standing outside
Yeah,
the fucking
you got
door.
me fucking. You got me fucking sideways, man. That shit made me so sick. I I'll get so fucking hot talking about that shit. See, that's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. That's your. Hey, by the way, Matt, there's your gun-free zone. How's that working out? The softest target in all of America, with the most
But like you
precious,
said,
innocent
there's
people in
over
America,
300
and there's
million
no
guns
good,
in
and there's no
America.
fucking
You gotta
buddy
have a
with a good,
gun-free
there's no
zone
good
when
guy
there's-
there with a
with-
gun.
300 million guns.
What sense does that make?
Basically, every American fucking owns a gun.
No, every American doesn't own a gun. If every American did,
It's
then
not
there wouldn't be
that.
this shit
It's
happening.
not that. It's not that.
I'm just
It
saying, you
almost-
got enough
you
guns
can make
out there for everybody to own one.
Well,
Oh.
And then some.
There's a lot of them,
The whole
yeah.
deal is you can make all the laws you want. Bad
Well,
guys
sadly,
don't follow
it's
the
probably
law.
like
Yeah, bad guys
third
don't follow the law.
Yeah, bad guys don't listen to the laws.
It's so silly.
Yeah, let's make more
Oh,
gun
I know.
laws.
I'm not
You
arguing
know,
about
you know.
that.
By the way, you cannot own. You pretty much can't own a firearm, right? In New York, one of the worst places right now in the last 3 months to get shot. Huh.
They tried to do
Wonder
that
how
in
that
DC
works
and they
out.
got it
What about
overturned.
Chicago, the highest, the
yeah.
highest restrictive gun city in the nation?
They get what, 35, 40 murders a weekend.
Yeah, per week. It's also the highest. Makes no sense. So that's just a complete fallacy of an idea.
And it was
Yeah.
only
It's a
the
pipe dream. It's
only
a
reason there was drama
socialist
around
need to
it
go-
communism
You need to quit
idea.
letting the bad
5%
guys out of
all
jail.
items
You know, in New
5%
Orleans,
buff, it was just
we
a buff, like 10%
arrest
buff
people,
everything.
right, for murder and attempted murder
Yeah,
that
all
have
I said
multiple
was,
cases pending.
if there was
Right.
no guns, then there would be no gun crimes, right?
Oh,
I
if
mean,
there
that
wasn't
was
any
true,
bad
though.
guys, there wouldn't be any bad people.
Oh, exactly.
What a vacuous thing to
I mean,
say.
that's
It
just-
means nothing.
I'm just saying.
So what?
But
I mean, what does
it
that even
does mean
mean?
something.
Types of things, divine.
But what does
You'll
that
never
mean,
not
man?
have any gun.
I mean, so
Never
what?
had
I mean,
any
that's
gun.
not reality. That's not real world.
I like finding those.
I mean,
little
it,
gaps in
if
the
guess what,
market.
man? We
Why
wouldn't.
not?
If everybody
Why
was.
can't it be
Well, guess what,
reality?
Matt? Let me say this real quick then, as well, just to add on there. If everybody was nice and sweet and took care of everybody around everybody, we wouldn't have to have money anymore.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Just buying threads of hope
that
Why
doesn't
can't we
mean
have a
anything,
utopia?
bro.
because nobody wanted them, and just throwing.
I
divines
mean, what's
on them
wrong
until
with
they hit
trying to
large and then
aspire
selling them
to a
again?
better society?
Well, that's just like, I mean, that's fine. and all. You can like preach about shit, but to think like that's gonna happen is so naive. I mean, it's just not gonna happen. Not in our
But
life.
it's not gonna happen because people
That was the
believe
whole
it to be
flip.
naive and fruitless and pointless.
No, it's just reality. You have to move in. No, change happens in increments. If you don't understand that concept, that you think you could just switch the world from black to white and over.
That's a whole nother argument.
No, this is another society you're talking about. This ain't America that we're living
We're
in.
talking about you saying it's not reality, but
It's not.
I'm saying why can't it be reality?
I mean, why can't everybody eat gumdrops and take care of
Why
everyone?
can't
And-
they?
Goddamn.
because that's not how
1%
humans work, Matt. You're not in that world
That's
yet.
the real
Sorry,
way.
it's not Star
That's the
Trek.
real- That's the real
I mean,
way.
you say that, but
Why
anyone
can't it
could have
be?
bought threads of
Because
hope.
we're just not there yet. As a human beings, we
Well,
haven't
I mean,
evolved
according-
enough.
According to you, it's never gonna get there.
Not in our lifetime. It's
It'll
not.
never get there, dude.
Not in
Oh,
our
yeah.
lifetime. We're gonna destroy the
I
Earth
mean,
before
with
that
that,
happens.
but with that attitude, it's never
I
gonna
mean,
happen.
yeah, whatever. I'm gonna be real. I mean,
There you go.
No,
They
I
wanna
get
keep
what
you
you're
guys
saying.
down just
I
in
mean,
real
I
life.
I get that. I understand that. I'm not arguing about that.
When they're
But
really just making exalts behind
my
our
point
backs.
is like we talked about before, like when people choose politics, it's always you always hear like phrases like choose the lesser evil or whatever. I'm like, why do I have to choose an evil
Probably
at
has a hidden
all?
horror
Right,
bomb
but-
somewhere.
You know what I
well, you
mean?
don't.
Like,
You don't have to
no.
vote in America. That's not something you have to do.
Why the fuck are we making that kind of choice?
Well, you don't have to. It's America. You
I
have.
know.
You don't have to. You don't have to
I
vote
know,
at
I
all.
don't
I didn't.
have
I
to.
haven't voted the last 2 times because there is no good choice. It's just a whole bunch of retards to pick from.
I'm just gonna use them and
But that's not
Just
that's
waste the
not
sentinel slot
you
in
know
your
that's my
army.
choice as American. You
Yeah.
know,
Could've been
you
making
could
profit
either
with
be
that.
mad
Yeah,
at me
but
for that, or you
if
could
you
be
sit
like,
back and do
Fuck.
nothing,
yeah.
then the choice is
Think
going to
it'd
be
be
made
fun?
for you, one way or the other.
It's not my choice being made.
do
My
really
choice is made
enjoy,
by
like,
me. I
the
chose to not
situational
participate, and
buffs that
I'll
seem
throw
to
the
provide
dice
on
up.
the
Whoever
Sentinels
gets
as
into
a
off
whole.
us, I think it's a
Well, I
loss.
mean,
So it's whatever. It's no big deal to me.
Choosing by not participating is basically making a choice.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly my point. I did make a choice, and my choice was to not pick either or vote on either of these. People did not deserve my vote. The last two rounds, there's been nobody that has my confidence to put myself behind.
Right.
So they're not getting that, right? So I was staying my vote. I let you do whatever the fuck y'all want to do because both sides are absolutely
blame me.
retarded. I'm not going to sit here and complain about it either. Okay, it works both ways, right? I think I'm calling the game before it even starts. I'm saying that game is rigged and dumb, and I'm not going to watch that, right? So when everybody's
Right.
oh shit, like right now, oh my god, gas is the price of this. Oh man, babies can't have formula because Joe Biden literally shut down the #1 baby factory in America, and now there's a massive shortage and it's a huge crisis. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm not saying shit. It's whatever. Y'all voted for the guy, whoever he is, whoever voted for him. Y'all answered for that shit. That is an absolute senile person you put into office, and the guy before that was wild as hell too. Wild. Y'all answer for that shit, not me. So
Yeah,
it is what it is, man.
Do you think it's the best state of the game that
It's an absolute joke fest right now. And the America that I used to know and I grew up around and was involved with is nowhere to be seen, and I don't know if it'll ever get back to that.
I agree with
You
that.
know, so I'm not going to sit here and make other people participate in a world that I'm not really cool about either. So I mean, you see me, I'm just chilling.
When it was a
Right.
league, but that doesn't matter because
Do my
we're talking
thing.
about, like,
Yep,
best
don't come for
balance.
me, you know, and don't fucking tell me what the fuck to do either.
Best balance.
The worst.
'Cause I don't trust anybody anymore as far as that shit goes. The government can get fucked, okay? It can go do its own damn thing. I'm gonna leave everybody alone. Everybody can leave me the fuck alone. Do not come for me and do not tell me like how to live my life. I'm gonna live a free person.
This is the best
I
the
mean,
game's ever been.
It just is what it is, man. If the government comes from our guns, and in
from your
that
perspective,
instance, I guess from what we're talking about,
they're
if they
gonna come for you, they're gonna come for you one way or the other.
well,
at
if
the
they
end of the
do,
day.
right? If that's the thing, right? That's like a choice, right? You know.
But I agree with the diversity.
I mean,
That's my
it's
choice
not
to
a
live that
choice
way.
You made. That's a choice somebody else made.
Well, it's my choice to end it.
Because-
Like if that, like I said, like if like for instance, if the government, most people, most law, like 99% of law-abiding citizens would probably give up their guns completely willingly, right?
Nope. Fuck no. You think gun owners are gonna get back? Is they gonna say?
I think a lot of them talk a lot of shit, but I don't think a lot of people have really been in some shit before. I don't think they. I think you put pressure on people, and most people
My
fold.
gun fell in the lake in a boating accident. I don't know where they are.
Yeah, I know the joke.
If you
And
change
that's most gun owners talk about. Oh yeah, Second Amendment, I'm a badass and shit. But really, at the end of the day, most of them ain't gonna do shit. Just like, just like a good 90% of motherfuckers on a bike riding around on a Harley nowadays, they ain't a real biker. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker ain't gang affiliated and gonna fuck you up for looking at him too long. Most of them are soft ass accountants, you know, riding around on a Harley, and that's just most people nowadays. Are just very. It's a very soft time, man. Most people haven't been in shit. Most people get pressured and get pushed on some shit, and they're gonna fold. They can talk all tough online and whatever, but in real life, most people.
I know several of them.
I'm just telling you, I know people. I put pressure on people and folded them. You know, I mean, that's just how people are.
Two of your favorites should be glaciers,
And I know most people talk a lot of shit, and in the darkness and in the quietness of their own time, when people ain't around, especially when they can think that they can get away with something. That's you'll see them, man. They'll betray themselves. You
If
know,
I leave all but
people are
Yeah.
wild.
of my favorited maps on Crimson,
Yeah, they are.
and I put 2 of them on, say, Toxic Sewer, because they sell for 7C in bulk. So I'm gonna.
And I don't want to
sell
take
those.
away people's
If I
guns. By
run
the way,
12 maps,
I'm
I will
just-
fill
That's
my
good.
I
map
was just
map
putting
Not
the point
good
out
people.
there.
You should want to attack people. You're
However,
look. There's a problem.
have a
There's a
problem.
problem
I
that
don't have a
needs to
problem
be
with people
addressed,
collecting
right?
cars.
It
I don't
will
have a
take me
problem with people collecting,
55 maps
you
to
know,
fill my
baseball
map pack.
cards. I don't have a
72
problem with
maps.
people collecting clothes or whatever.
Yes.
You know, they
And
like to
every
collect
single time
shoes,
that
whatever. I don't have a problem with people collecting guns either.
Okay.
That's not what I have the problem with.
I have only dropped favorites.
Well,
obviously.
bro,
And I'm big enough to say that, like,
everyone
Sure.
like it's not just guns that I have a problem with. It's 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 what's being done with the guns.
well, of course, right? And
Well,
so,
it's the people doing
right.
it. So you got two
So,
types of people. You got
Mhm.
criminals and you got people that got mental issues that aren't getting the proper treatment.
I mean, yeah.
they're both true.
Yeah.
And at some
So
point,
I know.
you can we could all sit here and placate, right? Because each side does their little dance, right? That I think so silly,
Mhm.
right? So the left side does what you were arguing. Well, if people would just give up the guns, then we wouldn't have any problem. And then
No, yeah. But I said,
sorry?
yeah, if there's no gun,
They
if there's
do,
no
bro.
guns, there's no
Yes,
no
this is the
gun
typical
crime, but-
liberal left side argument, and it's
But
I
I'm just
understand it.
saying.
And then there's the right side that say, over my dead body type shit, because they think based
Mhm.
upon being American,
Oh,
on the
I know.
Constitution, right? And you read it off, and
Yeah.
every single one of those guys are like, fuck you, I'm a law-abiding citizen to the max, you know what I mean? I do everything I'm supposed to do. I go to my 12-hour courses so I can carry. I go to
Yeah.
train on the weekends. I can do all my
You
shit.
don't-
Like, I do everything I'm supposed to do, but yet you still come from my guns at the end of the day. You always come from my guns. You never, the ones that I use to protect my family
Yeah.
while following the law. Everybody, all y'all on the left side want to come from my shit. You don't want to go fix your problem. The problem is the bad guy. That's where you need to start at. How do I stop the bad guy? Not how do I stop the weapon that he's using. That's the most silliest way to go about fixing a problem. And when I see, a hose with a fucking big ass leak blowing through the thing, all right, and it's water everywhere, do I start working on the hose right then, or do I go turn the fucking water off? You got to go turn the fucking water off first, right? So it's the same. It's the same way. Like, we can get mad, and I know it's easy to point the blame at something. The guns. Look, you're advertising them everywhere. They're everywhere. There's a billion of them, but that's not your problem, okay? Because guess what? You go to the UK, right? Western life, what the closest thing to Western civilization that we have right now to America, right? And you go over there, there is no guns, right? Good job. They took away the guns.
They got guns.
Now,
UK's got
now
guns.
listen. No, they got fucking 32-inch long blunderbusses, motherfucker.
Really?
Black
No, they got
powder and shit.
guns.
They
It's
got a
just
few.
hard to fucking
Anyway,
get 'em.
my point is that you go over there, and what happens is you see a super hardcore restriction on firearms. Nobody's allowed to have pistols. Nobody's allowed to have shit hardly.
Yeah.
But what do they have? They have the highest knifing problem in anywhere in the world. More people
Probably
get
China.
knifed to death
Probably
over there.
China, too.
And now, what do they do in the
But China
UK?
don't
It sounds
report.
like everywhere else you see in America and Australia and everywhere west, right? That does have guns. You see them saying, if you guys would just come in, we'll do vouchers. You just give up your guns. We can get these off the streets or whatever, right? This weird idea that everybody's good guys' guns is constantly the one that's getting stolen, and it's like, okay, it's the bad guys doing it, but the idea is to do that. Now they do that with knives. They are now pleading to the UK's
But,
population
I
to
mean,
in your knives. If you
I
can,
mean, you get killed
like,
20
oh
people with
my
a knife,
God.
but it'll take a lot more time.
no.
and
You know
a
what
lot
they
more
do over there,
trouble to
right?
do.
No. It's not knives that the big. No, there is a volume of knife stabbings that is so insanely high over there. The volume of the individuals getting stabbed, okay, by other individuals. Now, if you're talking about, the guns, they can shoot up to, what are these last numbers? It's like 12, 13 people usually, right? It's like 10 people or something. You're like, damn. Oh, what do they do over there? Oh, I'm sorry, they don't have guns. So what do? They drive down the sides of the things in big ass work vans and run over 32 people over a bridge is what they do. They just run them they just kill everyone. Going 80 mile an hour on a fucking on a sidewalk
Running
down
a bus
it's an
stop.
entire you
yeah,
can go
they
watch
find
the
other
video,
ways to
dude.
kill
This
people.
dude takes
I
this
know.
work van and drives it down this huge bridge where it's a pedestrian bridge, but it's just really wide and it's like scenic and it's over this water. And he's just going like a good 65 mile an hour. And it looks like it's like a bird's eye view, man. And it looks like Grand Theft Auto. I mean, it's fucked up, man. People are getting mangled, blasted in half, parts of them coming off and shit. I mean, he's just plowing through them, man. And that's what they do. Because that's what people do. When they want to do something fucking crazy, they will do it. They'll start making bombs. You want the bombs to start? Then what are you going to do? Stop the fertilizer? So if you can keep going for the tool that's used, at the end of the day, people are going to do bad shit. We need to start addressing how and why people are doing bad shit. I don't know. That sounds like a more logical
Yeah,
person.
no, I get what you're saying.
But it's always about the guns, man. We're always coming for the guns. You know, it's like if you can point out anything that makes sense to maybe try and help, that you can point that, oh, this would stop this from happening. I think anybody reasonably is going to be okay and down for it, you know. But when you get crazy, because what happens is like the farthest end of the spectrum, they want to apply what's going on in New York to every fucking state in America. It's insane. You know, and that's just mind blowing to me. And you could see that these things don't work, right? There's like, if you want to talk about a somewhere in between, or maybe working at something that makes sense, sure. But taking somebody who's, like I said, you know, most of these people dedicate so much time to these things. Like you got to take 12-hour course just to carry your firearm, you know? I mean, like these people go and spend hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on this stuff and train all the time and shoot all the time. I mean, these are the guys that you're not worried about. Like, these are the good guys, you know? Like, if anything, if one of these people have a firearm, you know, like somebody like me who's shot, you know, 200,000 rounds, trust me, if I have a firearm in my presence and some bad shit's going down, there's going to be a dead motherfucking bad guy. Promise you, or I'll get killed trying to do it. I am that person, you know? Like, what happened in over there in Austin? Like, dude, I'm going in, you know? That anybody in the right mind's going in. I would not even think twice. I'm you know, I'm going in, dude. And like the idea that these guys are tasing me or something, I mean, no way, dude. And then imagine if that was actually my kid, like, oh my God, dude, I'm going through somebody. I don't give a fuck if you got a badge on. You're getting fucked up, dude. Oh man, it's so bad. It's so tragic, man. That's pathetic. Just it's because like the cops are now like, oh, we can't do anything because, you know, just
I don't even,
we're gonna
all
get
that stuff
sued.
coming out afterwards, like fucking like the kid calling for help and fucking like the cop going by, not even
brutal, dude.
fucking
Oh
yeah, like all that shit, bro. Like I'm like, what the fuck was going on?
And then a real motherfucker went in there and did what needed to be done. I mean, who was it? Who was it, by the way? It was an off-duty guy who went to the owner of a barber shop and said, "Do you got a gun?" And he said, "I got a shotgun in the back." And he took it and he went in himself and got the shit done. That's what saved that day. Okay, there was no cop that went in there, by the way. That was a law-abiding citizen who went in there and got somebody else's legal gun and went and fucking ended that psychopath's life. I mean, an American hero. That dude should be everywhere, dude. He should be plastered everywhere. And they don't even talk about him. They won't even put him on CNN or any of that shit because he's the devil, you know? That's a bad guy, dude. It's not a good guy. It's like,
yeah, I didn't hear about that one yet.
Yeah. Go look it up. Go look him up. I think he was either an off-duty or retired border patrolman.
Patrol.
Yeah.
Border patrol.
And he was getting his hair cut, dude, and he heard what the fuck was going down, and he realized that he wasn't nobody gonna do shit.
Right, yeah.
He said, fuck
Nobody
that.
doing
Like,
shit. He handled it.
God bless him, man. That's a real American hero right there, dude.
Yeah.
And that's why you say whatever you want to at the end of the day. If that's in another country, nobody's saving them kids. That would have been 40 fucking dead bodies, 40 little babies in there.
Because everybody's trained, right, to let somebody else handle it.
Yep.
And the people that are trained to handle it usually don't.
Well, nowadays they can't, right? They're like, you know, defund these motherfuckers, get sued. Yeah, we've decided, we don't want the cops doing shit, right? The cops are the bad guys. So we now put the cops with their hands in their pockets. But I don't give a shit. I do not give a fuck, man. And I mean this with every fucking fiber of my being, man. I don't give a fuck if you're a cop, if you're a whatever. You're a man. And if you sit there and did not go up in there and save them little babies, man.
Yeah.
I hope you burn in hell, bro.
Yeah. Fucked up.
So fucked up.
Yeah.
This shit's an absolute tragedy, man. And
I'll tell you what, I'm the same way.
How
I would
could
have
you
been
live
all
with yourself,
up in that
man?
fucking school. I would have pushed cops out of the way.
I would have pulled out on a cop. I mean, I would have drew down on a cop. I mean, make them do something.
Move.
And then I would have asked them the whole time while I'm pointing a fucking gun right at their face, like, you're gonna shoot me, but you won't shoot this motherfucker. Like, I would have made my way in that fucking place, man. I was like, y'all shoot me in the back, then you fucking cowards, you fucking assholes. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck them. We're all men at the end of the day, man. That's just a job, dude. Like I'm fucking ex-law enforcement. I used to be an extradition officer, bro. Like, fuck that. Fuck these people, man. Cowards, dude. The men of today, they're just
Ain't
Dude,
like
joke, man.
yesterday.
I just literally
Dude.
I don't know. I don't know what we're becoming, dude. We used to stand for something.
You know, if you had another event like World War II or
Oh, yeah.
whatever, the most males nowadays, I mean, we would
Get
have
smacked.
lost the war with the males we have today. You know,
That's fine. I'd be driving droves of these low testosterone fucking meat flaps into the fucking fire. Fucking, I'd be barking orders the whole goddamn time. I'll tell you what. If some shit goes down, man, I don't know.
Remind me not to be under your command.
Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't be a meat shield, you know? Like most of these people are like literal bots walking through life, man. It's pathetic. I just could you imagine being an actual on duty live cop holding back fathers and mothers and doing nothing while you just hear this guy racking rounds off into these little babies. Like,
oh fuck no.
What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? This is the America we live in, bro. And that was Texas. That's old Liberty Land, Austin, but it's still Texas. Like, wow, man. They're suing and shit. They're suing the police department now. And I bet you they don't get nothing out of it. I think the Supreme Court said back in like the 90s that you remember do y'all remember this back in the day? It used to be to protect and serve.
right?
That's not the slogan anymore, man.
Oh yeah, what is it?
It's something to serve. It's not even to protect and serve. They're not actually obligated to put themselves into a position to protect you by no means. They're supposed to stop crime and do all that kind of stuff, but they're not actually obligated to protect you, dictated by the Supreme Court. So you can't sue them for like not doing a good enough job protecting you, essentially. But now it's like they literally can just stand there and do nothing. You
that's
know.
one of the other day. Like one of the other things, the bad things about like a capitalist society to begin with is people, like get like sue happy. They're trying to fucking use the fucking laws to fucking get rich. Like waiting for somebody to fuck up so they can fucking get rich.
Huge problem with the medical industry right now. They say it's so expensive because it's such a highly it's very very like high sue rate.
Yeah, doctors don't want to do shit either because they fucking end up fucking getting sued for everything they're worth.
Right.
I mean, I get malpractice, stuff like that. I mean, that's good. Like, cause some jackass out there, like, do something fucking stupid, like, and put your life at risk doing it, like, I get that. But, somebody, like, we're people, we make mistakes, obviously. It's like, I don't know, it's just, there's a lot of fucked up shit. And that's why all these fucking regulations are fucking coming about now, like both like locally and fucking nationally.
It's all gamble too, man. It's like giving power to the government is very dangerous because the government will never unrelease power, right? It will never make a position or an office or a organization, and that organization will employ people who will never unemploy themselves when it's no longer needed, right? That will never happen.
Yeah.
So it's very dangerous to sit there and delegate fucking shit to the left and right to the fucking government. Our shit was never designed to be that way. Back in the day, it was never designed to be that way. It was designed to be locally decided. how you want to govern and live your life was based on local politics mostly. Almost very, I mean, very, very, very little did the federal government have to do with a day-to-day life of American. And most people had no idea or any kind of really impact, you know, by the federal government. Nowadays, the federal government is extremely overarching, and it reaches in everything, and it's constantly trying to get more control of stuff. I feel like as American people, we are constantly like not even fighting really for it. Unfortunately, we don't live, our people today are so docile, but they essentially are just constantly just taking more and more from the people. The people are now so conditioned that they'll beg for more. They just beg for more, and they think if you don't want more, then you're like some kind of bad person, you know, for not wanting more government, daddy government to take care of me. You know, even though we all know the saying, you know, was it Benjamin Franklin saying, or whatever, whoever it was, about, you know, there's anybody who will trade freedoms for security deserves neither. And
Yeah.
And that is a foundation, you know, that's a founding father, you know, that's a principle upon which a nation was born. And that's what a lot of people base their stuff upon, is upon what
Well, I mean, it's just
the
like the
belief of
Bible. Like
what we have here.
they
You know?
take words, you know, like they take specific like verses or whatever and twist them.
Well, I don't think you twisted anything, right? You're just
Okay,
taking
you
shit
don't see my
literally.
blinker.
Actually, it's actually the opposite. You're like taking shit very
Good job,
literally.
bro.
You know,
Well,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
because a lot of people believe
they
in
do
that.
the same thing with religion. Like, they just fucking use what parts they want to fucking make their point. And
I don't think it's like, it's
yeah,
not a narrative, right? It's either like you like believe in the shit or you don't. You know, it's like nowadays it's cool to hate America and like not.
they translate shit differently.
What?
And,
Well, yeah,
and so
not
you
just
get
translate, but I mean, it's already fucking like they already got like English versions, and yeah, some of them have like some words, but like I don't think any of them are really like so far like translated differently that it really it really boils down to
I
the
interpret should be the better
yeah,
word.
the how the individual interprets it, right? And then they find like I guess like-minded people. You know, you got the Lutherans, you got the Methodists, you got the you know, they find like-minded people or a community they fit in with, right? And you know, they end up, you know, like sharing those fucking interpretations and blah blah blah. Um, and they basically like I said, you could take like one verse and out of the Bible and turn it into something vindictive, and that's not what the overall Bible is about, right? Like
Right.
it's not what
Sure.
it's about.
But you remember the movie Book of Eli, right?
Yeah.
So the whole
Mm-hmm.
reason why he wanted the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
because it's got power, it can manipulate people. Because easy, simple-minded people can't see the whole picture, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they wanted it.
All right, be right back.
No, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Like we share a lot of perspectives similar.
Well, we'll
But
agree on methods when when I'm talking about shit. It seems like you'll agree with me, like methodology, but then you'll like say things that are like very not in agreement with that. Like that.
No, I said I was just having a discussion. I told you
Yeah.
I didn't really believe in taking away people's guns and stuff. Like that's not what
Like at all?
I'm
You don't believe
about.
in
Like
that?
my argument was about like why couldn't we have a utopia society? You know what I mean? Like why couldn't we why couldn't we have ambition to do something like that? You know, like and like what you're saying, like, well, that's just not reality. That's not what we deal with. I mean, it is. It is what we deal with every day, though. Um, you know, it might not be the, you know, reality at this exact moment, but it could be if we work toward it.
Well, the thing is,
You know
though,
what I mean?
it's like it's just a pipe. It's like, you ever heard somebody say like a pipe dream? Like, that's what it
Mm.
is. When you say things that are so, it's like, man, one day we will have like flying cars, flying houses. We'll be living on Mars, you know, like, but like to say like right now, like, why are we not like living like that way? It's like, well, we're just not there yet. I mean, I'm not saying it can't ever happen.
So
I'm just saying like that much of a
but when
unified
you say,
utopia, I believe that.
a pipe dream, that's like that's almost as good as saying that it's never gonna happen. So why even bother
I'm
even
just
trying to do
saying.
anything toward it?
Well, I'm just saying like it's not gonna happen like now. It's like if your end goal would be that to help build something
Yeah.
towards that one day, you know, that's another discussion. But that's not what you were saying. You were just saying like right now, like why not? Why can't we have that? It's like,
Well, that's
well, I mean,
well,
it's like
no,
that's like
I-
100, 200 years possibly. You know, like people have to. Like actually the world would need to unite
what-
and shit. It's like, man, shit's just not like even close to that. Like we
Oh.
might even nuke each other before that shit happens. Like dead ass.
yeah, like Star Trek.
Wait, is that what they did? They nuked each other?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's probably the most plausible thing. I mean, honestly.
Unfortunately, mankind. I mean, most people
Because that's what happens
Like,
when
um,
like
they don't change. They don't change unless something tragic happens to them. You know what I mean?
that's true.
Like something like truly fucking life changing happens to them. So
True.
I wouldn't expect that from the entire fucking population. Like unless something truly fucking happens, like that's gonna life changing, that then it ain't gonna change.
But that's
Or
that's also
or like you
like
said, like in increments, it might change a little bit.
no, it
every
will. It
generation.
always will change with time. Like we will always slide to a more progressive type lifestyle with time. The problem is you stunt that natural growth of society doing that by forcing insane shit like what's happened now. We may be pushed back, you know, because of that, and you might not even see like stuff that would normally be like a more of a, you know, a liberal progressive mindset just because it's been handled so poorly, you know, lately.
There are things that we've forced and pushed
Like to the detriment.
that
That's
are
awful.
good.
Like what?
You know, like slavery.
Well, wait, what? You don't know history.
Huh?
You don't know history. That's not a good argument.
What do you mean? I mean, people protested and they put their lives on the line.
You mean people in general? Yeah, true. I mean, of course, but that was also society, right? That was the slide of society.
We had a war about it. Like we had a civil war about it. So I mean,
Sure.
it was kind of like a forced issue.
It was, but the people decided that, right? That was like an issue the people decided. There wasn't like there was at no time that the government declared
Real
and
spicy.
decreed. You know, the way that the war started was essentially like everybody squared up. You know, it was like like literally like the people just like drew the line and decided. It was like, this is what we want. This is what we want. You know, and like they went at it about it, and it was because it was such a new nation. You know, that those lines had to get drawn. But at the same time, the government didn't just declare full annihilation of all people in the South. It's like, no, they just reunited. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
we fought, and then we handled the business, and then we went back to you know, being a nation. So I mean that does
Yeah.
mean something. And there's like steps about that. Like that was something that had to happen over time, you know. And even after that, it's not like it was all peachy keen after that. You know what I mean? There was still a lot of shit that had to
it's
change
still-
over
it's
time.
still ain't fucking perfect, but
Sure, and it never will be, right? It won't, and that's because people
well,
aren't
now we're
perfect.
starting to try. Like a lot of society is starting to.
Well,
Like there's still some
just
people that are living in
naturally,
the
like,
old days, but then there's some people that are trying to, like you said, like trying to be more progressive, and like I guess the terminology would be extreme left or extreme right, right?
A leftist, yeah,
So
extreme leftist or something, yeah. Which is
yeah,
like, there's a
you
lot of
know,
people wanting to
the
burn,
carrots
like
that
for
are
instance,
just
there's people wanting to, the idea to abolish all the police, absolutely insane. Okay, the idea of dismantle all of the systems of America because capitalism is so evil. This is mind-numbingly not only dumb, ignorant, but it's also just useless, right? There's no conversations to be had like with that. That you're not saying anything.
yeah.
You're not saying anything. Like, who gives a fuck what you think, really? I mean, and that's like how most people feel about all this stuff. And now we've pushed it so far back that like, if you're on the left side of the politics now, you're either like a naive person because you're like saying I agree with this dumb shit. It's like nobody agrees with this shit unless you're fucking a hardcore, you know, sycophant or kid. You know, it's a lot of kid shit, in my opinion. It's like the new hip cool thing to be is like a commie, you know, and get like the sickle and hammer tattoos or get the fucking wear all the red shit. It's like it's just so stupid. Like, I mean, these people have no idea what this even comes from, you know, and it's like, but this is cool now. This is like cool to be like, oh, I'm anti-capitalist, and most of them, like literally, like 90% of them are rich kids, you know, that just come from a super wealthy background.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of them, you know,
Most.
like Trump, like hardcore Republicans, and
Trump
not
is
all
not.
like
That's actually funny because Trump was a Democrat his whole entire life before he became president. By the way,
yeah.
So tell me about how hardcore of a Republican he was, and we'll go down his policy list, and we'll see how hardcore of a Republican he did. He's the most Democratic Republican president ever, Republican. And because they hated him so bad, they would not look at anything that he did, even though it was all super Democratic-ish. It was super middle road, a lot of left stuff. He even tried to do gun laws and shit. He was trying to like put people behind bars before they even like got trialed, just take their guns. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and they just hated him so bad they wouldn't give him any of that. They just called him like an extreme right guy. And it's like, I mean, if we're talking about policies, this guy was actually like pretty much your man, dude. Like, he was doing tons of lefty shit and a lot of middle of the road shit. And then the people on the right loved him so much they were like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do that. Let's give more to kids, more to inner cities. I'm like, amazing. Like, this guy's actually like doing some good shit, and y'all hate him for this shit. But he's like convinced people on the right to come more to the middle, and he's like made going to the middle look like more to the right, to right people, which is a good thing. That's where like, I mean, that's where you want society moving, right? Off of these like more like harsh social issues like racism, all that stuff. We were in a fucking great place, and then all of a sudden it became the most racist place ever. You know, it was like my whole childhood growing up. I mean, now I don't know about you guys. Y'all come from up north or areas, okay? But I went to a school was 98% black. I was raised in Memphis, where it's I'm a minority. You know, like I've been around black folks my entire fucking life, and that's just how it is, right? That's just how I was raised. That's how down here in Louisiana, Mississippi, fucking Memphis, Tennessee, you know. It's just that way, the Delta, and that's where I've been raised my whole life is down here. So for me, that's very normal. But to then pretend to see all these other people like in California and all these other people,
still feel a little awkward among like, you know, ethnic people. But
you do?
Yeah. Like, honestly, but
everyone that's a minority will feel that way, right?
Awkward among like new people all the time, though. Like,
so you're just gonna. That's just. But that's a normal thing, right? Because you're not in a group of like people. Because you're outside of a group. It's normal. It has nothing to do with being racist or any other weird shit.
I have best friends that are, you know, I had good friends that are of color, so.
Yeah, but now everybody's sus. You know, everybody's like, oh, where's the racists? You know, everybody's looking for the boogeyman. There's one somewhere. Everybody knows a friend of a friend that knows a guy that was one. You know, and it's like, come on, man.
You want some water?
It's just gotten so silly, so far from what reality is. That and rewriting of definitions and shit, like that's just wild to me.
I gotta drink it all to get to the noodles, anyways. Yeah.
How are we rewriting language, man? Like, really?
Yeah, I know. We're rewriting language.
Yeah, it's
like abbreviations.
Things just mean different things than when I grew up, you know? Like, do you know, like when I was a kid, to say somebody was a white supremacist is like crazy shit. That's like some like an actual Ku Klux Klan Nazi member or something, right? But like nowadays, we live in a white supremacist society and all this shit, and it's like I'm
They just,
so
I just read an
confused. I'm
I
like,
just read an article. Where was I can't even think of where that was at now. They busted white supremacists like actually wearing masks and stuff, getting ready to raid like a pride parade or some shit. I was just reading an article about that. I was like, oh boy, here we go. And they just put away some proclaimed Proud Boys or whatever, right? I just read an article
oh
on
my
that
God,
too.
please don't bring up that ignorant shit.
Mm.
That's a, oh my God. You know what a Proud Boy is?
Not really. A dumbass.
Oh, 100%. It's a
Yeah.
meme joke from a comedian called Gavin McGinnis, who to be a Proud Boy, which was a play and a joke off a Pinocchio Disney movie, was that they had to punch each other in the shoulder and name 5 cereals as fast as you can. And
What
that
did I walk into?
that's it. That's
We're teaching you how to be a Proud Boy.
That's a Proud Boy. Yeah. And but now they're like a kid, you know, gotta listen to the TV. The TV will tell you there's some Nazi people or something. It's like, and the leader of it's like a Latin guy out of Miami. The other guy had to disavow it, unfortunately, because they just kept telling everybody that they were like Nazis or something. Like, I don't know. It's just wild. But to think we had like a Richard Pryor at one time, and like all these people, that comedians and the movies, everything used to be so fucking funny and good, and now it's all like some weird fake.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's so bad now. It's so bad.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
what are you
all
talking
that,
about, man? It's like
Uh,
everybody's
A
just
lot of that's due to these
mentally-
Karens, bro. Like,
yes,
just-
dude. These
yeah,
kids
they're
are like
getting
mentally so
mental
fucking
about
weak and
stupid
shaken.
shit.
They developed like these like mental disorders or something, man. They're just like some pathetic excuse of a human. They just like fluff around and scream and yell at everything that moves. It's just insane to me. It's like, how do these people exist in society? Good God, man. Just get it, like literally just get a life. Most of these people just don't have anything better to do, I don't think.
They don't get an ass whooping no more.
Well,
That's why.
they literally just have nothing else to do. They are terminal. They're terminally online. Their life, entire life is online.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
And they don't know how to interact fucking in real life.
No, these are the fucking weirdest motherfuckers you've ever met
IRL.
at your high school, okay? These are all the weirdos that we all knew about at high school that just went through that weird phase, right? And then they grew up to make a lot of money and were cool, normal people. But nowadays, everybody just lives inside because of the Rona, you know, or whatever. And these people literally have lost like 3-4 years of their life, you know, that were supposed to be socializing and not being a weirdo anymore and learning to go to college and grow up and get out there and get a job. And now they're just like terminally fucking weirdos that are screeching the loudest, you know, and like because of the only ones making any noise, because normal people don't screech at all, they're the only ones being heard. So we're seeing like this big backlash response, like it's some thing that everybody's into, but we can clearly see everybody's not into these awful hard swinging left or right policies, you know. It's
Well,
just,
and
no one likes
that's,
this
that's
shit.
part of what I was saying before about like these Karens. Like, you got these kids like screaming, and then when a parent tries to go spank their ass or
Yeah, you
like
can't do
flip
none
it
of that
out,
no more.
like you're not supposed to hit your kid.
You've
you know?
abused
Like,
them mentally and they're scarred for life, and they probably gonna have to go get
Yeah.
a check from the government and all this stuff by the time they're 16. They won't be able to work, and you've destroyed them, you know, mentally. But bro, this is like how weak people are nowadays, and that's why I brought up that weird thing that I'm saying. Like, I know it sounds weird, but it's like it was just super alarming when nowadays a 21-year-old average testosterone level is lower than a 70-year-old man from World War II's. I mean, that's like that's development hormones that make you in and make you go and do things courageous. You know, you're not going to do that if you're like low on all that stuff. You're going to be ambitious and stuff. And it's like, I feel like there's a huge section of society that needs, it's like, has been kind of fucking cucked by the way that like the world has turned out and with all this shit. Like, I think they're going to be like in a bad space, man. I don't see it being good. We're already, like you said, the Karens right now. Well, imagine what all these Karens are like in about 15 years when they're in control of shit.
But
Oh God.
the funny thing is,
Oh God.
when you
Yeah.
think of Karens, they're not just liberals, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're on both sides. Like, there's Karens on both sides.
There's
Like,
definitely Karens on both sides, unfortunately, but only one of them actually like have like real world implications, right? Like lose your job, come after you, excommunicate you from your family, they'll cut you off from your bank, they'll get your fucking entire channels deleted, everything will get canceled.
that it?
That's that's super legit, you know.
No more
My wife got
noodles?
warned at a job that she was at for 7 years because she had a fucking TikTok that was exploding. You know, she had 400,000 people following her and shit. She was doing, you know, more right leaning, like making fun of SJW type people content, I guess. And you know, which is her thing, not necessarily all my thing, but you know, it was like still, you know, she's gonna get warnings about, you know, oh, you can lose your job if somebody ever finds out, you know. It's like, because that's where the pressure is politically, socially, it's all on one side. So, and it would be the same way. It would be the same way if it wasn't, right? If it was the opposite way around, you would see the same thing. All the companies be pushing the right side stuff, and it would just be the exact same shit. It's just like what's big and popular and the most powerful right now. But the Karens on the right side are the other things, right? You see them like doing some like racist ass shit, or you know, like calling the cops on people for like quite literally just being a black person, you know. Like you've seen that shit a lot. Like, and that's the most cringy shit ever, you know, for sure. But everybody agrees with that, right? Like, oh, that's super cringe. That ain't like whatever. But but coming and doxing my mom, doxing my fucking friends, getting me kicked off of my job, making me lose my income, getting me like banned from my fucking bank so I can't fucking pay bills, you know, that kind of shit. That's fucked up. Getting people's like channels deleted, or you know, getting them swatted. That's the big thing right now that most left people love to do. They love to get people on the right swatted, so they call the SWAT team and trigger the SWAT sponsor alert, whatever. And your home gets raided by fucking SWAT, and you get laid down and everything, and you can go. That's happened to a lot of people on stream. And just last year, this right-leaning guy they got killed. They came in and blasted his ass because he didn't know what the fuck was going on, and he had his gun out, and the fucking cops just shot him. And it was all based on a fake raid called in by some trolls literally off of Twitch. And that's what they do. Go look up Tim Pool, one of the biggest center-leaning news guys right now on YouTube. He just got raided like I think 10-15 times in the last like month. The quartering, he's just got raided like 3 times, including last night. I mean,
well, you think they would
super
know
dangerous
by now? Like
so
it's just
what it is
calls,
the people hack in and trigger there's a way to trigger the anonymous emergency response, saying like somebody's kidnapped and held hostage in a house, and you can't call and verify. They just have to roll on it, and so they do. I mean, they don't want to announce themselves. They don't do none of that shit. They just fucking raid the house.
After they see the address the same time, like the same place, like 15 times, you'd think at this point, okay, well, that's just fake.
Supposedly some of these places are willing to do something about it, and some places aren't. But that Temple guy who's been hit like literally like 25 times or something, like insane. They're like trying to press charges, and they got like 6 or 7 people involved that are doing it, and it's across all these state lines, and it's really hard for them to do that shit. And at the same time, they literally by their job, they have to go, man. They got to go. So it's like, even though they know, and yeah, of course now they're more chill, right? They don't just bust up in his house no more, but they still come up in there and check it out. You know, they have to do it, and they're like. You see them on camera, they're a big old podcast. You see them all talking. They're like, we're sorry, bro. Like, we're doing our best to try and figure out who's doing this shit, but we got to do a walkthrough, you know?
Yeah, but the person like you made him, but he could just create a new account and fucking jump right back in.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's literally done through like text messages, or like you can just text message this system and
No, I'm talking about
trigger
on
it.
Twitch. Like you trying to ban the fucking people from coming to your channel or whatever that's doing that
Oh, you have
shit.
no
But
idea who's
they
doing
could,
that, right? And yeah, it doesn't matter. They'll just make a new account.
yeah, and they could use fucking a VPN or whatever,
Hundred
fucking
percent,
disguise their shit.
100%. That's what I think
Yeah,
often
of
happens. Yeah.
course.
But there's only one side doing that shit, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
There's only one side doing
What,
that shit
the crazy side?
right now. Yeah, yeah.
Crazy
Fortunately.
side. Well, I just yeah. I don't know. Like I've said before, I just try to live my life just like anybody else. You know,
I think most people
just
are
trying
that
to
way,
live my
man.
life.
I think most people are just literally trying
Yeah.
to just do what they do. You know, it's like trying to go about life, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know, but like that's what I said. That's what I think that unfortunately is the weird problem is that because everybody else is being quiet, right? If you're living life, most people are just like you said, just trying to live my life, just doing my thing, man. And most people ain't making a fuss about shit. Even when shit ain't good, they're still like grunting and moaning, but going about life, right? Like it sucks. Fucking gas is insane right now. Fucking sucks. Meat and food is insane right now. Like it's hard to live. Like I would do anything to roll back the fucking. Like I didn't vote for Trump, went into Trump, didn't really like the guy at all, but I'll take that fucking economy right now. Right the fuck now. Like fuck this shit. This shit is fucked up right now, dude. Like this is not good. And baby formula shortages, and the dude decided to do it. Like, by the way, did y'all see this interview with this man? They asked him, why'd you do it? He said, you didn't know? And then he said, no, the expert warned us. He's like, but I just didn't listen to him. He's just dead ass honest. He's like, you know what? I'm doing my thing. Like, whatever, man. It's whatever. We'll
Trying to be like Trump.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what I said. I told Heather, I was like, don't be laughing at that old man. I was like, that sounds like some Trump shit right there.
Right.
Well, I didn't listen to that motherfucker. Decided to do my own thing.
Yeah, just
like, okay, yeah. What
you
the
don't know
fuck?
what he's talking
Fuck
about.
experts, you know what I mean?
You don't know
like,
it,
who needs
yeah.
those guys?
Yeah, the fuck he get his degree off the back of a cereal box.
Fuck it. Can the dude spit some good game? Send him. Send it. I mean, whatever, man. Like it is what it is. But it's a fucking shit show right now. That's for sure. We need to. And I heard it's about to get. They're forecasting it's about to get way worse.
Worse.
Yep.
You can get worse.
They said about 16% worse on a lot of shit.
16%.
Yeah, on a lot of goods. Gas is about to get hiked back up. About to go up again.
I hope you're using the Upside app.
What the fuck is that?
You don't have the Upside app?
Nope.
Oh, better
It's a
better
gas
send him
app.
a link.
It's a gas app.
Right?
Yeah, you save money. Like basically,
You get
what was it?
money back rebates per gallon.
Yeah, you could say like last time I was home, I went to you just look on that, you pull up the app and you look at the
Map.
station availability in your area, and there's certain places for me it's like Casey's or Circle K. So I go to Casey's, basically it gives you the price, the overall price of what it's gonna be, right? And it also gives you the price that you're gonna pay with the discount, basically. But really, it's giving you that money back. So you have to spend the money, but it's giving you 10 cents back, right? So if
Per
it's
gallon. Yeah. So basically, I run
save 10 cents on the app,
So I fill up a Coke truck
$4.24.
3 times a week, and I get 20 to 25 cents a gallon rebate back on it.
Nice.
That's 50 gallons every time I fill it up.
Fuck yeah.
Oh
So
yeah, that's a lot.
I run about
Hey, he gets to do it for his
60
work.
a month.
You should too. You're in the
Yeah,
truck,
yeah, I
dude.
told him.
No, I
was like, dude,
can't.
that's
The
100
truck
gallons
stops
in
that I
his
have
truck.
the truck stops I have to stop at
They're not on the list.
don't use that. Yeah, they're not on there. That'd be cool if it was. I guarantee you, I put in a lot more fuel than he does.
Yeah, he puts in 100
Yeah, yeah.
gallons, 100 gallons at a time. He burns a lot more than I do.
True, true.
But I roll about
Shit,
50,
I
60 a
fill up
month,
about
easy.
3 or 4 times a week, and that's 200-gallon tanks.
Right? Oh yeah, you got dual tanks.
Shit, I hit platinums. What was it? This month, so was it about? I had about 1,700 gallons or whatever. Yeah, just this
A
month.
lot of fucking gas.
Yeah. Yeah, every time I fill up, it's like 900 because they cap it at no, now they started capping because they were like before, like they just started capping it like a few weeks ago. I've noticed because I would fill up and it was getting like really high. I was spending like 1,200, 1,300 bucks to fill it up, right? And now it's like they started capping it at $999 or whatever. So
Then you gotta stop more often, right?
yeah.
Why?
I don't know. They just don't want you spending more than $1,000, I guess, on fuel. I don't know.
Spend
This
it one
company's
way
kind
or
of weird
another.
because most other companies, like yeah, they all have like their thing like where they make like a deal or something with one of these franchises, Loves or Pilot Flying J
Yeah, yeah.
or TA Petro. Um, well, they make deals with them so that they can save, like they get like a steady like savings on fuel or whatever by getting fuel at their locations explicitly. So they restrict you like to get fuel anywhere else, right? You can only get like I can only get like 58 gallons or something somewhere else, like if I need it,
Yeah.
right? And I can only do that once a day. And the other thing with this company is certain states. So I could do like Texas or Oklahoma or Missouri, but I can't do Illinois or Indiana or Ohio or Michigan or really any of those fucking places that I go to. So I have to make sure, I'm full before I get out of Missouri so that way I can return. Maybe stop and get like the 58 gallons or whatever on the way back just to make sure I make it back, right?
Right.
But yeah, so they like this company don't like to get fuel in certain states, obviously because like taxes or whatever have you. I'm not real sure what the reasoning behind it is. I just try to follow what they tell me to do. So, got to go to Love's, and it's got to be in certain states where I can fill up.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But like Swift, like I would just easily just send them like a message, like they would just send me wherever. But I don't know if they still do that. But I just like I just send them like through their system or whatever. The Qualcomm, they use Qualcomm, so I would send a message like a fuel request. Like if I didn't like every load that they would give me, they would give me a fuel stop as well. Like depending on how long the load was, like I might have like 2 fuel stops. Um, and so they would tell me where to go along the route, right? So, and it'd usually be maybe like the cheapest place or where they were going to save the most money, I would assume. But yeah, they had their system set up a little differently. But if I didn't go to that place, I could I could easily just send in a fuel request. Like if I didn't want to stop at that place, I'm like, oh well, that truck stop's shitty. I don't want to get fuel there. Like, so I just send in a fuel request. Like I pass it up, and I go to different place, and I would just sit there and send them a fuel request, and they would send back where to go, and usually it would be the place I'm sitting at, right? Uh, just depending on what truck stops were around, but sometimes I'd have to go a little further down the road.
Maybe.
Mm.
Yeah, I thought there not a node on this atlas there where you get like something extra for running unidentified maps. I thought there was just something you could take or do.
Oh, I don't know. Can't search it.
Try to.
Search unidentified maps or unidentified. I have no idea. I ain't even fucking familiar with the map tree yet. I ain't even done shit on it. I figured once I started mapping, like you said, I just fucking do it the way you told me to spec it.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. I don't want to think about it. I just want a mindless game.
Mindless game.
That's
Yeah.
the boy.
Yeah.
Holy shit, the range on this motherfucker.
Well, you're the mathematician, Knox. Not me.
Who lied to you?
I'm bad with money.
I'm not bad with money.
Yeah. I tried to call my brother earlier, Kev. I tried to call my brother, the one that's supposed to be working on my house.
Right.
No answer, obviously. Answer.
Of course not.
Well,
Why would he answer?
Don't sweat it. Don't even, like I said, he's not dependable. Don't. Hey, just know that you got to do it all yourself, or majority of.
Yeah.
If you get some help,
I'm gonna start
if
doing
he
it.
gives you some help, that's cool. You get some help, but don't think you're gonna get it, and you're gonna
Well,
be.
if I get to the
the
point
letdown
where
is the
there's nothing
biggest
else to
disappointment.
do, I'm gonna start trying to do it myself. At the end of the day, like that's my goal. I'm gonna try to do what I can do.
That's all you can do there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I still got my own list of projects that I can do, but yeah. Once that runs out, then I'm gonna have to start looking at doing the main stuff. Can't just go home and cut grass every week. Oh, he's supposed to be doing the plumbing. He's like, oh, well, I was gonna go Thursday. What was it? I was home Thursday. He's like, well, I was gonna go by today, but I didn't know. Like, you didn't tell me you were gonna be home, so I decided to do it Friday. And then Friday comes, and he's like, oh, I didn't feel like doing it. It did. And he's like, I'll do it on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. Of course you will, when I'm not there, right? You're gonna get it done when I'm not there.
Right.
I try to call him. Try to call him today, see what was going on. No answer. Not even a call back. Probably. Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand. He's got a lot going on too, but you don't promise to fucking help with something and then not want to do
Right.
it.
One thing you never forget: nobody fucks you like family.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
You know what to do with these points.
I mean, what are you doing with your maps?
Well, I'm like specced out for everything that I'm doing right now. Doing expedition
Also,
and legion.
oh, there's nothing else you can add? Maybe like strong boxes or something?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I was kind of doing that. That's the only thing I really see to do, honestly.
Breaches, maybe?
Breaches are fucking
Or
whack.
what's that one like the mirror where you run through the thing and you're
Delirium,
like
it's too
delirium?
tough,
Yeah.
man. Those things are a little too tough for this build. Takes a little too much to kill a lot of them.
Okay. That would be a great addition to
It
Legion.
would
Though
be
you get
great if I,
Legion and a delirium.
yeah, if I had like the next level of power.
While you're doing the delirium, you kill all the Legion
I mean,
things. Yeah.
I did it a little bit. But the problem is, it makes the boss that I run to immediately after my sentinels pop off. I go straight to the boss to kill the boss, and then I go and run through and kill all the mobs, right? But when I do that, when you run to the boss,
Oh, you
the
got the
boss then
Sentinels
becomes,
too, so that's even more.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And then when you do that, the fucking those motherfucking bosses are fucking thick boys.
Do some spirits, wouldn't that be
Maybe the problem is you
do
got
some spirits? It'd be something like
the
mindless
problem
that you
is
don't even have to.
my build gets a little
Like,
too fast, man. They get blasted before they. You got to sit there and let them jump in the body and all that shit. I'm like, half of the map is gone. You know, like I can't see that shit.
Yeah, you're trying to run through because you got a
I'm zooming.
head on
Yeah,
it. And that's why I was thinking of power charge stacking winter orb. So I have a reason to try to
that'd be
get a headhunter.
that would be a dope. Oh, dude, that'd be a dope ass build too. So sick. You just.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should work on that.
You should. And
After I do
I've
this
been selling
zombie.
all the shit today. I'm like I almost got enough for another head. Can almost buy you one. Got 64.
Oh no. Can't do that.
Let's see.
I still gotta
See
work
what
on the zombie thing.
You just need to get something into these maps and get a little time to goof
Yeah,
off
we
and play
just
some games. Whenever that happens, we'll get to it. What is this thing? What are they going? 77 now, dude. Holy
this
shit.
still got like 2 months left, doesn't it?
Yeah,
A month and a half.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm having so much fun still in this stupid game. I want to play V Rising today, but I'm just still vibing, man. I'm just having fun.
Oh yeah, you get into another one, then you ain't gonna want to play anymore.
I know.
Just wait.
I'm just waiting, man. I'm just chilling.
Wait. Like you said, yeah, just wait. As long as you're having fun with it, just
Yeah,
wait. Play another one later. Stay busy
feel really
so you
good.
don't get bored.
Yeah, man.
I might try to get the V Rising if it goes on sale.
If it does, definitely pick it up because I think that's something we can play together. It
Okay.
looks cool, man. It doesn't look like what I thought it was gonna be like. It almost looks like a PoE type fighting style. It's like third person.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like third person
Oh,
isometric.
yeah, you're looking down, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you have skills and everything. It looks like PoE, but it's just like less mobs on screen or whatever. But a little more like dodge.
More like last
You're turning robot-y.
a little slow. Did that sound
That
weird?
sounded crazy. Yeah.
um. Uh.
It reminded me of like you remember the Matrix, like when he's yelling and he gets like sucked into the Matrix, like it's like all digital.
I don't have an
Say it again,
explanation.
because I'm slow.
Yeah, I do not have an explanation. But all I can say is evidence tells me, so far, you cannot have only one favorited map. You need to change at least one. But I've been changing two. But at least one has to be not the map you're trying to get. And if you do that, suddenly you'll have more of the map you're trying to get. I don't know why.
Sounds very anecdotal, but the numbers that you presented very compelling. I mean, it's a huge difference.
Yeah, like you get way more off your favorite map so long as you've got one or two set as something else. I don't know why.
That's really weird, but it wasn't like this in the past. Like,
no,
I've never had this problem at all with sustaining. So I was wondering, like, what did they do? Like 1 to 7, 1 to 8 seems really weird. Like, what's the point of the favorite? But almost at that point, like, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but try it out. Just change one or two of your things to something else, and then be like, "Oh, I'm drowning in map sustain now. I don't understand. I don't understand."
Yeah. So I mean, my only complaints would be, I think that the Archnem needs a little bit more, and this map sustain. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the state of the game. Outside of like what I brought up earlier about the bosses, but I think you guys convinced me on that one that it's going to be that way, and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. So
I have a whole bunch of minor gripes with the game that I always forget when we have these podcasts, but when I play, they come up frequently. Like just little things where I'm just like, I think like the biggest problem that I have right now that I could come up with is the fact that, well, I mean, we've brought that up, right? The Sentinel stash is too small for Sentinels to be 2x2. Because you just don't get a meaningful amount of storage. Which is understandable if you consider that one of the main monetization models or like one of the main ways that they monetize the game with is by selling more stash space.
Nah, I'd hear that as a relevant argument if they had have also given me the ability to even put an affinity for Sentinels on my
That's what I was
stash
aiming
tab.
at. That's exactly what I was going to complain about, is the fact that my paid stash space is worse than the stash space I get for free. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why can I not put these affinities onto... And I guess it's so that they can say that you get like a way more bigger advantage over people who don't buy. That's my only possible explanation why they would do that. Because then people would feel, oh, it's pay to win because you can get more stashes with Sentinel affinity if you actually buy stashes.
But you can affinity a normal tab as well.
Yeah.
Well, you had one gripe that I was watching your pre-stream before we got in the call about having to reselect the master.
Oh, right, that's a good one. See, that's all these little ones that I end up forgetting. That's I need to make a video with my top 5 little gripes about Path of Exile, top 10 even.
Careful with that, because Reddit will like treat you like a messiah, and then they'll curse out the devs.
I don't give a shit about Reddit. I don't even post the podcast on Reddit anymore.
Yeah,
Not even gotten like significantly bad.
I'll do it.
Guys, I'm banned from Reddit.
Dude,
What happened?
I'll never post on the Reddit again.
Is that the same reason you got banned from that casino, Bella?
No, I'm just banned
Were
from
you
Reddit.
counting cards?
No, about, I don't know, 3 years ago, somebody tried to log into my account from like overseas somewhere. Someone was trying to like hack into my account or whatever, and they locked it. And they were like, your account has been locked, you can't post. All you have to do is press this button and we'll send you an email to reset it. And I just never did that ever. It's been 3 years now, I just don't post on Reddit.
What about you, Real James Humphrey? Opinion on Reddit?
I posted a video one time when I was smaller. I got beamed like 2 screens away from Sirius. I was pissed. I thought the fight was dog shit. That was kind of my take overall with a bunch of the stuff. It's really hard for me to say the red on black. That was my other complaint. I think it's really bad design. Let's see here. There's about 65 people, and then they went to my next. Well, I'm sure some of them are still around today, downvoting every single one of my videos. But basically, I went from 2 or less downvotes on my videos to 70 plus for a period of about 3 months.
Yep. Okay. So no.
And
no
I
Reddit
never
for you
have
either.
posted on the Reddit again. Yeah, exactly. So that's about my feeling to it, right? And not only
Yep.
did I got mass downvoted on it with where people were,
Yep. And then it
they're
also
hitting that
affected the
copium, but
content.
I also personally attacked them because I disagreed with them, and so that was their whole mission in life was to ruin me or some shit. So yeah, that's my experience with the Reddit.
They
That's-
sure
that's
showed
all
you
that.
with that clicking of the button that makes the algorithm see your video more.
Exactly. I mean, it's still annoying though a little bit, right?
Yeah, it still hurts
Yeah.
your ego if people downvote your video without even watching a significant portion of it. And you know, that,
I'm gonna go
yeah, the
downvote all
downvote
of
itself
Camelot's
may not hurt
videos.
your algorithm, but people going to your video just to watch 5 seconds of it and downvote it and leave it again, that does somewhat hurt your channel.
Maybe a little. I don't know. It's really hard to say. I mean, they have notification. Like I don't think you understand the level that it was. Like you don't understand. I posted a video and within 30 seconds I had 65 dislikes. Like it's a 10-minute video. It's not like that's the level of. They turn freaking notifications on to do this shit. Like what the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah. Anyway, it's like that level of vitriol. So I mean, like. I don't know.
Gotta appreciate the commitment, though. I mean, unless they roll,
No, I
even
don't.
if
Fuck
they, even
them.
if they roll
Fuck
the bot.
them. No,
That's some dedication.
no, fuck
Hey,
them.
everyone that hates the real James Humphrey, can you do that for me, but upvotes instead? That'd be great.
Yeah, exactly, guys. If you dislike James Humphrey's video, just go to Slippery Jim's video and upvote Slippery Jim's video instead.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sure
that's the
they'll
best
watch
way-
this and downvote this.
That's the best way to get back at him is to upvote my videos.
Yeah.
So no thanks.
If you could just do that, guys, there you go. That would make me very, very angry.
Let's be honest, they only got 4 minutes into this podcast. So fine.
True, true.
Yeah,
I'm gonna edit it
exactly.
into
All
the
right,
front of the podcast.
I am back.
You haven't
What
even
were we talking about?
You haven't even posted the VOD yet, but they've already disliked
tell
it.
you.
So,
Yeah, I
Dude,
know.
last
Stupid
podcast
internet.
I uploaded to YouTube literally had 2 comments and 4 views before it even went published, and I had no idea how people
I'm really
actually did
becoming
that.
RoboCop.
I never published it.
just don't
I
know.
just
We
uploaded
found,
it
like,
and pressed the
7
button,
tabulas
and all
today.
of a sudden people were like
7
congratulating me
tab-
on
holy
having these cool
shit.
guests and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, how did
That's
you
like-
watch
Don't
it?
look for divines. man.
10,
How are you
10
here?
chaos
was
each,
it,
right?
did it have at the
Are
bottom?
Are you
I
valing them
watched this
first?
video on sex.uno
know.
or some shit. I don't know.
Sometimes.
Whatever, that's the
No, it was actually people that I at least had publicly subscribed to the channel and that I've seen before. But those
How
comments
much
are
is
also
a
good
divine
sometimes.
worth? 10
They're
chaos?
really weird.
Random
Same.
on
No.
every video.
Video games?
However, most
Same.
of tabula is
The
usually here.
spam bots.
Yeah, there's a
I
lot
know
of them.
that. I'm aware.
Here's the interesting question. What percentage of real users exist on Twitter and YouTube and stuff like that? How many of them are just bots that we don't know? That just post generic
many.
shit we have no idea. I
Yeah,
a
I
little bit
just-
hope that Elon Musk
like I
buys Twitter,
told you
eliminates
before,
all
I
the
just-
bots, and then what we figure out
Man,
is
I
that
get on and play.
70%
Like
of
I can either
users
get
are
on and like just try to sell shit,
I
or
would not be surprised.
like
that he's like
Even-
this.
I mean, because
Third,
it'd
it'd
take
be
time to
crazy.
fucking.
Exactly, but it would be really
Set
funny
all
when
that
he
shit
realizes
up.
he
It
bought
does
this
kill
thing.
me
And
as
you
a
get
game
away-
of time.
and
man.
then-
User
Well,
base,
the
and it's
other,
all
well, the
bots,
other
and it's
thing
the
is
worst
like
about-
because of the way it
you know what I
works,
mean?
like
he
somebody's gotta
uncovers
be
and takes his
looking,
own
right?
company. Oh, that'd be
And
spectacular.
you got to be there, like, because they're likely not going to talk to you if you're not
Yeah.
online, right?
I just hope
Right.
he buys YouTube after Twitter.
So, you know, I'm not online that much, like,
I don't
What's
think
wrong
you
with
want
you?
one person controlling all that shit. man.
so it would just
Yeah.
take forever for me to sell
Especially
shit.
when it's so
For sure.
powerful.
I feel like.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, not any person, but
I mean, if you get
I
anything
think I'd
good,
be
I'll
fine
sell the
with
shit for
Elon.
you.
I'm gonna counterpoint and say that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I don't even really know what's good,
Man,
but
you
I
really
then
got-
again, I don't
you're
even
getting,
do
No,
like
it's just,
what
I
you're
don't even wanna go
doing
into it, man. Fuck
ever.
Elon Musk. That's
Oh,
such
I'm
a
not
crazy person.
absolutely very far away from glorifying the person. I'm just saying, like, if
I don't know, man. You
Just
like
collect
I don't
uniques
know.
and
you might
unidentified
Like, you know,
rares
love
and
a
turn them in for
monopoly from
chaos
this guy I
orbs.
hate.
I like
That's
finding
my-
those little gaps in
That's
the market and
my
flipping it.
currency making strategy.
Oh,
What's your currency making strategy?
like about a
Turning
week and a half
in
ago,
rare
while I wasn't
items
streaming. I
for
made
2
about
chaos.
Yeah.
40x in an hour.
Yeah.
Just buying threads of hope that were
Alright, I only
in
have to do
small
the
because nobody wanted them,
9
and just throwing divines on them until they hit large and then selling them.
times to make an
Because
exalt.
people wanted them and they were worth way more when they were largest. So I was just like, all right, I'll just buy all the smalls. I'll just divine them all up. And I'll just put them back on the market.
I literally set up
That was the whole
tabs.
flip.
Like I got the weapon tab,
We
I
did
got
something
the
like that
chest
with,
tab,
Omniscience.
the foot tab, the gloves
Basically, we
tab, the
bought
belt
it, and then
tab,
we divided to
the rings
25,
tab,
and we
the
sold
hammy
it for 40x
tab,
profit. And then we sold that.
the helmet
We bought
tab.
another cheap one, and we did that, and I think we made like 40x that way.
So that way I can just
Flip it out.
Flip 3x every 2 trades.
I wish there was a thing where I could set it to that where I could just write like I do it with my currency and just bloop, send it over to the right tab without
Goddamn 1%.
having to
Yeah.
fiddle with it.
That's
Always
the
thought
real
that'd be
way.
nice, too.
Knowledge.
That's the
Yeah.
real way.
You say that, but anyone could have bought threads of hope. You just gotta
These
notice the hole
1%ers
in the
making
market.
3x per trade.
And
and
it
then
would make
complaining
it
that their
super
Uber drops
easy.
aren't
Then
good
I can
enough.
just sit there and collect shit. And then fucking at the end of the day, just fucking go turn it
I
all
haven't
in.
killed the Ubers yet. Okay, that's part.
Right.
That's maybe a segue
Yeah.
into the next segment.
Just a fucking
the-
illusion.
There you go. They want to keep you guys down. Just
But
in
I mean,
real
that's
life.
pretty much what I do
They're
anyway.
distracting you with these Uber drops when they're really just making exalts behind our backs with
I never get anything that good. I need to set up
It
my
sounds like
my
conspiracy.
fucking
Probably,
filter though. I keep
Vacation
saying
supply
that.
run
I hate
dry.
having to fucking do that every
Triple
season.
up.
It annoys me.
Probably has a hidden
My
aura bot
filter's been
somewhere.
fucked up since last season.
With like map wide
Takes 2
AoE.
seconds,
Just
ladies
like
and gentlemen.
Bro, it does
Aura
not.
box is
It
almost-
does.
I don't know what's
I'm gonna make
what's
one. I'm gonna
wrong with
make a
my
character that
filter.
needs an
Like
aura box,
last
and I'm just gonna
season,
buy
like it was just
400
doing some weird
Aura
goofy
box
shit.
sentinels,
It's
and I'm
still
just gonna
doing
use
weird
them
goofy
for
shit this
Just waste
season.
the
And I
sentinels
swear to
locking
you,
the
I
robot.
went in there and
Yeah.
You could have
updated
been
it.
making profit with
I
that.
did. I like loaded it,
Smart.
it updated, I saved it again,
look on
fun.
stream.
and put it back in my thing.
I'm curious.
Oh wait, you're not on
I do
stream.
really enjoy like the situation.
I am, I'm watching you.
Of the sentinels that I rolled give. I haven't used the Aura Bot Sentinel yet, but I
It's
do
just
enjoy
delayed.
the occasional, Sentinel that fills up your endurance charges.
You're talking
or
about
your
the big
acceleration
loot.
shrine or a massive shrine or something like that. Especially because you
The
often
big loot
have to
drop.
get into a hairy situation in
Yeah.
order to make the
Exalted,
most out of
yeah.
your sentinels.
Got
We
an
talked
X. Look
about
at all
earlier,
of those
summon
essences,
your
dude.
minions or like not do whatever you
Off
do
of
to
one
your
mob.
monsters
Nice.
and just run around
Nice.
like packs together and then
That's a
go for
couple.
one big pandemonium
Is
sentinel.
that
And if that
yeah,
big
that's
pandemonium
like the
sentinel
essence mobs?
doesn't
Is
only
that what you're
buff
saying?
them, or
I was just I
ideally
hit it with a
buff the
sentinel.
ones on the other
It
sentinel,
exploded and
buff
dropped
them
all
at the
this
same
shit.
time, and then
21, 20,
Oh,
corrupted.
but you also get a buff for yourself.
Nice.
That makes you more survivable.
You should do that with
Less
the
likely
strong
to die to
boxes
the
too. That'd
massive
be easy.
terror
Oh,
that you
yeah.
just unleashed. And yeah,
But you get 3 sentinels every map, right?
Well, I'm spec for 2. I'm doing
Um,
blue and red.
quick closing round.
The yellow
on
one
the
sucks.
State of Path
Or
of
both,
Exile. We've
honestly.
already mentioned a bunch. of
What
things.
is the yellow one?
Apex.
Got really heated.
But you
up
don't. Oh,
about
you don't do the. Yeah,
boss
but you're not
meta
farming
thing,
bosses, right?
about the boss drops.
I farm the boss
prices of
too,
boss
but
invitations
it
and
still
stuff.
sucks.
But outside of that specific topic, is
There may be
3.8
a
your favorite
way
state
to
of the
use
game?
it.
Do
I
you
don't
think
know
it's the
about,
best
but
state of the game that is
way I
ever
can
been.
tell
use
my,
it,
the
use
best
it on a
is-
Uber boss.
a lot of
Shit.
Use it on a
You
Uber
guys-
boss.
Yeah, that's not happening.
You get
You have to have
40x.
like 250 million
I do.
DPS killing these Uber bosses.
I
elaborate.
mean, some
Oh,
dude's gonna
really?
come in and be like, "But
Well, that's what I
Harvest,
told
when it
you, I
came-
mean,
when it
the-
was
the
co- when it
cast
was a
on-
league," but that doesn't matter.
the
because
cast on
everybody's
death.
like expansion, right?
Like I'll do that. You clear everything up to the boss,
Hell
and
yeah.
you just drag me in there, and then boom,
Last
I'll let the
time
boss
we had
kill
a
me.
good
Pop
end
goes
game
the
save was
weasel.
before Harvest was
Oh.
ever introduced. Everything since
That'd be the
Harvest was
easy way to
existed
do it,
has been
right?
just because
Hell yeah.
of Harvest's
You wouldn't
existence.
even have to
And
go
this is the first
in.
time.
That the game's
Exactly.
ever been because of players.
Or you, I mean, you
got
could go
planned.
in because as soon as it killed me,
You
yeah.
can do
I,
whatever
I
you
would
want.
agree.
It's great.
I'm still not happy with the art.
Be like, what headhunter drop? You were dead, you didn't see shit.
Of things, and there's one thing that I really don't like at the moment, and that is favorited maps. I don't think
really?
favorited map.
I mean, you weren't here, bro.
I have
Snooze, you
every
lose. You know what
single
I'm
one
saying?
of the things unlocked, and they're dropping like.
Stop trying to die so much. I mean, maybe next time.
Meaning I'm getting like 7 non.
Oh, I have a tinfoil hat theory that's worked for everyone I've given it to. I think that the favorite system is broken if you put the same map on every single slot. If you change 2 of them to a different map, you will get 4 to 5 times as many of your main favorite map. Now, I do not know why, but it happens. It happens to me religiously, and it happens to everyone who's saying, I'm struggling with map sustain, and then I tell them to do that, and then they come back an hour later and go,
Wait, so
"It's
your
fixed, I've
advice
got
is
tons
to
of maps."
the advice is to put all the maps the same, or like what are you saying?
I'm saying change 2 of your favorited slots to a
something
different
else.
map.
Okay.
I could just
Not
convert
having-
my
It's like
zombie
if
build
you're- if the
to
map
a
you've
minion
favored is also the one you're
exploding
running,
build.
That's not gonna drop because that's
Oh,
the
that
map.
one?
Like the
You
one
should
guy,
do that.
yeah.
Hell
Like,
yeah,
if you're
that
The
looks
running
interesting.
zombies.
I mean,
isolated,
that's an
you're
I'd make it
original
design-
ass
I'll
build,
make-
bro.
You should
I'll
optimally
make him
put
beefy as fuck
2 of your
and
favorites
just
should be gracious,
fucking
and the rest should be whatever other map you want.
Bloom.
So
blow 'em up.
let me put it this
Yeah.
way. I am running in.
Well, shit, I get that with the Baron.
Will not be the same
Would be
for
the
regular
best
people.
way. Yeah,
If
I guess that would be the best way
If
to
I leave all
stack up a
but
bunch of
2
zombies,
of
huh?
my favorited
Get
maps
like 12
on
zombies
Just
and
I
they all
put 2
have
and they
of
all
like
them
explode,
50k
and you gotta sit
life.
there and summon them for
because
10
And you
minutes.
fucking
7C in bulk. So I'm
yeah.
gonna sell some of
Problem, they
those.
take forever to summon.
If I run 12 maps, I will fill my map tab with 72 maps.
That's alright. We just
However,
make them beefy as
If
fuck
I
and
put
just
all
go
of
right
my
into the
favorites on
boss.
Crimson, it will take me 55
That's all it's
maps
good for,
to fill
I
my
mean,
map
true.
tab with 72
You
maps.
just you
That
clear
is
everything and I'll just bring my
Yes. And
explodey
every
guys
single
to the
time that
boss.
Floaty guys.
What's your like big notable like the
Yeah,
blocking
explodey
one or
guys,
the
because that's what
only
you're
drop the favorite
that's
one?
what
You're doing
you're
that?
only
making
drop
them
favorites.
do. Explode.
Right in his
I
mouth.
only drop favorite maps. But and
Wow.
also everyone I've ever given that
All
information
over,
to in
all
chat
over, baby,
thinks it
all
sounds
over
weird
it.
as fuck. And then I tell them to
His
do it
ass,
anyway,
his
and then it
mouth,
works.
his tits.
I don't have
Wow,
an
bro.
explanation.
Because I'm
You know,
slow.
TMI.
I do not have an explanation.
TMI.
But all I can say is
Uh.
evidence tells me
Yeah.
so far you
TMI,
cannot have
motherfucker.
only one favorited map. You need to change at least one. But I've been changing 2. But at least one has to be. not
you
the
get
map
that
you're trying to
fucking
get.
what is it? That new thing?
do that,
What's
suddenly
that
you'll have
new
more of the map you're trying to get.
MPX? When you
I
kill
don't know
something, it
why.
flew like confetti.
Sounds very anecdotal.
That would
with
look
the
cool,
numbers
right?
That you,
Then you
that-
blow up your
that new
zombies,
stuff's
and
pretty
it would
fucking
very
cool,
fucking.
for
compelling.
sure.
I mean, it's a huge difference.
You just make your zombies
You
like
get
poof.
way more off your favorite map so long as you've got 1 or 2 set as something else. I don't
Yeah.
know why.
That's really weird.
It does
But
like
wasn't
work
like
on
this in the
whatever you
past.
kill, right?
No,
So
Never had
killing
this
your minions,
problem at all
they would go
with
poof,
sustain,
right?
so I was wondering,
Same thing.
Like, what did they do?
Yeah.
Like 1 to
Hey.
7, 1 to 8. It seems
Yeah.
really weird. Like, what's the point of the favorite?
I know.
Almost at that point, like, it doesn't
Yeah.
seem like it's doing anything.
There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but try it out. Just change 1 or 2 of your things to something else, and then be like, "Oh, I'm drowning in map sustain now. I don't understand. I don't understand."
Yeah. So I mean, my only complaints would be, I think that the Archnem needs a little bit more, and this map sustain. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the state of the game. Outside of like what I brought up earlier about the bosses, but I think you guys convinced me on that one that it's going to be that way, and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. So
I have a whole bunch of minor gripes with the game that I always forget when we have these podcasts, but when I play, they come up frequently. Like just little things where I'm just like, I think like the biggest problem that I have right now that I could come up with is the fact that, well, I mean, we've brought that up, right? The Sentinel stash is too small for Sentinels to be 2x2. Because you just don't get a meaningful amount of storage. Which is understandable if you consider that one of the main monetization models or like one of the main ways that they monetize the game with is by selling more stash space.
Nah, I'd hear that as a relevant argument if they had have also given me the ability to even put an affinity for Sentinels on my
That's
normal
what I was
stash tab.
aiming at.
But
That's
it-
exactly what I was going to complain about, is the fact that my paid stash space is worse than the stash space I get for free. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why can I not put these affinities onto... And I guess it's so that they can say that you get like a way more
Right back.
bigger advantage over people
All
who
right.
don't buy. That's my only possible explanation why they would do that. Because
You
then
know when
people
you're
would
fighting
feel,
a
oh, it's clear
boss,
to win because you
that's
can
so
get more
I can
stashes with Sentinel
another
Affinity
time.
if you actually buy stashes.
What?
But you can affinity a normal tab as well.
You want to
Yeah.
give me a hard
You
time?
had one gripe.
Yeah.
That, I was watching
No,
your
I just want to watch you
stream
die.
before we got in the
That's
call.
all.
Well, that's
It's
About
one of my
having to
favorite. It's
reselect
one of my
the
favorite
master.
Oh, right,
pastimes.
that's a good one. See,
Appreciate
that's all these little ones that I end up forgetting.
Yes.
That's a really. I need to make a video with my top 5 little gripes about Path of Exile, top 10 even.
Careful with that, because Reddit will like treat you like a messiah, and then they'll curse out the
I
devs.
don't give a shit about Reddit. I don't even post the
How much?
podcast on Reddit anymore.
Yeah,
Not
I
even
don't
gotten
post
like
on Reddit
significantly
either.
bad.
I'll do
You
it.
need like
I'll do it.
Guys, I'm banned
I-
from Reddit.
800.
What happened?
Never posted on the Reddit
Is
again.
that the same reason you got banned from that casino, Bella?
No, I'm just
You gonna
banned
Were you
from
play?
counting cards?
You gonna play the V
I
Rising?
No, about, I don't know, 3
Not
years
right
ago.
Join
now.
us later.
Somebody tried to log into my
Maybe?
account from like
You might like that
overseas
kind of
somewhere.
game, too.
Someone was trying to like hack into my account
Yeah,
or
it
whatever,
looked kind of
and they
interesting.
locked it. And they
I
were
don't
like,
know.
your account has been locked, you can't
I'm
post.
gonna
All
wait
you
see
have
if
to
it
do
goes
is
on sale.
press this button and we'll send you an email to reset
on
it.
sale,
I
man?
just do that ever. It's been 3 years now, I just don't post on Reddit.
Yeah, but not much. It wasn't much.
What about you, Real James? Some free opinion on Reddit?
I posted a video one time when I was smaller. I got beamed like 2 screens away from Sirius. I was pissed.
Did you get that free
Thought the fight was
Wolfenstein
dog
game?
shit. That was kind
I
of
already had that.
overall. With a bunch of the stuff, it's really hard for me to say the red on black.
Yeah,
That was
I
my
got it,
other
but I already had it.
complaint. I think it's really bad design. Let's see
Sure.
here. There's about 65 people, and then they went to my next. Well, I'm sure some of them are still around today, downvoting every single one of my videos. But basically, I went from 2 or less downvotes on my videos to 70 plus for a period of about 3 months.
Yep, okay, so no,
And
no
I
Reddit
never
for you
have
either.
posted on the Reddit again. Yeah, exactly. So that's about my feeling to it, right? And I don't
Alright,
like
be
it
right
like
back. I
mass
gotta use the
downvoted on
bathroom.
it with where people were,
Yep. And then it
they're
also
hitting that
affects the
copium, but
content.
I also personally attacked them because I disagreed with them. And so that was their whole mission in life. was to ruin
Come
me
on.
or some shit.
Get your hat.
So yeah, that's my experience with the Reddit.
They sure
website,
showed
so,
you with that clicking of the
I'm
button that
Visors?
makes the algorithm see your video more.
Exactly. I mean, it's still
Yeah,
annoying
hello?
though a little bit, right?
Yeah, it still hurts
Yeah.
your ego if people downvote your video without even watching a significant portion of it. And you know that,
Somebody
yeah, the
downvote all
downvote
the
itself may not hurt
videos.
your algorithm, but people going to your video just to watch 5 seconds of it and downvote it and leave it again, that does somewhat hurt your channel.
Maybe a little. I don't know. It's really hard to say. I mean, they have notification. Like I don't think you understand the level that it was. Like you don't understand. I posted a video and within 30 seconds I had 65 dislikes. Like it's a 10-minute video. That's not possible. Like that's the level of. They turn freaking notifications on to do this shit. Like what the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah. Anyway, it's like that level of vitriol. So I mean, like. I don't know.
Gotta appreciate the commitment, though. I mean, unless they roll,
No, I
even
don't.
if
Fuck
they, even
them.
if they roll
Fuck
the bot.
them. No,
That's some dedication.
no, fuck
Hey,
them.
everyone that hates the Real James Humphrey, can you do that for me, but upvotes instead? That'd be great.
Yeah, exactly, guys. If you dislike James Humphrey's video, just go to Slippery Jim's video and upvote Slippery Jim's video instead.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sure
that's the
they'll
best
watch
way-
this and downvote this.
That's the best way to get back at him is to upvote my videos.
Yeah.
The no back.
If you could just do that, guys, there you go. That would make me very, very angry.
Let's be honest, they only got 4 minutes into this podcast. So it's fine.
True.
Yeah,
I'm gonna edit it
exactly.
into the front of the podcast.
You haven't even posted the VOD yet, but they've already disliked it. That's how.
Dude, last podcast I uploaded to YouTube literally had 2 comments and 4 views before it even went published, and I had no idea how people actually did that. I never published it. I just uploaded it and pressed the buttons, and all of a sudden people were like congratulating me on having these cool guests and stuff. And I'm like, dude, how did you even watch it?
How are you here?
Was it did it have at the bottom of that part Now watch this video on sex.uno or some shit. I don't know. Whatever. That's the
No,
you
no,
know,
it was actually people that I at least like had like publicly subscribed to the channel and that I've seen before. But those comments I also get sometimes. Yeah, really weird.
I hear them at every video.
Video games? Mm.
The spam bots.
Yeah, there's a
I
lot
know
of them.
that. I'm aware.
Here's the interesting question. What percentage of real users exist on Twitter and YouTube and stuff like that? How many of them are just bots that we don't know? That just post generic
many?
shit we have no idea. I a little bit hope that Elon Musk buys Twitter, eliminates all the bots, and then what we figure out is that 70% of the user base of Twitter was bots.
Imagine
I would
even
not
if
be
it was only a
surprised.
third.
That he's like
Even
this
if it was only a third, it would be crazy.
exactly, but it would be really, really funny. And then he realizes he bought this thing thinking that there's this giant user base and it's all bots and it's the worst investment. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he uncovers and takes his own company. Oh, that'd be spectacular.
Yeah, I just hope he buys YouTube after Twitter. That's a big hope, and
Why?
Twitch.
I don't
What's
think you
wrong
want
with
one
you?
person controlling all that shit, man.
Yeah.
Especially when it's so powerful.
Yeah, not any person, but I think I'd be fine with Elon.
I'm gonna counterpoint and say that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard.
Probably.
Man, he really got. Are you getting a
There's
Tesla?
no. Like, it's just. I don't even want to go into it, man. Fuck Elon Musk.
Oh,
that's
I'm
my
not
statement.
absolutely very far away from glorifying the person. I'm just saying, like, if
I don't know, man. You just like alter. I don't know. You might not want to.
Like, you know what I'd love? A monopoly from this guy I hate. That's a great idea.
Yeah, you're like, I hope he buys all the social medias and controls them all the way.
Well, that was hyperbole, obviously. But
Okay,
and specifically in the case of Twitter, I don't think it would be worse if he was running it, if he was
You
the
know
owner
what'd be
now.
great? That guy that ran Blizzard into the ground, he should buy GGG and Amazon.
Who
and
did run
Google.
Blizzard into the ground?
Yeah, but he should buy Google. I think that'd be really
Who?
good for him.
Who was it?
I don't know his name. I don't follow those
Who
losers.
doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
It's,
The
Yeah.
misogynistic. I'm gonna use words to demonetize your video, but
All right.
him
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, moving along through the PoE topics, if there's one thing that we already sort of answered that with the, but if you could change one thing, like just snip a button, if there's one thing that you could change about the game, what would you change?
sounds.
There is a you know how 3D objects work, like a face. You know what a face is on a 3D object, like a
No.
what do you mean? Like a cube has like 6 faces
right,
or whatever, right?
Sure.
There's a face missing on the map device that's been missing for like 4 years. I would fill that face in because it's fucking annoying to look at.
On the regular base map device?
On the big map device. You could see it in that video that you're playing right now if you fucking replay it. It's in the
No,
spinning
I'll
animation.
show it in my hideout. It's way better.
The
I'll go into
globe
my
in the
hideout.
middle, if you put a map in while it's rotating, there's a missing face on the globe. Like it should just be a
Well,
full
like
sphere.
a
fucking
face that doesn't
square.
have textures,
There's a
or
goddamn there's just a square you can see through that shouldn't be there, and you can. It's very obvious. You just look at the animation. It's just a fucking square rotates every like 3 seconds. They just gotta fucking who designed this 3D model and what's wrong with them? Anyway, I'd fix that. Yep,
Mine's the sound engine.
that's a good one. That's probably better.
I really hate that to run my juice maps, I have to open config.ini and turn all of the combat sounds off because absolutely nothing in the game affects performance as much as sound does. And just turning the slider down doesn't do a good enough job. You have to like close the game, open the config.ini, change the sound to false, open it back up again, and now I get to play maps with no combat sounds at all.
what sound card are you using? What sound device are you using? Just the onboard from your
It doesn't matter.
motherboard?
It doesn't
That's what
matter.
I'm
It's the
trying to
point.
ask, whether it matters, because I've tried to switch off the sound in the past and I've never received a significant enough performance improvement from it that I'd be able to justify playing without sounds. But I'll try it again.
I'm trying to figure out the way to say this without it sounding. You know how I
get that, Balor, but I'm doing beyond 40% delirious content right now as well, and I'm going to below 20 FPS as well. It's completely fair to say that when I'm doing my HCSSF journeys, but right now I'm comparing my experience, right?
Right. Okay.
You see that goddamn square? Fucking what the fuck? Imagine using big map device. Exactly. That's why we use small map device.
Oh, right. It's not even just black. It's just completely missing. That's terrible.
Who the fuck? That person should be fired.
That is like glaring. God, that's terrible.
I didn't know that was there, and now I know it's there, and I hate you.
I can't unsee
You're
it
welcome.
anymore.
I'm not gonna look, so I'll still not know it's there.
I'm never going to be able to unsee
It'll be
that.
in your mind. You'll look. You'll remember, and you're like, oh, I think that's.
Although I do agree with Katzenaktivitäten in chat is like whoever uses the big map device, the small one is the way to go anyway.
I use the big one.
Suck the duck.
Not anymore.
Are you obviously playing the game wrong then?
I'm going
Missing a
clearly.
square.
I'm going to have to change it.
All right.
Hey, I didn't go.
Oh yeah, do you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm here still.
He's ready.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm a bad host, dude. I need to learn some from your hosting abilities.
Fortify. I still am not happy with the Fortify change. It's too hard to max out, even with some investment, I think.
I would agree. I think that's actually a point where I'm like, I still don't understand why Champion gets like 20 Fortify unconditionally and stuff like that. Because they did nerf the guaranteed Fortify from my Animate Guardian Kingmaker to 10 fortification stacks, which I think is fair because, it gives you a baseline of fortification. It's a noticeable defensive buff, but it doesn't outperform the Fortify that a real melee player gets from his Fortify support.
I
Yeah.
get
But
10
like
Fortify.
like cast on crit, like usually you don't have that much for that, so you can't maintain it on there even if you spec in. I found out like especially in like 25 simulacrum higher, even though I had pretty good generic scaling, 100% crit, I had like 300 multi, I had like 300% increased, and I had an energy blade that was like 4,000 DPS, and I can't maintain it on like really high simulacrums still. That plus other builds that are the dot builds that just don't do big hits. It's still just like you're not going to be able to use it. So
You'd be a bleed earthquake build, and you can get like 4 million damage on that build, and have like a 2 fortification stack if you're lucky. But you've got to be slow melee in range, hitting things in big groups, and just not getting any. And like my Deadeye has 10 fortification on it, which is more than that melee earthquake bleed build will get. So that's a bit weird. That's fair.
But overall, I don't think they have melee completely correct. Maybe they're going to do a little bit of a rework. Like I'm saying with the Uber bosses, there's very, very small windows for you to attack if you're actually melee relative to if you're a ranged character. So if they care about balancing that, then they need some sort of compensation where you can tank more of the hits so you can damage a little bit more. But it's always give too much and then you just face tank. So it's like, where's the line for that? So I sympathize with it's hard to balance, but at the same time, I'm not happy with
shit. So love.
Totally get behind.
All right, I'm back.
Now I have to go, and I haven't thought about something beforehand. That would be maybe smart if I think about an answer to my own questions beforehand. Can I just piggyback all of what you said?
Did you even read the document, Catmaster?
No.
I thought I did when I made it up, but apparently I haven't.
Nice. In the pre-call, he called everyone out that didn't read out the document for you guys. Just a little bit of a,
And nobody knew that I was calling myself out. No, honestly, like, I guess that's something that I could always say that always has to be brought up is like the help index system. Get some up to date information in there. That would be very nice. And if like I as a content creator will use the help system to look up information in game, right? Then my viewers will see that it's a valid source of information as opposed to going to the PoE wiki or something like that. And they'll pick up on it, and eventually people will be using that thing.
I did like the paradox of we're not going to change the help system because no one uses it, but no one uses it because it's shit. And
Exactly.
like in the Ziggy D interview or whatever, they're like, but what if you fixed it? Maybe people would use it, but we don't want to put man hours into fixing it because no one's using it. Like, but just
Self-fulfilling
make it better and people will use it.
Well, right now you have the old wiki, which they just kind of decided, we're not going to maintain this thing anymore. Let's just throw as many ads as possible on it and just milk it. Then you have another company that's a RMT one, which is view botting their things, so they're actually ranked above either of the wikis at the moment. And then you have the new wiki, which people keep going to the old one. So the new wiki is ranked third on most things. So that's always a good thing to see, right?
Well.
What
and that new wiki is the best too. Like what we have available, it's still not perfect, but it's the best one.
Yeah,
and it's like not like when you're looking, you have to know there's the one down there that's the good one.
The new wiki people made a plugin that basically you install into your browser, and anytime you click a link for the wiki, it redirects from the old wiki to the new wiki. But the problem with that is, if you like the new wiki and you've installed this plugin, when you click on it in Google, it's still doing a redirect. So Google still thinks that the old wiki's good and will rank it higher. So people think that like the plugin's useful for you if you just want the right wiki, but it's not useful for the new wiki's ranking, I think.
Fair. Yeah, that shit needs to go, or needs to be upgraded and improved. But PoE 2 on the horizon will fix all the problems that we have in the game right now, so we don't have to worry about that.
And bring back every player who had a problem with Path of Exile at any point in time.
I mean, certainly if their problem is solved, yeah. Why wouldn't they come back? It's not like they probably led a completely different life and played other games and had a family and career.
Other games? Life?
Blasphemy.
Family? The heck?
I do feel like Chris is gambling quite a bit with some of these changes, like especially ArchNem. Like, man, I'm so mad that they put the ArchNem in with the like. Why can't they stick a landing just like one time? Okay, Sentinel was so good, the Atlas tree works so good, and then they have to do that with ArchNem
on purpose. They're just going to keep.
What the damn hell?
Got a list of shit.
They're so close.
Suck for players, and they can't put them all in at once because they'll kill the games. They have to.
Dude, they're so close to sticking
and then put a little shit thing in, until they get to PoE.
Oh yeah,
PoT. And someone who quit the game
PoE 2 is gonna
comes back
fix
and goes,
all
the fuck's this
problems.
piece of shit? They see the 30 new shit things that we've slowly accumulated to.
Well, they go into the mud flats and get wrecked by Roas. They're like, all right, clearly they're going to change this in a couple of patches. Come back in a couple of patches.
Be a new campaign.
Blue packing Roas with the new mods, get wrecked by Roas again. Done. Okay, maybe PoE 2 will be better.
Hasted Roas.
Oh, one thing that's really messed up with the ArchNem, which really pissed me off, was I felt so bad for any elemental damage homies, because the elemental damage people got 80 res with 10% increased max res. So if you had an elemental thing with no pen and it had base, let's say 5% base cold res or something, it gets plus 80 with a 10, so you'd be at 85. So instead of doing 100 damage, you'd be doing 15 damage. That's pretty absurd to me, for early on in the campaign. And that probably had a Sentinel mod on top of that, too, is reduced all the damage or a Gargantuan. So it's just what? What is this? Anyways, I was Fizz, so I lucked out. But poor elemental people.
Honestly, awkwardly, I actually like that, because it makes ignoring resists better. Not only for my build, where I use Fleshcrafter and ignore my minions ignore elemental resist, but also for the very underrated or very underutilized, I should say, for good reason, underutilized elemental resistance ignore on the Inquisitor Ascendancy, which now is actually between the resistances that you get on the Arch Nemesis packs and the altar resistances, because that altar mod exists as well that gives them plus max resist, right? So you can get some pretty disgusting resistances on enemies, but I think it's good for that reason, for the balance.
Later, it's fine when you actually can get pen, but it's not good early when you have, because you don't get the pen gem till 31. You probably don't have the points on the tree for pen. There's no good ways to get pen.
Yeah, but you don't need to kill everything that you encounter on your way to 31.
We know that.
New players usually ignore that, yeah. I know. That's something that I guess the game doesn't really do a great job at telling you, even though it's sort of obvious that you don't need to kill everything, but it's very easy. Even for like seasoned players, like I know that when I'm trying to speed level through the game, I should not be committing to rare monsters and killing them, yet I still do it on a regular basis. I just walk up to a rare and get it down to half HP, and I'm like, this takes too long. This is really not efficient. I shouldn't be doing this. But then I kill it anyway.
But I took half of its HP, so I gotta take the other half.
Yeah, exactly, because it might drop an orb of fusing.
Listen, there's only one thing less efficient than killing a rare or unique mob that you didn't need to kill, and that's killing half of a rare or unique mob and then leaving. That's even less efficient.
That's a good redo on the old joke with there's only one more disgusting thing than a worm in an apple. Which is half a worm in an apple.
Right.
Okay, I got one thing to say. There's one thing that they could do in the next patch, and I'm never playing Path of Exile again. If they decide that Archdem was so good that they now just take the Metamorph mods that they now have way overpowered, and that's just gonna be all map bosses from now on and unique monsters, I'm out. We're just done, okay? Just tell you guys.
More challenge, no reward. Hell yeah.
Exactly.
They should just make
maximum
this
fun,
current
right?
campaign-
Slippery.
They should just make this current campaign be like you can't play it when they bring out the second campaign. So the second campaign was built with these arch nemesis things in mind. You have to finish that before you can unlock Uber campaign, which is the current game of hell. They just buff the shit out of everything. That'd be cool. Oh.
I was waiting for the first couple days, them go, haha, you know how we've been talking about hard mode? This was hard mode.
It could still happen.
It could still happen with the Archdem. I mean, it kind of was like hard mode with the Archdem implementation, but I kept like waiting for like that, like, oh, you know, the hard mode that we just put in the normal game.
Honestly, I have no idea how that's going to turn out when they release hard mode, because they've been like hyping it up so much, and the expectation is so big now that they've continuously not released it after saying it's basically just the base game but with less item acquisition. But now they've been doing so much on it.
Base game with minus 90 quant. Sorry, good.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. But they also have to go in and deactivate the crafting bench, and they probably have to change like a whole bunch of loot tables from bosses and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm worried that it will be very underwhelming when it comes. I'm gonna play it regardless, because it's gonna be, for me personally, probably just a straight up better version of the game. For my personal enjoyment, that is. As a content creator, it would be very unwise, because you don't get to play content that you want to make guides on, right? And that you want to talk about on podcasts and stuff like that. Which, you know, that's one of the reasons I'm playing Softcore Trade right now, is because I'll just get to see a lot more content than I usually see. And a lot more playstyles. But yeah, kind of lost myself in a ramble. Let's move on to the final closing round, and that's the question: with GGG removing more and more league modifiers, most recently Pirandas and Prophecy have been removed, what do you think going forward will be the next elite mechanic on the chopping block, and what should be the next mechanic?
Tormented spirits.
That's what
Well,
should be the next mechanic,
I-
right?
Yeah, well, that's what will and should be the next one. I found out the other day because I was doing the thing that required the flask. So I have the flask that makes it so that the chaos damage doesn't bypass my energy shield. But I found out the other day that there's a spirit
what?
that just removes all your flasks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought the BIOS is bugged, but then I realized it was a tormented spirit after I died several times on the burial chamber one. Lost a good chunk of EXP though first. So,
Torment should definitely be removed. I don't know what that will remove next. Part of me is worried it's going to be beyond. And I hope not. If I got to pick, it would be Harvest. I would remove Harvest on the spot.
I think Abyss, if there was an alternate source of the Stygian Vises, I'd be completely okay with Abyss. Like, you get the jewels from other sources and the belts, and it's just not in the game, I'd be okay with that. I think it's kind of outdated. Really cool at the time with that underground area, but a lot of the uniques are pretty garbage nowadays.
Yeah, I feel like Abyss is good material to work off of, though. I don't think it needs to be removed if they just did like a buff pass and like an adjustment like they did to, I guess, like other mechanics, Valside areas and stuff. If they made it so that the underground areas could actually roll mods, just like Valside areas, make them a little bit more rewarding, give a buff pass to the uniques so that they're actually worth using over other items in that slot, then sure. I totally like it.
Yeah, I could get on board with that. It's just in its current state, it's like Abyssal Depth, the area that I don't go down into.
It's not bad because you get to use your sentinels once again, like, you know, in the same map. But yeah, outside of that, not really a perspective of dropping anything useful from the boss. Slippery Jim, you've been awkwardly silent during this conversation. What is the mechanic that you would like to see removed, and what is the one that you think is most likely going to be removed soon?
I'm on the spot. Mechanic?
Elite
man.
mechanic. They've been phasing out like
Remove.
Prophecy, Pirandas, and stuff like that.
Betrayal. Kill it. I hate it.
You don't like Betrayal?
I think it sucks.
Out.
Too much tedium. Just kill it. Kill it, take bits of it, and then
I don't
take
think they're
each
going to do
single
that
bit and
because it's a
make that a
massive-
whole new league. Just kill it. Just fucking kill it. They're not going to kill it because it's got voice acting, and voice acting is the only thing that keeps things in the game. I can't even block it on the Atlas.
What do you think they should remove?
Just let me
From
block
the
it.
game.
I
with
wouldn't care.
Gina.
No, I have to encounter fucking research pits.
Yeah.
If you just
fuck-
put
Whatever.
Alva on every single map you run forever, you'd never have to
I
see him
can't
again.
because Catmaster's problem of I can't just tick a box and
Harvest?
Alva is now here forever. So,
Fuck, Harvest can go. Syndicate can
what,
go.
replace it. What'd you say? Kill it and what?
No,
I
Yeah, I
hate
still
Harvest.
don't understand fucking
You
Syndicate
get to run it forever.
No, I get that. I mean,
or
like,
Harvest.
what
I
was
really
the
don't.
question? It was remove a thing.
I tried to
and
play them,
something
The
but-
question was GGG is
Still have
phasing
no
out
fuck
yet.
clue. But then again, I
So
never really got
they've
the
recently
in-game
removed
shit
Prophecy,
either.
They've
So
recently removed Pirandas. If you could choose, which one would you remove next?
I
and
like
which
the
one do you
Beyond,
think
though.
will
I
be
like
removed
the,
next? Those are different questions,
where
right?
they have the
Which one do you
things where you
think should go,
can
and which
just
ones
like
do
run
you
over
think
thing, and then you
will
get a bunch
decide
of
to go?
monsters show up, and you just kill them.
That's the difference.
yeah, I
so,
like
for example,
Beyond
you
too.
said you'd like Betrayal to
Plus,
be
it's
gone.
like part
That's
of
a very fair
Mhm.
thing to say from your point of view.
Headhunter
Delirium
You
ain't
will
bad
probably
either.
agree
Where
that
you just
that's
like
not
run
one
through
like
it, and you get
Delirium.
like
remove, right?
some extra souped
you're
up
right.
monsters.
I wish we
and
could
Sentinels,
do
make it
fuck with
easy.
Syndicate again,
Yeah.
or
Probably
Synthesis again.
Probably Abyss. I would assume.
Yeah, the Synthesis League, yeah.
Then again,
Really?
CG
That shit was
and
cool,
Abyss
man. It was
just sucks.
complex and tons of
I
cool
mean, like,
shit.
if they were to remove anything else from
It's
this
just
point
too
of
much.
view,
I'm sure
Or
they
Talisman.
will bring it back eventually,
Honestly,
but
like, I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
Talisman is like
Been
big
gone for a
enough to
while.
consider removing it. It's just like an item type
Well,
that's
the
in the
point. It
game,
was just
right?
changed.
There's no actual
Properties
league.
just-
I mean, I'm sure they will.
Like for example, like Parandus uniques are also
like
still
like
around.
bring it
after,
back in like a new
Parandus
way,
Legends,
maybe.
right?
Probably not.
So as far as I'm
They
concerned,
probably
Talisman was
they
never
probably
like,
already
really
have
in the core
ideas
game
for
as a
that.
mechanic.
Honestly,
They adapted aspects of it for the game,
we'll see.
but
When
no,
is
I think I'd agree
there's
with
still
the
like
people who said that
PoE 2
Prophecy
still
and
like fucking
Beyond are the most,
2024,
likely
right? Something like
candidates
that.
from GGG's point of view, right?
Something like
They've
that.
said repeatedly
Who
that they
knows?
think Beyond is
Yeah.
outdated visually and they don't feel
I
good
know.
about it
I
being in the
hate
game.
being like eager
And with
for it. You
Prophecy,
know,
I
I'm ready.
think
I'm
the
ready
I don't
for
know.
PoE
players
2.
Yeah, I don't
don't
give a
really
shit.
But-
respect Prophecy. You don't like read what mods it does. It doesn't add anything
Torment?
meaningful to the fights. Yeah, what did I say? Prophecy.
Just like, what is it,
And
like
Torment,
new
yeah, you're right. Torment and
campaigns?
Spirit.
Fucking shit.
Are you reading what Arch Nemesis
New
wants? 'Cause I read it
classes,
and I don't fucking know.
new things.
No, but that's because they have
Oh.
obscure
Like a new
names and
campaign.
There's no in-game
Oh.
explanation of what the mods do.
What's
No,
new?
it's gonna have new
And I thought There was
classes.
some sort of help menu.
Oh, it will have
There's
one new
only
class.
there's only
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Unbelievable.
It's only one class
But yeah,
is gonna
again,
be the
Prophecy
same, and that's
Beyond
gonna
the
be
most likely
Witch.
candidates.
The Witch class is
If
gonna
Sentinel
be
goes core,
Oh, really?
I
at
would
PoE 2. Yeah,
actually
you don't remember
assume
watching?
that
It shows you how much I
Talk
gave a
about
fuck
it.
about it.
go away. Maybe they
Oh,
add some of the
okay.
Tormented Spirit mods to Sentinel.
No, they're supposed to have
as
like
they
a
go for it,
transforming
right? So that you can
like Druid class.
apply
and-
Tormented Spirits via
I did hear about
yeah,
that.
no.
The
That's all I
actual
really
spirits
knew.
themselves don't exist physically in the
Yeah.
game anymore. With
I
maybe
don't know.
They
I
said
mean,
they were-
it sounds
maybe with the map implicit enchant where the
okay,
map
like
boss is
the
surrounded by
Druid
tormented
and like
spirits. I think that's
Diablo 2 or whatever. I never did the
Oh
fucking
my
transforming
gosh.
thing. I always
I
did
just
either the fucking
realized
spellcaster or I
Sentinel is
did
a
the fucking
reskin Torment
minions. You know what I
Spirit
mean?
that You have,
Yeah.
I never
the
did.
ability to
I never
control.
did the
Yeah,
transforming.
ruined.
Like, not really.
Ruined. You just
But
ruined
that
Sentinel
was like
for
the
me.
worst one
Reskinned.
to do.
No, why
No,
did it
no.
ruin it? I mean,
You
it's
just saved Torment by deleting it and keeping Sentinel.
You could do it, but it just wasn't
go,
as
Jack.
good. Like the
We just
Hurricane
combine them
Druid,
so that
Tornado
when you send
Druid
yours
was
back, it's
like
with a ghost,
way
so you can
better.
Catch a fucking ghost like Bestie has
Yeah.
with a net.
Like you
Jim,
said, like
yeah, 'cause that one
you
was-
want to let play style than the
Pillow are too
fucking
warm for you to be
minions.
comfortable.
Really, both of them are kind of
Oh,
lazy
did
because you
guys
just
saw
do the
that?
Hurricane
I
and
still got this popcorn.
run through
It's usually warm
everything.
now. I'm in a shed. It's so cold.
Go ahead,
I
guys.
love that.
I'm good.
I love that.
I work
But we'll
hard.
see.
It'd be great.
I don't much care for it
When I'm
on
moving in,
fucking
Mama,
last
I'll give
Epoch
you
either.
whatever $2,000 divided by 365 a day is.
Nope.
Why not?
Scares
deal.
are expensive.
All
Oh,
I've got.
shit.
I would consider it Valor.
I don't understand why
on your
transforming into a Spriggan
Content.
No, good
you get like
thanks.
all new abilities and you can't even
Exactly, content.
nothing for them.
Good question.
Like it's just like well, I mean you get
Alright.
other skills
Gonna go get
that you
burgers
could
and-
like spec to
I wouldn't mind
like
that.
Yeah.
I
Pick
guess
the place this time.
have an effect or something
I want to come over
with
and eat
the
burgers.
skills that you
Yeah.
get as a
With the
Spriggan
current,
or whatever,
the
but
current prices of
yeah,
traveling, that's not gonna.
I don't
happen
know.
anytime
It's
soon.
kind of
Oh, yeah.
you gonna speed up now, buddy. Good
Uh,
job, bro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Good job here.
So we've completely
Yeah,
defeated
get,
it.
You big
get over
fucking
now,
dummy.
We're
bro.
also way above the 3-hour mark at this point.
Yeah. But you sitting there fucking going slow, and I'm fucking like, I
I'm good
just
right
get
now.
over in a
What?
lane.
What is the time?
What?
Yeah, probably.
I said, are you
Later.
padding for time?
No. No.
Yeah.
I think we did a good job.
And then he
of
wants to
fulfilling
speed
the-
up.
What I'd like to do before we end
Speed up.
Fucking
is
Gas
you
pedal,
just,
gas pedal.
doesn't it
once again
say in the
for a short
driver's
moment about the
handbook to
content that you're
maintain
doing
your
and that you wanna be
speed?
doing and where people
No,
can
it says to
find that
fuck with
if they
Matt
wanna hear more.
Yeah,
Who wants to go first?
at all times.
yeah, I know.
Everyone's super hyped.
I
The
would-
real
I am
James Humphrey.
super
Fuck them,
Dude,
fuck
I'm
them
so
all.
hyped right now. All right,
I'll
we
go
got a lot
rogue.
of good
I'll
stuff
go
coming.
rogue
A lot
truck
of good
driver on
stuff,
these
guys. We're paying
bitch.
attention. A lot of good stuff. All right, where
Go
can
off
we
the
find
fucking
us?
road.
We got 2 channels that we can find us. One of them's called Tell Us About, where I'm doing one-on-one sit-downs with content creators that you're really going to care about. We get their backstory. We get how they got into gaming. We get what they think about content stuff they don't normally talk about. So go watch that. That's on the Tell Us About channel. Then on the gaming
Get out
channel, we got a lot
your
of stuff
recorder,
coming up.
love.
We got some new strategies.
We're about to go
and then
road rage.
We gotta make some build that can kill the Uber bosses. Okay, I don't know what it's gonna be.
You'll get
yet.
tons
And
of
then I still
views.
gotta release the Firestorm guide, a budget Firestorm guide. We got a high-end Lightning Strike champion guide coming out, and then we also are going to have a high-end Spark pseudo Aurabot. Not super high-end to the point where we're using Mage Blood, probably around like 80 to 100x. The next step that's going to decimate some content. So all that is coming out on the Real James Humphrey channel, and of course the interviews. And then look out for my upcoming tech channels.
Awesome. Yeah. Just for anyone who missed it or like felt like I feel it was a little bit undersold. There's an awesome channel that's called Tell Us About, where James Humphrey interviews all of your favorite PoE creators, and there's pretty much a big video for how many different people do you have? 8, 10, something like that.
9 so far. So trying to do about one a week or so. There was a little bit of a like week and a half off because League and everyone wanted to just rush that, but now we've kind of started back up. The most recent one was Octavian, and
so if there's any PoE creator that you're fanboying, you're likely to find a extended interview here that you can enjoy. And if there's one that you'd like to see one with, then you know where to find the man, the real James Humphrey himself, to request future guests. I'm sure you take requests, right?
Well, I mean, so far I've done all the reaching out. It'd be great if you guys bugged your content creator and had them reach out to me. That would, pick your favorite one. That'd be amazing. So,
All right. Slippery Jim, you had a video recently where you ran thousands of Crimson Temples, right?
500, not much.
And you probably had very interesting findings in that video that you don't want to spoil here, but that...
Nah, it's a pretty shit video. You don't have to watch it. I just did it for the sake of it. I got bored, need money. I'm doing like I'm gonna do 2 more videos this league, and that's it. One of them is a meme where I spend 5,000 exalts doing a secret thing, but you could probably figure it out if you did the math. I don't make money very quickly, so it's a slow process. Like typically at league, I'd be lucky to make like 100x, or trying to save 5,000 to 6,000 X's. Oh boy, this is just overtime, So don't subscribe if you want money making tips. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing random shit every day to try and make money. But if you want to see me waste 6,000 to 5,000 exalts on 2 videos, the 5,000x one has a 50% chance that I lose 4,000x and a 50% chance that I lose 5,000x. So either way, I'm losing all of my money, so it's worth it. You should totally subscribe for that. And the other one is a 1,000x.
Hey, you go hit up the real James Humphrey so you can get an interview.
No, thank you.
I haven't messed with recombination, so I don't know how
No,
to
thank
buy.
you.
Probably like maybe 1,000 or so, and maybe make some.
I'm not the guys that he's talking about. He doesn't want a Knox on there. Trust me.
Money from that.
He needs a Matt though. A Matt Hill.
Hey Bella, how do you make money?
Yeah.
Exactly, Beller. How do I make money? Where is the content on money making this league?
I need 5,000x in like a week. In like a month. In like a month.
Give me a second.
Just do the invitation rush stuff.
It's like 20x, 15x a day. It's not great. For me. I mean, I have been.
No,
I mean, if you have a bunch
easy.
of maps, you could do a bunch. You
That's
could do like
super
6,
easy.
7.
15x a day? What?
You could do 7.
What?
You could do 7
They're
invitations
only like
an
an X
hour.
now, aren't they? The best I managed to farm in a day was like 29 invitations. It's only like 29x for a day's work. And I need.
If you sell them in bulk, you get more than 1
days.
extra.
Yeah, sell them in
yeah.
bulk, all 29. And you can probably get 1.4, 1.5.
Not anymore. But okay, I'll try. Again. I've been doing Crimson Temples and Glacier. I need to make a build just for Glacier farming, but my builds, I can't. Too squish. Not enough clear. And I need to make a new build now to do Apex farming as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm really, that's the video. You're going to have to check out Slippery Jim.
Do I have to make a video on that?
Yes, you promised me that you would make a video on that.
I'll make a video.
You'll
I'll
do
be
1,000
here's the
maps
Apex
on
strat,
it. I could do it.
Here's the Delve
the
strat.
Apex,
Here's the Pandemonium strat. No more bitching. One video, 3
Dude,
strats.
I'm making. I'm gonna go test out your Delve thing, and then I'm making a video on that.
Okay, now that's the wrong point of view. That's the wrong perspective, Slippery Jim. You need to do one farming strat, 3 videos. Not the other way around. You need to milk those.
I don't care about money. Yeah, what's $4 times 12? That's nearly 2,000, right? I'll be fine.
Closing in.
I don't need it. No need to monetize that shit.
Well, anyway, so there is big videos coming, is what you're saying.
My biggest video yet. Bigger than Burial Chambers.
All right. I'm looking forward to that, and I'll make sure that I have the notifications activated for your channel, so I do get it when it comes
Be sure to downvote every video I have.
I haven't watched the most recent one yet, but all the other ones I downvoted sufficiently.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
You're supposed to say if you don't like it, hit the down button twice. If you really don't like it,
that's a good one. I have to remember that.
There you go. Yeah.
Also, what is that? You didn't tell us about this, but what is that eye cancer with the Firestorm build that you're playing there? You just switch it for a different build, just for the map?
No, what do you mean? That's my build, man. That's the one that I told you has like 9,000 ES.
Looks amazing.
And I was trying to do stuff. Yeah, it's what I call it is the peak visual clarity build. But what you don't understand is you can pretty much stand whatever the hell you want, so you don't need to see anything anyways. But it's also a 1-button build. Now, normally you have to press 1 button to do something and then 1 button to move. But this is just you just hold down the cyclone button and then that's it. So you get to relax, sit back, unbutton that top button. Well, if you're wearing blue jeans, you would unbutton your top. Let's be honest. We're in sweatpants or no pants though. But if you were in that, that's how you play the build. So you could put the mouse, up on here, like such, and then just play like this. So there you go. People have been asking for that sort of a build for a long time. And that's what that build is.
By the looks of it, I really enjoyed the Sparker a little bit more, but it's probably also higher investment.
The Sparker, no, that Firestorm was way more than the Cheese Spark.
It's an energy blade build. Energy blade builds always manage to make huge investments look like small investments.
Yeah, it's a massive one to get that much energy shield because it's 18,000 energy shield before you push EB, right? That's quite a bit. So not as expensive as doesn't use any of the crazy amulets or anything, but yeah, but the Spark ones for the Cheese Spark one that's super fast is like 20x, and then the other one is my budget Aura stackers like 20x as well. So very good. I'll stop talking so Baylor Mage can
You're really good at it, though. I really need to cut a slice of your talking abilities. Maybe you have to coach me on that. Anyway, Balor, content when what?
Oh god, I have no idea. My brain stopped working like 45 minutes ago.
All right, guys, check out Balor Mage. He does amazing videos sometimes, but he's also streaming every day on twitch.tv/BalorMage.
The one thing I do know is that I need a bossing build, and I haven't settled on one yet. But I have unlimited currency, and I already own a Mage Blood. But so I'm open to any ideas. It needs to be completely Papega-proof. I am an idiot. I will get hit by everything.
I can confirm he is an idiot.
I will get hit by everything. I'm looking for a Papega-proof bossing build.
All right, guys. Message Balor Mage with your Papega-proof bossing build suggestions on the web space. And for myself, I will make videos again. I have not really found out what I want to do exactly with the YouTube content in the future, but what for sure it will be staying is the Faded Connections as often as possible, at least once every 2 or 3 weeks. But currently, still in the first month of the league, we did one weekly. I would love to do one next weekend, but likely there's not going to be time for that, as we're going to be doing Badgers Private League, which will be taking place over a 5-day period in a couple of days, starting on Thursday, I think, or something like that, or on Friday, I believe. So there may not be a podcast next week, and then afterwards the week I'm traveling, so there may not be one there either. So the next Fated Connections might be only in 3 weeks. So make this one. This one was over length, right? So make this one last, right? Space it out. Lace it with some inferior PoE podcasts in between.
It's good to tell them that right at the end too.
Yeah, after the first 4 minutes.
Well, lace the rewatch. What should I say? You're right. Anyway, can I pimp the website? Yeah, pimp the website. Put it there. Just quick note. Badgers Private League. If you don't know what it is, look it up. It's extremely fun. There's limited spots, and usually what happens is that I play it and tons of people come in watching and like, this looks fun, can I join? And then by that time it's already too late to join. You need to sign up now to get a spot, because those spots fill up really quickly, and the league is starting end of this week.
Oh, man, I just got a strike on my YouTube channel.
Do what?
I just got a strike.
Oh, for streaming Twitch? For streaming the Twitch?
Wow. For the conversation we had earlier.
Oh, conversation about what?
Apparently it's saying that I propagate misinformation.
Propagate misinformation.
Yep. Yeah, they just cut my YouTube live and all that.
I don't even know what it's talking about.
Talking about gun control and shit.
Really? Really? Propagate misinformation for that?
Somebody reported me.
Bro, I can find tons of YouTubes talking about that shit.
Says I'm in warning of losing my entire channel if I get another one.
Alright. Well, don't talk about it.
Can't talk about shit. Apparently.
Yeah.
Fucking don't want to shatter to the fragile minds out there. Just cut my shit. I don't even know if I can go live anymore.
Well, you're still live right now.
No, I'm not.
What?
It says I'm.
Oh, it's.
Oh, I am still alive. It's just I have a warning. Community violation warning. Active guideline warning. Strikes 1.
Can't appeal it. Wow, what is the? Well, I mean, they told you what rules you're breaking, right?
Well, it says it's removed. Oh, so as soon as I quit the thing, it won't save the VOD. It's gonna delete the VOD.
Sounds like a bunch of BS, honestly.
Diba? Ready, start.
Uh, oh yeah, okay. That
You know,
that could be it. Yeah,
maybe-
That is possible.
Speaking of collecting funds to play video games, any of you guys played Diablo Immortal recently?
No.
No.
I watched Asmongold play it. I don't know if that counts.
One from a defensive point of view, but yeah, I don't know. I have always had the most fun in Path of Exile in that like I enjoy going through the campaign at League Start. Like I enjoy that setup phase. I like the building up the stash. Like some of the most fun I've had this league has been building up stash tabs full of eye level 86 gear to then roll and then delete with recon bobs. But it's like once I have all the tools in front of me, I'm now like I'm bored now. You know.
So do you think that there's like this missing middle then? Because
That's what I'm saying.
there is like
oh god.
there are steps you could keep taking past the end game, but it doesn't sound like that's where you want those steps to be. You know, like you could continue to grind to try and get that Cortex and get an Uber Cortex and get Uber Cyrus done and delve to depth 600 or whatever the challenge depth is, that sort of thing. But like that doesn't seem to be where you want this content. It seems like you want it earlier to stay in that early progression system a little longer, not necessarily at the very pinnacle of the Atlas.
Yeah, so basically where my character is at now, I can comfortably do all the base content. The only reason to continue min-maxing my gear would be to like, yeah, get down Uber Cirrus or something like that. And that's fine, but I've never played Path of Exile for that level, you know. I always enjoyed Path of Exile from like the early days of you have nothing, you build your character, your build is functioning now, you feel like you've ticked off the box, go again. And I feel like I tick off like it feels like 95% of the game I can achieve by week 1, and then there's just these very few small things, like the Uber bosses currently, which is the remaining content, and the amount of like effort to get that is out of whack. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. So those have been a few hits and a few misses, right, with the Uber content they've added over the past few leagues. I think that the easiest example is they added Uber Simulacrum, and everyone was like, "Whoa! How can we get to wave 30? How can we farm it efficiently? It's so cool! Whoa!" And then you have stuff like the Uber 5-ways and like crickets, man. No one wants that shit. So it's like, okay, what's the difference between these two things? I don't know. I guess one of them is like a whole lot more exciting, I guess, and a whole lot more like the rewards are tangible and like, oh, I really want to be able to do that. And I think that's kind of what it comes down to. Some things like the Uber bosses, it has the Uber 5-way feeling. It's like, I guess. But then some other things, yeah. Go ahead.
Briefly, sorry, because someone explained what I was failing to say quite elegantly. Someone said 90% of the game is done by 30 hours of played. The remaining 1% takes farming for 2 weeks. I wouldn't agree exactly with those numbers, but that's kind of what I feel like. It feels like I do the vast majority of everything within the first week, and then it's like to get that last bit would be like 3 weeks of grind.
I think that is basically the difference between Simulacrum and Uber Timeless. Is those things are you have to farm a bunch of Timeless like 5-ways to get them to drop to then do the thing. Whereas Simulacrum is you just get a Simulacrum and you just keep fighting until wave 30. Or the grind to get that thing to try the thing is way less versus to attempt to do Uber Cirrus over and over again or Uber Cortex. There's a huge amount of grind to acquire the thing to do the thing. I think that's kind of the separation between those two things. I don't know. I can't speak for the rewards of Uber Timeless Keystone because I think I've done one once because I went around and bought 5 of the Uber Timeless Keystones, and that was the only way for me to get them past I'm farming 5-ways and I'm buying 5-ways or whatever to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Does that make more sense, Octavian? Now that I've like explained it in that way.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really trying to like attack or disagree with the viewpoint. I just wanted to clarify it.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I've always thought there was one mechanic missing from Path of Exile at all levels of play. Just a kind of like Diablo 1 style, a dungeon which you could just keep going down, right? And the rewards just keep getting better, and then you eventually die. And then it's like, wow, that was super cool, man. I don't know. It's not Delve. It's kind of like Simulacrum, but yeah, that's what I think the game is. One of the things which I think could be cool.
Is it like a zone you never leave till you die?
Like no, more like Coward's Trial, how you can keep going down. It's like, whoa, it's so hard, more hard in this place, you know. I don't know. That's what I think would be cool as a league mechanic.
So at ExileCon, I've said this a few times. I was hoping they were going to announce a sort of long form roguelike system. I feel like Path of Exile struggles with long form content. I feel like it's got a lot of like short hits, so it's kind of like, oh, you're in this fight, and this fight's really intense for 5 minutes, or however long it takes your build to do it, and then it's like, you now need to do X many hours of content to get another, like, 5 hours of burst fun. I would really like more, like, this is something I'm sitting down, I'm sitting, like, 40 minutes in. And I feel like you've got, what, Simulacrum, and then, is there anything else which kind of fits that, like, this is a longer commitment thing that you're hitting? Some people will be, like, knocking out 100 maps, I guess, in one session, but, like...
not really. There's like short form things.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
of them.
Running out like it's not in the game anymore, but running out like a big synthesis chart that you put a lot of effort into building was the closest.
Yeah. That was super cool. I like that stuff.
I mean, that didn't get received very well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of reasons I believe that it didn't get received very well, but I don't know. I think at the end of the day, the question we're asking here is where do they go next? Because obviously they keep saying they're going to expand on the end game. They just added Uber bosses, right? So, and they've been adding mapping stuff left, right, and center. What do you think happens next?
Uber bosses.
Whoa!
No, but seriously, in previous leagues, I would have said Uber bosses as a joke. So I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, they'll just release two. They just released 2 new bosses.
Yeah, I think that's what they'll probably do. More bosses, more.
Really? This soon? You reckon? I don't know.
when they talked about it, they kept saying they want to set up their system so they can keep adding to it, and it just seemed like they were hinting at, okay, there's more of these eldritch things that'll invade or be a part of the Atlas, and oh, now there's this. You have Exarch, you have Eater, now you have, I don't know, Black Hands, Magician, whatever. I don't know. Like,
Uber Shrek.
Yeah, but, like,
that's what we need.
yeah.
I don't know. I was always under the impression that they would like rotate Eater and Exarch out and relegate them, and then bring the 2 new ones in, and you'd like have new influences, and they'd be able to do new cool things and stuff like that. But when you're saying that you think that like because they have to do it this league coming and the next league, they need to be non-major, right? So I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe they're gonna have a green and a purple one this time.
Yeah. Just get through all the colors, all the different shades.
Yeah.
Oh,
You didn't like
no,
arena, now you have.
Sorry.
I mean,
this I think this says this something someone said in chat, and actually I realized this. So I think last time I had this sort of feeling, and I think this is kind of why I decided I would rather reset my SSF than grind out boss keys, is I think this is probably the majority of players. When a new boss comes out, you beat the boss once, and you're like, all right, cool, I did it. And then it's only a certain kind of player who will farm that boss. It's like when Maven came out, and then I beat Maven, I'm like, I don't need to do any more Maven this league, I've done it.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a question of why. So most players in PoE have goals, and if farming that boss can complete that goal, you'll do it, right? But if, for example, your goal was to beat the boss, of course you'd be like, okay, I did that. See you later, guys. And that's generally what it comes down to. So I think one of the biggest and most successful additions for me personally, obviously this is going to be pretty unrelatable to most people, is the addition of Mage Blood and like stuff like the Squire. Those were like big additions, at least for me. And I think that they need to try and look at their whole demographic and come up with some interesting new goals. This league, they've done a good job. I think the 40 out of 40, a lot of people are having a lot of fun with that because it's like harder and stuff like that. But I think trying to add goals, not just for like the juicers or the end game bosses, but also for like everybody, is definitely something they should focus on too, because that might help you, Taki. If there was some really cool like goal associated with your style of play, I imagine then you could be compelled to maybe go for some of the auxiliary content that would involve that.
I think the problem is that my target demographic is fucking hard mode, and I don't think hard mode's ever coming out, or when it does, because like, what the fuck does hard mode even mean? I just want slower progression. I want a slower progression. That's all I want. But I feel like when hard mode eventually gonna comes out, like last time Chris talked about it, he said it'd be stuff like, what if we got rid of gem vendors and gems are drop only? I don't want that. I don't want to spend like 10 hours grinding to get my heavy strike to drop. That's not what I mean by like slower progression, you know. Yeah, I was curious by what you said about the challenge system, because I think the challenge system fails, or at least the challenge system in PoE's never really interested me. I was saying before Bay Class in the pre-show, what I would actually really like is if instead of there being 40 challenges and it's 40 out of 40, if there were like 100, and then I could actually meaningfully pick, like, okay, these are the ones that I'll enjoy doing, and I'll unlock my rewards that way. Because whenever I've kind of been like, oh, this league has got a cool, like a hideout or something that I want, I scroll through the challenge list, and I'm like, most of these I would not find fun to do. Like, these are not enjoyable. It's like, do this boss 300 times. It's like, is that fun? Is that really meaningful or interesting? If there was one like, reach level 100 playing, I don't know, Molten Strike, I'd be like, okay, that's the kind of thing that would maybe interest me. Or like, get every ascendancy to a period or something. Something like that I would find fun, whereas someone else would much rather do like 1,000 breaches.
I think, to play devil's advocate here, I think if they were to expand the number of challenges, and let's say they double it to 80, then I think there would be people who would, you know, ask like, oh, can we get a cool reward if we do all of them and we get to 80?
Well, that can just be the totem pole.
Then you have like the current system, but bigger number, where like, because like the cool reward right now is for getting to 36. Like they just like.
No, I completely understand it. It's just from my point of view, it's. I mean, maybe they need to just stick to 40 out of 40, but just make, in my mind, more interesting challenges. I feel like a lot of the challenges just like defeat this boss without getting hit 10 different ways. So,
I mean, I think for the players who enjoy that like style of content, it actually works quite well for them. Like a lot of people are like, "Oh man,
I
I'm gonna get
enjoyed
40 out of
farming
40."
achievements in World of Warcraft. Like, I would go out of my way to farm achievements playing WoW because I feel like that game had more interesting challenges than PoE. I just feel like PoE challenges are boring.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess
That's just a
fair
pretty
enough.
subjective thing, though, right? Like,
Hmm.
you personally find them not enjoyable, but there's other people that do, and so how do you decide whether this is a worthwhile challenge? If Joe says, "Hey, it's a good thing," and Bob says, "No, it's not a good thing," I don't know.
Joe's obviously an idiot.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I just think like the more like hook systems they can put in, the better, right? Like challenges, Uber bosses, you know, crazy uniques which no one's ever gonna get, you know, insane ways to craft which are like super duper hard. You know, I think more of this is better, and I think that's the direction they should be aiming to go with the endgame expansion. But like, try and hit as many different like kind of crowds as possible. And what is so strange is they're not hitting that skill crowd, which I think is perhaps one of the problems.
Like with the lack of new skill releases, you mean?
Not just that, but what about end game skills? Like, what about skills which like you need to do something in the game to acquire them? Like, I think that could be quite a cool concept.
Green Fire Quest. The people who know the Green Fire Quest,
Yeah, like-
fuck yes.
I don't know. I think that could be quite cool. Like, what about chase
So-
support gems, which enable builds, kind of like how Empower and Enlighten do, but like on a much more like kind of challenging degree. But you had to like do a boss to unlock it or get it. You know, like that's the kind of stuff which I think they need to probably have to branch out to.
Need Badge of the
increase,
Brotherhood or
like,
something? I just found
the
it.
interest in the end game and make Taki want to go farm Maven so he can do this cool new build.
Okay,
So
yeah.
something like a unique item that has an
Matt,
skill,
you there,
skill
dude?
gem, like a Whispering Ice, but
By chance?
Yeah,
a boss
something
drop
like
and more power.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Did
I
you,
just seen
and Ashes is a good example. Like, I don't.
Did you need
condone
Badge of the
Maven,
Brotherhood
it's super rare
for your
by the way,
build?
but they do have that effect, right? Because people on SSF are going in
for
there
the
farming
power
100
charge dagger,
subs
yeah.
for this amulet.
So
The
okay,
Slayer,
so
yeah,
using
that's
sort
what
of
I
like Green
needed
Fire
for
or
it.
using like Mage
I
Towers
just
as an
found
example,
one,
people who
so.
didn't play
Watch.
WoW back when it was.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, that'll save
Oh,
you an
that'll
X.
Maybe a system where
save
it's
me
like you
an
have this
X,
challenge
yeah.
and
Yeah,
you got to
so
the end of the challenge.
I got that for you.
Oh shit!
If,
Now I
for
gotta
example,
build
like,
up
the
that
way that
guy
Maven
too.
worked
Fuck.
was
Oh, I mean, if you
defeat
need, if you
Maven,
want it. If
you
not,
then
I'll
get
just
to
sell it.
turn
It's whatever.
one of your gems into a woke gem.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I
I'll
would farm
take
the
it.
hell out of Maven and
Okay.
SSF, and that would be
Waiting
for
for
me a
Save
fun
me
thing of
from
really
buying
just
it.
going, killing like 50 times turn all of my gems into. But from the point of view,
No, I
of,
was just
I will run you
watching.
until maybe you drop a gem that
It's
I'm interested in. That doesn't
Diablo
appeal to me as a
4.
player.
They're revealing more a new trailer and
I mean,
gameplay,
this is a different discussion.
and they're
Like, the value
revealing
of
the
that
Right now, after
the
all
fifth
this.
class.
system, right?
Yeah.
That's
Huh?
a completely
So
different
yeah, they're
game
trying to
altogether.
get the heat off
I'm
of
just saying,
Immortal
I think
shit.
that there probably needs to be more hooks.
Yeah,
in the
they
game
are.
for more different types of players. That's what my
Fucking
point
release
is.
the
we
shit,
don't even-
release
we
it,
don't even
release
have to
some
make
new
new
shit
ones,
for
just
Diablo
like-
4.
Yeah.
Make Star Forge
Apparently,
really
well, I ain't finished watching it, but
We can
the
take
guy
some
that I'm
pre-existing
watching the
ones.
reaction,
I mean, this is
he's saying that
this is,
it's
a
gonna be a lot
dead
sooner than you
horse that
think.
I've been beating for a while now, but I really think they should give some of the less
Here,
loved
I'll,
things like Starforge and
I don't know if you want to look it up
Despair and
yourself
other
or
ones that I can't think of right
if you
now.
want to watch
Give them
Is
much
it
more
worth
identity,
watching?
the guy
you know, even if they
I'm
don't wanna buff their
watching.
numbers
I mean,
or
I'll
if
throw
you're
it on.
interested.
Yeah,
just
I'll
make
throw it
them
on. I'm just listening
interesting
to
and powerful
fake
for
class
some
shit.
other means.
I want a prestige.
Yeah.
I've decided that's what I
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I just
look,
seen it
okay,
pop
so
up,
I
so
think
I
that
was
any of these systems could be a good idea.
listening
Like,
to
I
it.
mean, like maybe there's like a prestige system for
Listening to
items
it.
where you get 2 uniques and you can
Alright,
smash
I'll
them
go
together
back
and it
2
gets 10%
years.
stronger, right? And then some absolute lunatic can get a 10 mage blood.
You need to
stack,
mute
whereas you combine 10
Discord on
mage
your
blood and stuff like
stream.
that.
It doesn't
But
have
it's
to be
kinda
power.
like-
So they
see,
can't
this is
hear
the
us
system with
talking.
Community Grim, right?
Doesn't
You're
work that way.
not
You
built,
talking.
Whereas I'm an ethical
You can mute
gamer.
Discord on
I
your
don't
stream.
need my items to get 10%
Huh?
stronger. Just make it
You can
cool.
mute Discord.
Make it green
I'm
fire.
muting it all
Yeah,
the time.
I was
Yeah, I mean, you
I
can
was
do that,
telling
but, like,
Knox he should
What do
mute
you
the
mean?
Discord on
Upgraded
the stream.
just 10%
Mute you
stronger,
guys
right?
from the
Dude.
stream?
Yeah, and I like that shit.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah, so they
Remember
don't
bigger, better.
start
That's
when I
content.
hear myself.
He likes
Yeah,
us.
but honestly,
We
maybe
just
that's the wrong approach.
No,
lower the
what, so
volume
what?
on
I'm
his
just gonna
stream.
like
This
record myself talking to
environment where
nobody?
we need like so many
Right.
insane stats
No,
at
I
the
mean
same
you
time,
talk
right?
to your
So, I don't know.
stream, but Well, no, not if you.
always
Well, I don't know how
skin
that would
transfer
work.
made blood on
Can you
Exactly.
separate? Like you
That's
could put
true,
like a push to
that's
talk
true.
button.
Yeah.
You have like a
I'm
push
actually-
to talk button though.
Why?
Like if you
I
talk
was
to
gonna
your
say this
stream or
in
you
terms of,
talk
you
to,
brought up Ashes
I don't
and
know, so you
Omniscience
don't get
being
no
good
more
there.
strikes.
I think I would much prefer them.
I'm just
being
not gonna talk about
strong
this shit no
and
more
rare
while I'm
versus
streaming.
them being gutted items, because I think one of the two is
Yeah.
gonna happen, and we got the they're
Bad
still strong,
boy.
but now they're really rare. So at least I can be excited when
But
I'm running an Exarch and an
anyways.
Eater. I know it's not gonna drop, but if it does drop,
Dude, my
and I
attic
can
is
have that
like
sitting in the back
130
Good
fucking
job,
degrees.
real
Grandpa.
excitement there. There's other balls.
130
Good job,
degrees.
Grandpa.
Every single one
What?
of them.
Good job, what? Oh, you're talking to car.
Another old truck driver. I'm gonna speed up now.
Hello everyone.
Good job, Grandpa.
Action RPG.
Hey.
I'm your host,
Yeah,
Darren.
good job, bro.
old
Today's
people.
video, we're
You
gonna
old people too now.
RPG.
Don't forget.
Darren.
Wait, if you're gonna drive that fast,
Super
then
epic
drive that
and
fast all the
final
time.
class for
Like
the
why
game
you
has
wait
been
for somebody to
released.
pass you and then fucking do it?
You is
Yes,
old.
the fifth and final class for the game.
Say it with
has
me.
I was
been
literally-
released,
I
and
was
we now
literally
have a
halfway
roundabout
past him, and
release date.
it is
But
all
I
of a
have to
sudden he just
openly
like, all right.
admit
I guess he
that I
just
was
woke
totally
up from
wrong.
his
I thought
nap
this game
and he
was
decided
2,
to
3,
fucking drive
4
fast.
years out, and at the end of
Whatever.
the video, you will find out when we are kind of getting Diablo 4. I'm
Anyways,
very
all right.
excited
I want to
about
listen
this.
to
Anybody
the.
that watches this channel should
I'm gonna listen
know
to
why.
the Diablo
Let's
4
watch it
now.
together,
Thank
and I will
you.
give you my breakdown.
It's going.
starting
Diablo
now.
4? What?
I speak now
Uh,
to those who
here, I'll
have
send it
a
to you too.
darker call.
Yeah, I'm
Or just
watching it.
watch Nox's stream right now. He's playing it right now.
Those
You can listen
bold
to it.
enough to cross the line of sin for deeper knowledge, who follow an unquenchable yearning, born of blood and bone. To unlock the forbidden
Why the graphics look like
secrets
shit?
and foulest black rituals, calling forth life
It's like a mobile game.
from death.
That's because it's not pay to win, so you don't have they don't put as much detail into it.
All the time.
To truly embrace this power, you must take it into the world.
Leave
You
the
will be
kids alone.
shunned, scorned, marked as a living sacrifice to this profane knowledge. You will be a priest of Rathma, a necromancer.
My class.
It might be a tough fight. Might need some help.
What's your class?
Confront the darkness of
Necromancer.
Play. Necro?
We are the speakers of the dead, and the dead have no mercy.
Bone golem in the back.
How come I don't hear the volume? You don't have the volume on it?
Yeah.
I hear no volume.
You got it muted.
I got it.
Let's go. Anybody that knows me or watches this channel, I main Necromancer. And I was hoping in previous videos I said, please let the last class be Necro. And they answered me. The final and fifth class, Necromancer, is coming to D4. And just so far, okay, obviously we know we are getting Corpse Explosion because that is in the cinematic. And then even there at the end, different versions of skeletons and some kind of skeleton golem of some kind. Which, again, what we've seen in the previous games. Let's continue.
I'm very excited to announce our fifth and final class, the Necromancer, a commander of the undead who joins the other iconic classes around the campfire in Diablo 4. These include the mighty barbarian.
I hate to break it
the
to him,
elemental
but like
sorceress,
everybody
the
knew it was
crafty rogue,
Necromancer.
and the powerful druid. And you'll want them
I mean, you
because
had to
the
pay
demon
for an
Lilith,
expansion
daughter
for
of hatred,
Necromancer in
has
D3. You
returned,
didn't
and
think they
spreading
would be
corruption and
one in
evil as she
D4?
fights to reclaim our dark
Really?
gothic world as her
She's
own.
going down.
And it's up to you to stop her. Now, Diablo 4 is the culmination of the 25-year history of the franchise, building on top of the best of what's come before with some, unique twists all its own. So let's dig a little deeper by watching, for the first time I might add, some Xbox Series X gameplay, while hearing from a few of the many people behind the game.
Focus in on the skills we haven't seen.
Diablo 4 is the next generation of action RPG, melding
Action RPG, they just gave me a shout out for my channel. Sorry.
monster slaying and loot collecting with
Whirlwind.
a fully realized open world.
It's not for the
Ethereal.
faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
It takes all of the
Bloodwave.
pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all of the new features
Warcry.
that people really love and appreciate
Raised
in modern
skeletons.
games.
It does look sick.
So you'll notice if you didn't know, this game does have mounts, which a lot of people are scared based upon MTX from World of Warcraft. Normally when you put mounts in a game, it's because they want that money.
Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo 4.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play. It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
I don't know
Everything
what that
feels
ice
very
one was.
powerful and fun.
One of the really cool things
Horsey.
about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo 4 is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
Yes, you heard that number correctly. 150 dungeons in D4.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a
Here's the
space that
golem.
begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
The evil in this place has been cleansed.
it now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon. There's a whole bunch of rewards that you get, and you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back any moment.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world and then a local event will pop up and you can choose to participate in it or get a group together and just wail on the
So right here, if you look at the Necro, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 7 minions.
these like giant world bosses.
8, counting the world.
These are events that take a lot of people and you really have to work together.
Everybody wants that chest.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a
Frozen
social
Orb,
experience.
Blizzard, Warcry.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play
Nice.
couch co-op.
Cross-
2 people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
So you could play the game single player, obviously. You could play co-op and PC or Xbox. It
Crossplay,
does not
nice.
matter, or couch co-op. All 3 available for D4.
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
Oh, this is the zones I'm going
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people.
Bring my
But you're also
Necro.
opening
But it's only
yourself
gonna
up
be
to
for
being swung
Xbox
at.
and play at PC though.
If you're like really,
That
really
sucks.
good, the game actually marks you as like a champion on the map. you basically become a loot pinata, and everyone wants to chase you down.
The last story mission is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards, every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience. Going to be new stuff time you come back to play Diablo 4. Paragon boards.
So we haven't seen finished Paragon boards before. We've seen what they're supposed to look like, but it's really just, it looked terrible. Where now you actually get a finished look at the Paragon boards and how they connect. Obviously, they did a really good job on the visuals for these. The idea is just what all these little nodes do, because they all have the same picture.
Every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
couch co-op,
endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't.
Spin the win. Spin the win.
And we are so close.
Here we go. Through Werebear. Rain of Arrows. Tornado. All hell breaks loose 2023. That's the release date. Now, right now we're in June. At the beginning of this presentation, they said they're
next
not gonna
year,
show
2023,
games that are over 12 months out. And the fact that this says 2023, that would mean we'd be getting it first half of 2023, unless they are liars. So we will have to wait and see. 12 months out until we get it. My favorite class is coming to the game. And of course, now I have tons of questions. What type of minions will we be able to play as or use? Will we be able to raise the dead? Will I be able to have an army of 50? Is it going to be strong minions? Is it going to be like D3 Necro, which wasn't my favorite? I'd rather have it more like D2. Will you be able to command your minions? Will minions have stances where you could put them in offensive or defensive? Can they pick up loot for you? There's so many questions I have. But all in all, I'm very happy with this announcement. I like what I saw. And
I know what we're playing.
Obviously, what we just
Looks
got
good.
with Diablo Immortal.
If you're gonna do a minion necro, I'll do a minion druid if I can.
The idea is that maybe they're gonna bring
If
that
you
to
can.
We'll just
really
rock
Well,
fucking
look who's-
100 minions.
Look who's running the winter or build, Mr. MBX. Rip your
That's the
build
video.
extreme.
Let me know your thoughts in the
What?
comment section below.
Oh, the winter orb, yeah.
Hey guys, and welcome
Nice.
to a new
Alright.
video. Today, I want to show
I mean,
you
it's pretty.
the build that
Well,
you
that'd
can
be
pass
something
in a
new
couple
out of
days
that.
to,
Was
just farm up currency.
we get to
running
see
out
next
the
year, I
Crystal
guess.
Temple. Yeah, trying to farm
Probably
out
the end of
base
next
what
year.
the
That's what
very
I was
card.
thinking.
I
He's
got
being
one card
optimistic.
yet in like 700
Looks
maps, which is, I
looks
think, pretty
decent.
unlucky, but hey, that's just my RNG,
We'll see.
Because I'm pretty sure
I
they
wanna
were
take
saying
this,
something like
video
fucking
just to showcase
2024
the build, right?
before.
It's a bit different. It's
So,
not gonna be like a full grown-out build guide just because.
so if they're
I'm not gonna lie, the
pushing it
the
out
skill,
past
the
it,
spell, like the skill moves looked a little meh.
Any further, but I
But
saw
maybe
Bob
maybe
with
they
the
look a
work
little more
builds
impactful
that,
when
I think it's just
the game comes
best
out.
mapping character in my opinion. So if I
They
would
didn't
make
look like they were
Hopefully.
like
for the top
impactful.
three
Some of the shit just kind of like
fastest mappers, I
looked
would
a
definitely
little
put Winter
Well,
over the
I
top
was
three,
underwhelming.
watching
similar to,
some of
like,
the.
maybe
I was
kinetic
watching
gloves
some
and
of the
stuff like that.
videos
So
of
it's
like
just a great build.
the
So I'm gonna
changes
set
that
up
they're
a
making
POV
to
that
like the
just shows you what is
skills.
necessary to run the build like
Where they
that.
have
And yes, I do
like
have to
layered
like, use
effects
the headhunter,
or
that,
like
just for the
ever
more
changing
fun,
effects.
you know, more
Like
speed,
like
more
say you do
AoE,
like a
more
ground
power
slam,
frame
right?
to
There's
charges,
like
more
a point of
everything. It's
attack,
just super
and then
great.
there's
Build a
like
month,
like
into league, we're
the
pulling
end
late
of the
21.
tag, right? Like so you got the point, the starting point,
Yeah.
and the end point, right? And it goes out in like a V
Guys, and
shape,
welcome.
and it creates like a ripple effect, right? And they were, instead of just like that whole thing, just like boom, like hitting everything at once. Like you'll see the animation, right? And it'll look good in the animation. Like you'll see the ripple, but when it hits all the monsters, it hits them all at the same time, right?
Right.
But in the new thing where they actually put like the hitbox where the ripple is, right? Like now they're getting hit by each ripple, right?
Right. Yeah, like dynamic.
Yeah, more dynamic, yeah. Which I mean, we'll see. I mean, Diablo's always been kind of good at gameplay. I mean, the last Diablo was pretty good at pretty fluent character movement and stuff.
Yeah, they've always been pretty solid game wise.
Yeah, like
engine and everything.
yeah. As far as content, though,
Yeah.
that might be a little iffy.
Yeah, it usually runs dry pretty quick. We'll see. Hit 150
Well, 100
dungeons, and as long as the
Yeah,
characters have like
150
long-term
dungeons.
progression that makes sense, like to keep you interested, maybe. As long as there's something to strive for, it'll be cool. Let's see what
Yeah.
this dude's build is looking like.
A new video. Today, I want to showcase the build
What
that
is
I've been
this?
playing for the past
NBA
couple
Extreme
of
Winter
days
Orb
to,
build?
Yeah, just farm up currency.
Oh, the
where
Slayer?
all can go
I
Crimson
don't know.
Temple. Yeah,
Or
trying
a
to farm
different
up the
version.
major
Put the video on, I don't
legendary
know.
card. I got
Gotta watch it.
one
You
card
made a
yet
new
in like
new version.
700 maps, which is I think pretty unlucky. But hey, that's just my RNG, right? And I want to take this video just to showcase the build, right? It's a bit different. It's not gonna be like a full grown-out build guide, just because this is a super scuffed version, okay? But it works, and that's the way why I play it and didn't invest any further. But I so love Winter Orb builds that I think it's just the best mapping character in my opinion. So if I
he's
would make
using,
a list for the top
the
3
Void Scepter thing.
fastest mappers, I would definitely put Winter Orb in the top 3, similar to like maybe Kinetic Blast and stuff like that. So it's just a great build. So I'm gonna set up a POB that just shows you what is necessary to run a build like that. And yes, I do definitely recommend using a Headhunter if you play something like that, just for the more fun, you know, more speed, more AoE, more power for anti-charges, more everything. It's just super great. We're 1 month into the league. We're probably in day 29 today or some, or 30. So I think if people are not slacking too much, it's affordable item right now. I think like 70x somewhere, 78, actually 80x already, but it's rising because it's so good after the buffs. Now buffs holding 60 seconds. But as I said, I'm going to set up a POB on what is necessary on this gear, because this character used to be a Slayer with a replica Pharos and aspect of the cat to gain like power and frenzy and endurance charges, convert those to triple charger thanks to the Arn's Anguish and stuff like that. But in the end of the day, it didn't feel that great just because of the lack of AoE, and that's why I revamped the character into an occultist. So as an occultist, you don't want to run replica Pharos, but the build works, as I said. So I don't gonna give you guys this POB from this gear because I think it's just scuffed, and I'm gonna lead you towards on how to make a build like that. But overall, this is a power charge stacking build. So we have void batteries, scaling power charges, and thanks to the occultist forbidden power, we're gonna get ridiculous AoE. And if you want to invest into more AoE, you can get Heart of Destruction from Elementalists. So as long as we don't have the Convergence or Convergence, whatever it's called, we get another 60% AoE. So I would say the occultist version is probably like 130% more AoE, or yeah, more AoE than the Slayer has, right? Just naturally for being an occultist and being able to sneak the Heart of Destruction node, and it just makes Winter Orb feel so much better, because what you need on Winter Orb is projectiles, at least AoE and projectiles. And the more AoE you have, the better you're clearing, the better your single target, because the projectiles, once they hit on the floor, they will create like a shockwave, right? And this will overlap. So you have a potential of shotgunning basically the boss because multiple projectiles with one attack will actually hit the boss, right? But as I said, map showcase, we're gonna run 2 maps. The first one is just the classic, what I would basically run, which is just like one of my Crimson Temples here. And then we're just going to pop in 100% Delhi map just to show you guys on how this is actually played or feels like, right? Now, before we actually start, I want to show you guys my Atlas tree, what I'm using right now. You can just pause this video and copy this one if you want to. It's built around the Wandering Path, which gives me all the small nodes are basically doubled, all the quantity, all the, increase of map modifiers, and then with some extra beyond. It's actually a wrong node. This should actually be there because they don't count basically. That's what this makes, right? But I just put this together. Just take all the small notes with whatever you like. I choose to go with some Beyond as well as Delirium, and then basically either the Eater of Worlds or the Searing Exarch, whatever you choose. I go with the Eater of Worlds right now because I still need 499 Eater of World altars. Then I would be 34 out of 40, and then it's just like the boss challenges left, and yeah, we're gonna do another build for the boss challenges. Good. I would say enough talking. Let's see how this build looks like. In the start, you definitely want to get your power charges. So wait, aspect of the cat should be probably on. So we have our frenzy charges, and then we just shoot a couple of missiles. We get our power charges. As soon as we get the power charges, we're gonna get the AoE, and then it's just like a complete auto walker. You know, you just tap sometimes the winter orb, so you have like 1 or 2 stacks. Doesn't matter. As soon as your headhunter goes off, you know, it doesn't matter if you have 1 stack, 12 stacks. Everything is a one shot. And once you have a bit of juice going on, then you pop your sentinel. I play with the red sentinel to get more stuff going on, right? And maybe this is the map for the second apothecary card. That would be something. But I just cannot stress enough, even though it's a scuffed build, it just works wonders for me. And I think this is like, farming wise, one of the most enjoyable builds that you can play these days. So if you're wondering like, yo, I'm getting tired of my magic finding wonder or whatever you guys are playing, and want to maybe check out Winter Orb to just round up your farming routine a little bit, if you don't want to switch the map, but maybe switching out the build, maybe this is for you, right? I can just recommend it. It's like, as I said, top 3 of my most fun, I would say, mappers. And yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about it, right? So let's click more on these, more on that. And I would say for the map showcase after this one, so this is like my everyday mapping setup, you know? I just chisel my maps out and go with some sextants, obviously, to just get some more juice, but I'm not using any form of like scarabs whatsoever. But I would still want to show a 100% deli map after this, so you can see, and you will see that this build is also capable of doing so if you want to go that route and actually just farm 100% deli instead. So map is almost done. Run around, channel up, kill stuff, explode stuff, better set. If you, since we are running actually blast freeze, so let's do bosses real quick. And they're gone. Very nice, very nice. Let's do the metamorph real quick. Just like kind of rushing this build guide because I'm very busy. I'm a busy one. Because I'm already about to hit off to the next build. Not because this one is bad, but I'm just almost done with my map grind, so I want to go into boss grinding, and this is a pure mapping character, so I don't want to take this one to bossing, basically, right? Good. I would say let's run the 100% deli, so you take so you can see actually what that looks like. Therefore, I actually need to unspec one of the points, like in my beautiful dumb tabs. Hey, maybe there is a House of Mirrors. Could have been, yeah. 50-50. You either get it or you don't, right? So, Crimson Temple. Do we have a Beyond map? Use this one up a little bit. Bosses, this is fine. Do we have some Deli Orbs? I think I do. Yeah, we actually have a bunch. It doesn't really matter what kind of Deli Orbs you're putting on. It's just because you want to have the most monsters, technically, possible, basically, right? And the thing, though, is that you have to understand my build is not really made for 100% deli, but it can be used for 100% deli. So if you really want to go for a good 100% deli farm, then probably, I don't know if this is what you would run. As I said, I don't know what sextants you would use. I just want to like show you guys how this looks like. If you say like, yo, this is actually amazing, then maybe you want to give it a go. So we're gonna take Alva, we're gonna take Domination. Wait a second, Alvar, Fake Chronicles, Lead Chronicles. Need space. We need space. Wait, did I reset this one node? No, I didn't. So I need to get rid of this stream of consciousness, whatever, so I can actually use my scarabs, right? So Domination, some extra shrines. Maybe we get a Gloom Shrine, some Alvar Temple, and maybe this is the map. So the way you would play this is pretty much the same. I mean, we are definitely squishy with 2.6k life, right? But you would just load up your Winter Orb. You just shoot a little bit in in the bag, but as you see, we're just freezing everything, so that's totally fine. And once you get a little bit of juice going, then you basically can just activate your sentinels and you just blast everything away. Like, even if Kosis spawns or Omniphobia and stuff like that, they usually, with the amount of damage that we get thanks to Headhunter,
Oh, they got
just gonna
some
get
out there
perma-frozen
already.
until
They're
they're dead, which is
pretty,
super
pretty
nice.
tanky.
So here's another strong box.
What, boss builds?
Yeah, it can get a little bit laggy
Yeah,
because once
yeah,
you
for
start
like doing the
stealing
Ubers,
the big
Uber
stuff,
boss.
you know, the big nodes, and you're gonna get
I'd like to
shit
see
tons
some
of
videos on
AoE.
that.
I'm already having 14 power and 14 frenzy charges, which is absolutely
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
but
probably-
I do have a +2 power charge helmet,
probably
so
do if
you
you
will
plan on
most
doing,
likely
like,
not gonna
Uber
reach the
bosses,
14, but you can reach 13 because I do
Something,
not
something
have
that
+2
you
power
can just
charge
fucking,
rings for that.
you know, sit
So if
through
you
most
were
of the
really go nuts on
mechanics.
this build, you can get
Unless-
like
unless you don't
16,
mind
17
dodging
power
crap.
charges, which with that being even more AoE,
part of the
right?
fun.
And currently I'm running
Yeah,
300,
I mean, you
almost
still gotta move
400%
around,
increased
just
AoE.
not as much.
And this is why this
Dodging
build, oh my God,
crap
what
is
this,
the
a dead end
name of the
here?
game.
And this is why this build actually feels so
more-
good.
Doing them a whole lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit of
manageable.
lagging once you start like really blowing things up left and right. I'm just popping my sentinels here. Kosis Omniphobia should soon spawn because they have a 100% chance to spawn once you run 100% deli. But I'm not a deli farmer main, so I don't have too much information about that. I usually run those maps just for being interested in, can my build run those maps or can it not, right? I'm not really a deli farmer, so I cannot really give you the special insights. I'm just a lazy Alcan-Go mapper that doesn't even want to use scarabs, basically, right? But I still make my currency since I'm running a shit tons of maps. I think, would say I'm like down like 800-900 Crimson Temples or something like that, doing all my challenges, the league-specific stuff, and so on, and yeah. I wish I would have gone the Winter Orb route a little bit earlier, just because this is the way I would really like to like spam like 200-300 maps every single day. If they're not too juiced, because otherwise you need a little bit longer, right, for a map. So, next Alver City here. But it's just a great build. That's pretty much all I can say about it. And if you have never tried Winter Orb, then it's definitely time. So there is one little problem with this build. Once you steal like too many Soul Eater stacks, we currently have 200 stacks, you have such a ridiculous cast speed that you just permanently be because one tiny little tip on Winter Orb and you have like fucking 500 casts, you know, and yeah, you're gonna be all the time. But it doesn't really matter because we're so stacked right now that whatever we do, we only need one single projectile to literally blow up an entire screen, right? Here is here was Kosis. So if you have one stack of Winter Orb or 12 stacks, at this point it does not really matter. And since you're always gonna refresh your buffs, I mean, I'm not even that juiced right now. This is not like the juiced map. It's a bit juiced, but not terribly juiced, or terribly in a good way, basically, right? You could get up to like 60-70 Headhunter stacks. I'm currently running like 42. And the more packs, the more monster size, the more rare packs, and so on, the easier it will be to sustain all your stacks. And we saw other people with like 100% quant characters running 100% deli, which I think it's just not how it should be. I mean, I can see that it's like very profitable, because if you run like a 500 quant on a map like that, it's gonna be insane profit, right? But I personally, I just don't really feel that it should be okay for 100% deli farm with a pure magic finder just because of Headhunter. Like, in the current state of Headhunter, I would almost say Headhunter is more broken than Mageblood. I mean, in a 100% deli environment, it was always like that, but like overall, like, this belt is just so insanely good right now. Now, we do have, I think we are not really clearing the map too good in that case. I think there is still like some monsters maybe spawning in the back, but I would say we're pretty much clear with the map, and it was pretty fun. So I'm gonna stop this video on this part. The POV of my recommendation on a build like that is in the description below, and yeah, see ya on the next build / next challenge or project or whatever. My mind is going to tell me what we're gonna do next. Alright, boys.
Alright, welcome back to a new episode of The Cheesiest Man Alive. Now, a while ago, I played against Hero Marine on this exact map. I cannon rushed him, and I failed. Today, I am back on this map with a cannon rush. And, well, hopefully without the failing part, obviously. That part was the least favorite part that I had there. We'll get a forge out and we send our second worker across the map. I already want to hotkey a third worker here as well. And we'll just actually start with a cheeky pylon in this location. This should allow me to get a cannon up here, which I can easily wall in as well. Then we start moving to the high ground, where I can wall in my own probe on the high ground in this little area. I'll build a pylon there. This is the entire plan, okay?
Hey folks, this is Riker with a gaming news wrap.
He's basically playing what I was thinking about playing next
This week's
season.
topics include highlights from
What?
all the game
Orb?
announcements this week.
Yeah,
How
the
expert
winter
free-to-play
orb.
players feel about
Looks like a
Diablo
good
Immortal
mapper.
after a week of play. A Diablo
Yeah.
4 job posting for a product manager for managing the in-game shop, and more.
That's what you
As
want
always,
to start
discussion
with,
timestamps
right?
can be found in the description below. But
A mapper,
right before
yeah,
you skip ahead,
for
just a quick reminder to ring that sub notification
But
bell to
that
be
one,
alerted to
you
new
just gotta
Saturday
make sure it's
episodes
not
and
fully
stay up to date
dependent on
with
header.
gaming
It's
news
not gonna have
happenings.
that.
Now, before we move on, just a quick
On
word
what?
from this video's sponsor,
Make sure it's not
Squarespace.
fully dependent on
I built my
headhunter to
website,
carry it,
Riker.com,
because that
using
one
Squarespace,
might-
and I was able to do
Oh, yeah,
everything
not till
myself,
later, yeah.
quickly and easily, and with zero
if
education.
I get
in
one
the field,
later, yeah.
all thanks to
Yeah,
how
way later.
easy Squarespace is to work with.
Hmm.
Just watch how easily I update my website. Squarespace is flexible for any kind of website, whether for your business,
either
your
that
hobby,
or
with tons of
Righteous
templates that you can
Fire,
easily
yeah.
customize to
Oh,
your
Righteous
needs.
Fire's so
No
solid.
knowledge of coding required. You can even connect your social
Yeah,
media
I know,
profiles.
everybody
Really,
was
Righteous
playing.
Fire
I
is
keep-
more your
I keep
style,
saying-
bro.
To your
I keep
socials, and even
saying
set
I'm
up
gonna
members
play
only
it, but then I
areas.
end
It's
up
just
not
it's so
playing
it's
it.
such a you
Basically,
build.
if you
I'm
want to
telling
build a
you.
website,
That's
I
'cause I
recommend
see,
Squarespace.
everybody
So
else
head to
playing
squarespace.com for a free
That's
trial.
good.
was like, I wanna
And when
be-
you're
I
ready
wanna
to
be- I
launch,
wanna be
go to
different.
squarespace.com/Riker.
Oh,
use
you
code
should play it.
Riker
It's
to
fucking
save
good.
10% off your
It's a
first
great starter.
purchase of a
Probably the best
website or
starter.
domain.
And I called that
That's
shit.
squarespace.com/RHYKKER and use
All the-
code
it ain't-
Riker
it's gonna be
to get
shit
started
next
today.
season,
Now,
and I
getting
wanna
to the
play
news.
it.
This has been
we'll
a big
know
news
if it
week
is.
thanks to not E3.
Yeah,
and
I
all
doubt
the
it.
gaming
It's been a
presentations
staple
devs and
for a
publishers
while.
have decided to host in the absence of E3. And speaking of E3, it has been confirmed that E3
no,
will
it's
return
been good
next
longer
year
than that.
as an
It's just
in-person
not
and
a lot of
digital
people
show.
playing it.
Now, the
It
not
got
E3
popular from
presentations
Fox
began last
about
week
2 weeks,
and
3
will
weeks ago.
continue to run until Monday.
Yeah.
This
Now,
league
one
was
game we spoke
peak.
about last week was Sonic Frontiers,
Uh,
and fans
well,
are now begging the
our other
devs to
friend's
delay
slow.
the game.
He's
The
been,
hashtag delay Sonic
playing that
Frontiers
or
was
Minions
trending
to
on
start
Twitter
with
after
almost
fans were
every league I've
underwhelmed
known
by the
named.
gameplay reveal
Another solid
footage,
one.
which has roughly a
It's wrong.
50-50
Yeah.
split on likes and dislikes on
fucking hate
YouTube.
him to play
The fans are
video,
hoping that with a delay, they will improve the
Yeah,
game.
I just
Clearly, though, this is all a brilliant
I don't know. I'm
marketing
gonna do
play.
this
Like
one.
with the
but
Sonic
I always
movie,
play
the
him. I
fans
just
complained so
I
much
hate
about
when I feel like
Sonic's
I have to.
appearance that the filmmakers went back and changed
Mm-hmm.
things, which was then met with huge fanfare, a big win. So the game devs clearly
Yeah,
have
I'm
a
gonna have to
secret better
figure
version
out
of this game waiting
how
on the
to
back
make
burner to reveal
this
so
guy
they can
pretty
show how much they
tanky
have
too,
improved
not
things
just
following feedback.
a squishy
right?
minion
Right?
guy.
I can send you a video about how to
In
make
other
But
news
he's-
this week, we got the
it's-
official teaser trailer
yeah.
for Netflix's Cyberpunk Edge Runners series.
Yeah, see,
which
that's
will premiere
the
in
thing. I
September.
mean,
This is a
I
standalone
understand
10-episode anime about a street kid trying to survive
I
in Night City.
understand,
And
you
it seems like it's
know,
going to be pretty faithful to the game's
you know, like
setting.
like
In other news, a
stacking
new
lots of armor
class-based
or
online
stacking
action
evasion.
RPG has been revealed
People hardly
by some
ever.
former World of
Well,
Warcraft
yeah,
guys. Chris Kaleki,
usually
a
people do one or the
13-year Blizzard
other,
veteran
but
and WoW game designer,
there are
Blizzard in
there are a lot more.
2020,
Yeah, a lot more. builds are
co-founded
doing
Notorious
both
I'm doing both
Studios
of them right
along
now.
with former Blizzard software engineer Doug Fraser.
I got
And they also
80%
built
of
a
both.
army of former WoW employees,
Yeah, a
from
lot of
artists
builds
to
are doing
gameplay
both.
engineers. The game they revealed is called Project Honor, and it's set in a stylized fantasy world. In interviews, they put a lot of focus on capturing class fantasy, and while it will have some typical MMORPG features, it will not be an MMO. You can play solo or with friends. This is definitely a project to keep an eye on. And speaking of projects to keep an eye on,
Well,
Hideo
that's what I
Kojima,
did,
creator of Metal Gear Solid
That's what I
and
do
Death
with
Stranding,
my
Oh, here's
is
cast
reportedly
on
working on a
cast on
horror
Death
game
Discharge
called
build.
Overdose.
Watch this.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Whoa. What the? Wow. Six-man rocks. Holy shit. I think it's cranked. Boom! One shot it. Holy fuck.
Now let's see what God has to say.
One shot to everything in the game.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, exile.
Holy.
Told you. You said you wanted a boss killer. There you
Jesus
go.
Christ. That's wow. That's a boss to build.
It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man.
Boom.
Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching. You'd bite the master that called you here, which? This world.
If we both were to do this,
You don't need
and,
to.
Like, if our, I know, but like I'm just saying, like if our builds were half as good, right? If we both did it.
Oh,
Yeah.
my build wouldn't be half as good. My build would be just as good. I'd do at least this or more. Fuck. That's fucking crazy. Look at that. Boom. Feared form. One shot. Boom. Actually crazy. Is this? What do you see, Akra? Boss invitation. Yeah. How expensive is this thing? That is just nutty. Take care of the pesky ass bosses.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say. I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, exile. I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man, Garui. I offered the gift of exile, and you used it to reinvent yourself. A good wish for a more potent instrument. It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man. Welcome to the greatest
So
of
funny to
ages,
me.
duelist. God is watching. You'd bite the master that called you here.
Fucking up the in-game bosses too.
This world is an illusion, exile. It is time you saw what real sacrifice is. The touch of God!
Alright, let's see what this POV looks like.
That's just a super cheese way of doing it. You probably need a clear build to go with it, though. Like somebody to clear the way.
Oh yeah, I think it's just a boss bomb.
Yeah.
Or you just put phasing on and you just run straight to the boss. Probably what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, 1100 crit multi.
1100 crit multi. Holy cow.
Yeah, dude.
That's expensive.
That's 2 billion damage.
Man, I think you only need to do 1 billion though to fucking kill everything. Not even that. What was it? I think somebody said like 500 million.
It does 2.8 billion. This is retarded, okay? This is retarded. What is this fucking thing?
Retarded,
Bro, the whole
effective.
thing is uniques. That and cluster jewels, that's all it is. Just a whole thing of uniques and cluster jewels.
Probably be pretty cheap then, huh?
No, probably not. It uses badges
I mean,
Brotherhood.
besides, power charge stacking. Yeah, probably.
Oh, it's stacking on everything. And then blowing all the charges up. With 1100 multi. Crit multi. Yeah. Damn.
You sure you can you sure you can build that?
No, I can't. I'm not going to. That'd be quite expensive. I mean, you definitely do it, but these are just really nice jewels.
Uniques.
Huh?
Usually uniques ain't that expensive,
It's the
but Brotherhood of
jewels.
Amulet is 1x. I know that much.
It's the jewels are expensive.
Yeah.
You need a shit ton of jewels.
Can't make some of those.
Nah. I mean, you could, but you'd be there a long time.
Well, like I said, you only need to do half the damage. I mean,
It don't really work like that. I mean, you can cut corners and shit for sure.
I think somebody said you only need to do like 500 mil damage to kill the bosses.
Sure.
Welcome, Exiles, to my Forbidden Rite Occultist, which packs a hell of a lot of damage, a good amount of
As long as you're over that, I think you're good.
defenses, and some high regen. This character was, in my opinion, very well rounded for those sorts of statistics. It only struggled with one thing: quality of life. Which, unfortunately, is kind of a big deal, in my opinion, and although this footage may look good, ultimately, I'm not actually going to be recommending this build. I'm going to break down why, in-game, even though this character was able to do something like Uber Shaper or Uber Elder Deathless and pretty cleanly, that it is still a build that I don't recommend. Let's go in-game. Now, why is this a build I don't actually recommend? Well, it starts with something that sounds good on paper, but in practice doesn't actually feel good to play. And it's a building block that I decided to build around, And I blame Octavian! No, Octavian had a great idea. Using Doppelganger's Guise with Forbidden Right is actually a fairly solid, well-rounded idea. But I didn't just lean into Doppelganger's Guise, I took it a step further and I leaned into Sublime Vision Vitality. And the key concept here is, when you get hit, we get a bunch of regen. So Doppelganger's Guise gives 10% regen per second if we've been hit in the last second. And then Sublime Vision Vitality gives 15% regen if you've been hit in the last second. The whole concept here is, we get a whole bunch of base regen. We multiply that with life regen rate, life recovery rate. That means whenever we hit ourselves, we have a bunch of regen, and we can sustain things like Righteous Fire. We can sustain things like Blood Rage. We can sustain Forbidden Right self-damage, and we can still pop off. But this all falls apart the second I take my hand off the keyboard, off the mouse. Boom. Our regen is gone. We start degenning. This means whenever you interact with Harvest, Betrayal, you go to your inventory to corrupt an essence, any sort of in-game interaction where you have to think or read or click something and you stop casting Forbidden Right, say you're just walking around the map, you just want to walk around the map, you don't want to have to cast while you're going to loot the map, well, you're going to kill yourself to Righteous Fire, right? Your Righteous Fire is going to degen you down to low, and then if you cast right at the end, if I timed it rightly, you can't actually PK yourself. So let me wait all the way to the last bit here, and oh, that's right, you can't PK yourself in your hideout. Well, I'll show you this real quick in a zone where we can die, just to illustrate what I'm talking about here, because I have suicided my character doing this many, many times. But it goes sort of like this. We start this, we turn on Righteous Fire, the 1 second passes, we start degenning, and then if it gets low enough, and then I'm thinking, oh crap, I need to hit Forbidden Right to regen, well, no, you just PK'd yourself. And that is kind of a feels bad element in my opinion, especially when you start considering on-ground degens that last for over what seems to be a millennia. And you have that in Harvest, you have that all over the place. GGG is in love with ground degens, and ground degens will PK you, and it feels really bad to die to that stuff. And that sort of is a quality of life issue. But not only does it have a quality of life issue, it has an issue of ramping, which is something I don't really like to have in builds where, hey, I need my charges to all be up and it's kind of hard to get to full charges sort of thing. And this build has that issue because it's reliant on Anomalous Blood Rage with an enhanced support link to it, which gives us 4% chance on hit to generate a Frenzy Charge. This will generate us Frenzy Charges, we'll go all the way up to 11. Unfortunately, it takes maybe 10 seconds of full-on casting onto one enemy of consistently hitting them to generate our charges. And in most endgame boss fights, you just don't have that. You have Uber Sirius, which goes up in the clouds, and guess what? Now you can't attack him. You have Uber Maven, which just has so many different phases, like Memory Game, where it's like, oh, goodbye your charges, have fun regenerating them again. You have all these fights where the charges just aren't going to be up because the sustain or the generation for them just isn't very good. There's a similar thing with Frenzy Charge, except for Frenzy Charge, it is like this quickly that we generate them because it's 50% on crit, which is most of our hits are crits, and we hit enemies 5 times every time we cast pretty much because we have all those extra hits from Forbidden Right. So that works out fine for us, but this is just something I want to preface it with, is the ramp time for Frenzy Charges feels really bad in boss fights. While you're mapping Blood Rage, 25% chance on kill, it feels great. The first pack of monsters you kill, you're pretty much at full Frenzy Charges. All that works out fine. But when you go to do Uber bosses, you're going to start to see the Frenzy Charge sustain or ramp issue is a thing, and that's what I'm going to showcase in this Uber Shaper that I'm going to showcase because I still have Uber Shaper spec'd. I did try Uber Eater, I tried Uber Sirius, I tried Uber Maven, and I didn't do Uber Cortex because I didn't have a Cortex, and I didn't want to spec for Syrian Exarch. I just don't really want to keep respecing my Atlas just to go get Exarch. My opinion generally is Uber Shaper, Uber Elder are pretty easy for this build. I did both those deathless. Uber Sirius is kind of a hellhole for this build because of the ground degen that
I said, give me a bit, I'll be back.
That negates regen. It basically disables our sustain mechanics, and if you aren't like super focused and actually good at having reflexes and responding to things, the ground degen will appear beneath you, and then it will degen you, and then you'll PK yourself with Forbidden Right, which was what I did most. That's how I died 6 times in a row in Sirius, and I don't want to talk about it too much. And then Uber Maven, this is more of a skill fight where you just have to avoid the no regen lasers. This build can do this fight fine if you're good mechanically. If you're not good mechanically, then this fight will be impossible. That's kind of the linchpin there. This fight, super doable if you avoid the no regen lasers, but that attack is somewhat difficult to avoid, and you have to like get used to the timing of it type of thing. Uber Eater of Worlds, I would say it's probably doable, but I myself did Height of Hubris, and I rolled a rare Eater of Worlds, which I guess I didn't learn from the first time I bricked by Eater of Worlds, but that's how you brick it, and now I have to rerun to get another Screaming Invitation, and I don't really care to do that. But moral of the story is I think Uber Eater of Worlds, I think Syrian Exarch will be hard but doable. Maven's doable. I guess I didn't learn from the first time I bricked by Eater of Worlds, but that's used to the timing of it type of thing. Uber Eater of Worlds, I would say it's probably doable, but I myself did Height of Hubris, and I rolled a rare Eater of Worlds, which I guess I didn't learn from the first time I bricked by Eater of Worlds, but that's how you brick it, and now I have to rerun to get another Screaming Invitation, and I don't really care to do that. But moral of the story is I think Uber Eater of Worlds, I think Syrian Exarch will be hard but doable. Maven's doable mechanically pretty consistently, and then Uber Cirrus is just it's you have to have really good reflexes to do this fight, in my opinion, with this build, because if you stand on the degen ground for longer than, I want to say, half a second, you will die. That's how that pretty much works. So, anyways, that breaks down the Uber bosses, all mapping content, all that sort of stuff. That stuff is a cakewalk. You can do that stuff easily. It's no big deal. Previous
What is up, guys? My name is SoulRend. Welcome back to another Path of Exile video. This time I'm bringing you a zero investment strat, not a single scarab, not a single sextant, nothing on the map device. I'm talking about we are going raw, like chisel and arc, and just open the map and blast the maps, right? Because we are doing this strat, we can run our maps super fast, right? I'm talking about 3 to 4 minutes per map, and that brings up our money per hour quite a lot. Now, this is the end result after 50 maps. Obviously, we've got a bunch more stuff. However, I removed the bubblegum currency because I know no one likes to count them in. And also changed the essences up to a Shrieking tier. So at Shrieking tier, you can actually just bulk sell them on TFT. So if we check Excellence and take a snapshot here, it turns out to be 15.5x. And that's not everything, right? Because Excellence does not count for logbooks, for Conqueror maps, or Elder Shaper maps, right? So we need to do some extra math with that.
Hey, what's up YouTube? Today's video, I'm gonna go over a profile I saw on PoE Ninja when I woke up this morning, and I was like, what in the world happened? How is it possible that a Berserker is actually number 1 or number 2 overall and number 1 overall for instackers? Because most people, when you look at the damage, right, or you look at what's it called, instacker, you never think that this guy is going to be playing Berserker, which is just incredibly weird. So we're going to go check that out, see what's actually going on. But like I said before, the profile is a Berserker. It's around 531 million DPS I saw. If you actually look at it here, it's 531 million DPS. So I actually imported the character over. I'm going to go over why the damage is so high, and if the person's actually cheating and what they're actually doing to get so much damage. And maybe they're just playing Berserker because you can be a Marauder and have a big brain helmet. And the person has quite a bit of int, right? He has 2374 int. So it's not the dumbest Berserker. It's a pretty smart Berserker, but we're going to see why exactly Power Siphon does so much damage and what's going on. So first off, why Power Siphon? Now, Power Siphon is kind of an incredibly good damage ability in that it has the shotgunning potential of Barrage. It has the extra projectiles from the Helm enchant. You get it from the Dying Sun, and you also get it from the Wand Mastery. So if we look at the profile here, there's just so many sources of projectiles. You have the projectile here, Wand Mastery. This person's using a Dying Sun. So there's just projectiles everywhere. Now, PoE Ninja does account for every single projectile hitting the enemy, and that's usually going to be the case, especially if you're right on top of the enemy. And like I said before in the previous videos about how strong the Sentinel boot mods are, so when I looked at the boot mods, he has a boot mod right here, adds 1 to 5 lightning damage to attacks per 10 int. And then the wand also adds 1 to 6 lightning damage to attacks with this weapon per 10 int. So it's just absolutely crazy the amount of damage you can get from this. And the int stacker just pretty much just got double amounts of flat damage from the gear now because of the new boot mod. Now, I had to ask this question myself, like, why would any idiot be choosing Berserker to play as an Ascendancy? Berserker will always be the highest damage Ascendancy for any attack build that lacks attack speed. That's pretty much just how it's going to be. If we look at the character over here, the character has 6.88 attack speed, and that's pretty much because he has, wait, let me import the character over again because I think I messed something up over here, so you can import it here. So you can see 6.88 attacks per second, which is pretty high. If you look at most instackers, when I saw it on Ascendant or Occultist, it has around 3 attacks per second. So it pretty much attacks double the speed. Now, instacker has this huge attack speed problem in that they have very limited attack speed on gear and tree. There's not really many sources of attack speed on the build, so any amount of attack speed will scale the build up a lot. So if we actually look at the Power Siphon, we look at the attack and cast speed rate, then here you can go look at the amount of attack speed that you get. You can see there's very little sources of attack speed, with the most being the Quicksilver Flask with the 17% attack speed. And then you can see 75% of the attack speed coming from the Rage effect. And then the Berserk effect would also give you a multiplier on the attack speed, and the Blitz also gives you a multiplier. So overall, Berserker gives you more attack speed that the Instacker sorely lacks. It also has a 40% more damage multiplier with Aspect of the Carnage over here. And in addition, with Berserk up, it's another multiplier with attack speed, 20% more and 20% more damage with attacks. And in addition to all of this, it also has Blitz charges. Now, Blitz charges are over here. And what this does is it gives you 2% more attack speed per Blitz charge. So with 20 Blitz charges up, if you uncheck this, you lose a bunch of attack speed. So that's 40% more attack speed. So there's just so many more multipliers in attack speed, damage, that it just allows Berserker to be very, very high damage on PoE Ninja and PoB. Now, this is only really good for PoE Ninja, and I'm not really sure how good Berserker is as an instacker because it's pretty hard to actually get to 60 rage. Most of the times, if you're mapping, you'll probably get to 60 rage just because you'll get it through Crave to Slaughter. But if you're not mapping and you're doing bosses without Warbringer and using General's Cry to gain rage, it will be pretty hard to actually ever reach 60 rage without the boss just already being dead. Now, next up, we want to see why is the damage so high. And like I said before, everything in PoE is pretty much an equation of your damage times your attack speed times your crit multi, and that's pretty much how it works. So, of course, when skills shotgun, you can also multiply. So you can see here, how many projectiles do we have on Power Siphon? We have 19 projectiles. And you can see here, Barrage gives 1 on +3, +9 from the base Power Siphon skill, +2 on the helmet, and then +1 from the base, and I think that might +1 from the tree, and then +3 from the Dying Sun. So you can see here 19 total projectiles shooting out. Now, where does the added damage come from? As you can see here, 1185 average damage is coming from, let's see, added total. So added damage, 1185 on the high end, and then 237 on the bottom end from just the boots. And the boots and the wand make up all of the added damage on this build. Even the Wrath damage aura makes up very small amounts. See, it's only about 10% roughly or it's a little bit more for the high end, but for the low end, it's over. It's only 10% of the boot mod, and that doesn't even account for the wand. So all of your flat lightning damage pretty much comes from the boot mod and the wand mod, which gives you a bunch of flat lightning damage because of how much it you have. Now, all of that damage used to get scaled somehow, right? And the way you scale the damage is with increased percent, and this is how you actually look at it. And this is pretty interesting to see is what percent increase you have. So you have 2,296% increased damage. So where does all of that increased damage comes from? It all comes from spell damage. Now, the reason spell damage is so good is because spell damage applies to attacks at 150% of their value. So if you have the wand right here with roughly 109% spell damage, it's equivalent to around 160% or 160%, what's it called? 163% attack damage. So all of these nodes on a large cluster, if you see here, this person uses a bunch of large clusters, 10% spell damage, 10% spell damage, 10% spell damage. Every single one of these points is around 19% attack damage. Now, something to note is that you can see here what happens with diminishing returns. Because you have so much percent increase, 2300%, you can see here that each one of these nodes, if you take like a spell damage node or something, it becomes a lot less increase of damage. So each one, like say 12% damage, is usually a lot more than just 0.4% damage. But because there's so many sources of percent damage already, 12% is a tiny fraction of 2,296%. So that's why extra spell damage and extra lightning damage has a huge diminishing return when you have that much. And you get the spell damage from your shield, weapon, and cluster jewels. Now, this build also has a bunch of crit multi. It's not as high on crit multi as builds like Nightblade, which goes up to 800-900%. And this is definitely something that instackers struggle with, is the amount of crit multi on the build. And that's why the person probably ends up taking the crit multi cluster over here. And Berserker does get a bit of crit multi from here, 25%, so it's not exactly fully lost. And there's also some crit multi scaling from here, 5% crit multi per power charge, and I think the wand also has 38% multi. And in terms of penetration, this build has just 16% pen on the wand, and then I think he has 8% pen here, and then the Thread of Hope has 10% pen. And that's how you actually make up for the difference of not having Omni, because you do need some sorts of penetration in your build, or it's gonna be a lot worse. Now, Hydra Spear also provides some penetration in a sense that it gives you what, like minus 10% to resist. So this is like 7.2% damage increase. So basically, you have the attack speed that is pretty high for an instagger. You have a bunch of base damage, you have a bunch of crit multi, and that's how you get 590 million. And then you have to multiply all of that by 19 for the average damage, so that's how you get such an insane number. So this is a question that probably everyone wants to know, and is this person cheating? Is this person just sitting there trying to fix the POB and trying to get as many points as possible? Well, like I said before, PoE Ninja and POB now knows that you have the correct amount of points spent. So you only have 122 points, and that's pretty much how many points you actually have. So let's see, the next thing is the mana situation. This person is kind of cheating. He has minus 25% mana, but theoretically you could probably maybe take some of reservation efficiency nodes right here, and the profile could actually be somewhat played. So you could definitely fix it up somehow to be not so cheaty right there. And something to note next is you have to go look at the skill gems. Is there skill gems that are just put in to trick PoE Ninja? And yes, this person is a tricky bastard. He put in a frenzy gem to get frenzy charges. And then you can see here, Hydra Spear. No one is really going to be casting Hydra Spear that often on boss fights. Blood Rage, you can't even use Blood Rage when you're CI, so this is something that should be unchecked. And let's see here. There's not really that much else. So basically Frenzy charges. I mean, technically you can Frenzy the boss and get Frenzy charges, so that's not too bad. And you can technically also cast Hydra Spear on the boss fights, so let's just leave it in. But basically, oh, he has Onslaught in. Well, Onslaught's kind of cheating. He pretty much just put Onslaught gem in to get Onslaught on the config. So let's turn that off. And let's see. There's not really that much more on the POB. So if you take everything out, it's still a 500 million DPS profile. Now, the biggest thing I think that this is kind of fake is definitely the fact that it's hard to actually get this amount of rage at the start. it's you can't really start the fight with 50 rage, and by the time you build up to 50 rage, the boss will be dead. But say you use Hydra Spear and Chain Hook, and you start the fight off, and you get power charges by using a Jaws of Agony or putting on a different pair of boots, you can actually start the fight with a 500 million DPS burst. And that's actually pretty crazy to think about, because you could use the Chain Hook Hydra Spear to get 50 rage. You can have the other pair of boots. The pair of boots I'm talking about is Ralakesh's Impatience, and this gives you a Frenzy, Endurance, or Power Charge every second while you're stationary. So you could technically do a 500 million DPS burst, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. But like I said, this build is very, very probably in a perfect scenario is when you'll get the most damage. Now, I have something to admit. The person I was reviewing the profile is actually me. So if you can see here, this is actually my account. I just have a confession to make. Now, I also wanted to show you the bossing clip of a Fear. Now, as you can see here, 500 million DPS should deplete the Feared, right? So I actually did a little bit of a Feared. Now, this is me doing the Feared, and this is something that it's probably around 300 million DPS from what I calculated. I actually forgot to mention the Belt and Flask are both cheating, but this is definitely the fastest Feared I've ever done. Now, Chula literally disappears, and this is me trying to get the power charges. Once the power charges gets up, you can see the stuff just gets evaporated. Like, holy moly, even the Cortex boss dies so fast. And that guy is usually pretty tanky, but definitely the fastest Fear I've done ever. And it was a pretty cool experience doing this, because this is definitely a fight that if you have the damage, you can just kill everything and you won't even die. And I didn't even press my Flask, which is actually kind of troll, but I forgot about them because you don't usually use the Flasks. But like I said, in terms of the profile being cheating, I forgot to mention that these Flasks actually make a huge difference. And using 70% increased effect is definitely cheating. But you can definitely reach that burst window because you can have the Flask on. And this belt is actually just fake in terms of what you actually use. You'll probably use a Mage Blood normally. And without these Flasks, you can still see it's 280 million. But you can pop all these Flasks at the start, and it would be 422 million at the top end. And you can definitely get the power charges and everything up with Ralakesh's Impatience, and you can definitely get the rage up with Chain Hook Hydra Spear. So in terms of how much damage you can actually do, you can get 500 million bursts at the start if you really wanted to set it up, which I think is insane. And the character still has 17k ES, even if it has no resist, no armor, no evasion. That's still a bunch of EHP, right? Not really, but thanks for watching, everyone. Let me know down below in the comments if you want to see another build where I go over.
Well, it's time to craft another item. This time we're gonna make an amulet, because my current amulet is absolute garbage. It's literally just the base that I threw a single essence on, and it dropped ES, and then I crafted ES, and that's it. So we're gonna make a good amulet. The budget is 230x and 4444 chaos, apparently. I mean, I have some other stuff, but that's pretty much what we have. So we're gonna have to make a lot of bases and then recombobulate them. So I'm gonna have to buy some resources. Did you ever discard a big item by mistake? Discard. No. So there is a story. We were crafting. Well, I shouldn't say we. Kipo and his friends, Kipo and people from the guild were crafting a foil, and the step at which they have invested 40x into the sword so far, and we were doing beast imprint regaling. We were at the imprint regal step, so we were in the menagerie, and they were just passing around the sword by dropping it on the ground. Next person pick it up, regal it, didn't hit, drop it back. Beast, imprint, restore, go again. And I just switched to an animate weapon build, like that day. I have never played an animate weapon before, and they called me and like, oh, wanna try some regaling for fun? We're all like standing in a circle and just regaling the sword. And I joined, and I started spamming, you know, Blade Blast on the ground and animate weapon. And then they dropped the sword, and it was flying around for 2 minutes until it fizzled out of existence. So that was it was gone. It was It didn't do anything. It flew around for 120 seconds. It never got to hit anything. We were all sitting like, okay, this is not funny. Who took it? Who has it? Like, we all trust each other. No one's yoinked anything in the guild. Like, okay, where is it? And then we had to go back in the recording. And it's like, oh, it's on the ground. Oh, and it's now flying. What are we doing? We're buying amulet bases. Lapis amulets. So we need it to be 82. So we need to create amulets with %int and %dex on them with nothing else. That is the goal right now. Okay? So we need to alt spam one amulet for %dex or %int, and it's not dex int, %int, and the other one for %attributes, and then woolcorp them together. And then clean it up so that only those things remain. Okay. So we want what base? We want a jewelry, amulet, intelligence. We want a shaper and crusader, right? What if I can buy these? Let's see. No, we'll craft everything until we get bored and then we buy them. We'll see. Thank you. So we need to alt spam these for %attributes and alt spam these for %int, and then awakener orb them together. So let's do that. It's crafting time. %attributes, and the other mod is not a shaper mod. So that's good. Next. Again. I'm not gonna bother like spending 20C on alts to roll a 50C item and then sell that 50C item. This is not what's going on right now. This is what's going on. 2 alts into a %attribute. That is what we like to see. Okay, this one's taking a bit more. There we go. Number 3. Now this, we're gonna get within 10. Watch this. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, kapow. Just kidding, guys. Quant pen. What the fuck? T1 quant, T1 pen. Fuck. That's 3x. Wow. Okay, that's a keep. That's a, yeah, sure. It's like 1 in 200 something. There it is. There's another one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god, we hit it, guys. That's insane. Jesus. Now this is for int, but if you search for int, that's not good enough. That's always gonna show. So we do ed int, increased int, right? That should work. Does that work? It does work. Wow. Okay. Throw your hat in the air in celebration. Oh, nice try. You almost got me. Clicking. This is crafting. Okay. How much? % intelligence. Just alt. There you go. Okay. 327. That's fine. Yeah, we're at about 300. Oh shit. Ben 10 _ gaming television industries. Hello. We're crafting today. Which is to say we're staring at the orbs. Oh, thank you. We got it. T1 int. That's what we're looking for. We need like 4 more of these. So next. That's the one. We stop at +1 all scale, but that's just a sale. Attributes, attributes, attributes. Wait, I'm making these. Wait, how many do you have? What the fuck? Well, I bought 10 Woke Orbs, so... Okay, Bazooka Tank, come on. This is an SSF stream. Nobody saw that. How does this look? Oh, hello. Oh. What color of dog do you want, Chad? Green dog? Red dog? Blue dog? This is our last... Actually, wait, we have 4 pairs. Should we just stop here for now? Where's the... Okay, fat loot. Put this on the front. This is gonna be some fat loot. So we have finally reached step 0.5 of our amulet crafting process. I wanna give a huge shout out to Bazooka Tank and Tetrum. Apparently Tetrum is banned in my chat, so let's unban him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put him away. Put this here. Okay. So 1 shaper mod, 1 shaper mod. All of those are 1 shaper mod. Of the Crusade, of the Crusade, of the Crusade, of the Crusade. Alright. We click this thing. And then that thing. Boom. What happens? What happens is that we have a clean one. Yes. That's a really good... Wait, what the fuck? It rolled the damage per int as well. It's fine. We don't need that right now. This one is really good. That's a save. So this one is a clean amulet that we can recombobulate with another amulet later. Next one. Next one has crit chance on the suffix. So that one needs to be cleaned up.
7 hours.
Next one.
The cold.
That one has cold res that needs to be cleaned